This is right on time.
Let's come to order. This meeting of January 20th, the City Council is in session now. Note that all 5 council members are present. Do we have a motion to move to closed session?
Excuse me, Mayor, before you make that motion, I do need to announce the real property negotiations. I need to read that item, so if you bear with me. Closed
The
session.
over-under is 9.
Second mistake.
Closed session, item A, conference with real property negotiators, discussion concerning real property transactions in compliance with Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding real property negotiations, 150 Avenida Magdalena, APN 060-101-05, and 721 Avenida Salvador, APN 690-502-16, property wireless tower facilities located on city properties at the municipal golf course site and at the Salvador Water Reservoir, AKA Crown Castle sites 823239 and 879058. City negotiators, Andy Hall, city manager, and Jonathan Lightfoot, city planner. Negotiating parties, Crown Castle and MD7. Under negotiation, price and terms.
I will repeat my motion to go into closed session.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Well, I've been told I can make an announcement before the meeting starts, so. That announcement's going to be, thank you all for coming and participating. Looks like there's quite the overflow. These items are going to take a little bit of time. We do have down in the community room, down on the first floor, we've got chairs and a TV set. If people don't think your item's coming up immediately, you might want to head down there. You can sit and watch the meeting from there. So that's no cookies or coffee or anything. And also, real quick, the gentleman sitting over there, he's not selling Girl Scout cookies. What this is if you have a card to turn in to speak, please take it over to Brian and drop it in the basket. The city clerk assistant city clerk is going to be really busy tonight, and it's just if you're picking up cards, it's a distraction, so feel free to drop your cards over in that basket. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the first item, which might take a long time, is the cars and coffee. Just on our agenda, it's a point of information so that people that are here on other matters, if they want and they don't have a seat, they can wait downstairs.
Point well taken. Okay, the San Clemente City Council meeting of January 20th, 2026 is now in session. I'd like to note that all 5 council members are present. I'd like to call up Pastor Steve Pascoe, Cavalry Church, to do the invocation. Please stand.
In Proverbs chapter 2, verse 6 in the Bible says, "For the Lord gives wisdom, from his mouth come knowledge and understanding." Let's pray. Father God, the Almighty God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, we come before you for this evening to lift it up before you in prayer, to ask for your help, for your wisdom, for your knowledge, for your understanding. I pray for the council members. Thank you for them, for their time that they serve this city, that you would give them wisdom and understanding, give them unity. I pray for all of them and the staff and their families, for your protection and peace in their homes. We thank you for their heart for the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, that you would honor that. We thank you that they have a desire to honor the Jewish community among us here in the city and in this county. We pray that you would just pour your peace out upon all these proceedings. We thank you for our local sheriff deputies who do such a great job in protecting and serving the community. Pray that you'll bless them, protect them and their families. And we just lift these things all up to you, giving you thanks. In the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Please remain standing. Wayne Eagleston, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please place your hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor, you have noted that all members of the city council are present. So first item on the agenda is special presentations, and this is presentation of a proclamation in honor of International Holocaust Remembrance Day, and the presentation is to Tomer Johnson of the Chabad Jewish Center of San Clemente. Is Tomer here?
You want to join me
Oh,
down?
there you go.
Thor is there.
I teach at the local high school at St. Clemente High, and I teach world history. And always when we get to the unit on the Holocaust, it is the most memorable unit where you see the largest impact on the students and the idea of never again. And that's why we celebrate this Remembrance Day. So that would be never again. So, whereas January 27th marks International Holocaust Remembrance Day, whereas the United Nations General Assembly first designated January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in 2005, the date was selected because it is the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau, the Nazis' largest death camp. More than 1.1 million individuals were murdered in Auschwitz-Birkenau, including approximately 1 million Jews. In total, 6 million Jews were murdered during the course of the Holocaust from 1933 to 1945. The scale of the human suffering is difficult to fathom. Whereas the Holocaust stands as a stark reminder of the consequences of hatred, anti-Semitism, racism, and indifference, and of the responsibility of all people to uphold human dignity and justice. And whereas Remembrance strengthens our commitment to education, tolerance, and the prevention of genocide and mass atrocities. Whereas the days of remembrance have been set aside for the people of the city of San Clemente to remember the victims of the Holocaust, as well as to reflect on the need for respect of all peoples. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that Mayor Rick Leffler, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the City Council and on the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby recognize January 27th, 2026 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Thank you. You want to say any words?
Yes. Good evening. On behalf of Chabad of San Clemente, my name is Tomer Thor Johnson, and we would like to send our sincere gratitude to JCAN, Jewish Community Action Network, as well as our wonderful mayor and city council here in the city of San Clemente. Chabad of San Clemente opened its doors more than 21 years ago, and when we did, we had 6 Holocaust survivors in town. Unfortunately, now we have 0. So this means a lot to our community. Thank you very much.
I know, I'm so used to sitting right in front of Megan.
Mayor, before we move on to the next item, we do have one speaker card on that special presentation, and that is Mr. Oleg Krepper. Mr. Krepper?
Good evening. Dear City Council members, thank you for remembering the victims of the Holocaust and for showing them the respect they deserve. This tragedy began in Germany nearly 90 years ago and lasted for almost a decade, leaving an indelible mark on humanity. Most Holocaust survivors are no longer with us. Those who remain are close to 100 years old, and their voices are becoming fewer and weaker. At the same time, the need to remember and speak about the Holocaust is more urgent than ever. We see and feel anti-Semitism rising around the world, and here in America, reaching levels not seen in generations. I grew up hearing the stories of my mother, a Holocaust survivor. She was among the fortunate ones. Together with her mother and sister, she managed to flee during the evacuation from Nazi-occupied Belarus. They lost their home and endured hunger and humiliation in a remote village in Tatarstan, but they survived, unlike the 6 million Jews who were murdered. For many years, I believed that such cruelty could never happen again in our civilized world. Today, I know that it is still possible. Preventing it requires the strong and visible support of good and brave people like you. Thank you for your leadership and for standing on the right side of history.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
I just have an announcement regarding this. On February, just so people know, on February 9th, the White House is having a conference, a national conference, bringing in religious leaders on the Jewish faith from all over the world in Washington, D.C. at the Museum of the Bible. So if anyone's interested in knowing more about that, I have information.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabral.
Next item is council member comments.
Councilmember-
Council member reports.
Councilmember reports. Councilmember Cabral, since you've started, you want to go ahead and
Ooh,
head on into
yes,
it?
Yeah, I'm going to try and make this as fast as I can because there's a lot of things. The first thing I have, I want to start my report with a few photos. First of all, I spent the weekend with the goats, 2 days. That brings to mind, too, we have about a dozen baby goats that are out there that are protecting our city and the hillsides. There's a photo of the brush, and I mentioned, that's the next one, it's a photo of the brush because when I went out there a year ago, the brush was almost 9-10 feet tall. With the goats that have been in place there, we now have pretty much a foot of grass throughout there. So that program is working and working well. You recall there, you couldn't see me behind that brush, now you can. We've also had several working meetings with over this past month with Love to Serve San Clemente, a day of service for San Clemente. We have our first projects are all the schools here in San Clemente. It'll take place on Saturday, February 7th. I put a few cards in the back. What we're doing as a community, and it's a bipartisan effort, everybody involved, we're going to go and work on the schools, improve them. We're putting mulch, flowers, et cetera. It's going to be a great day of service in San Clemente. And we've been meeting on that routinely throughout. Since it's been a long time since our last meeting, I have a few things. I attended the Orange County Hall of Fame. It was a chance to meet with all of the county boards of supervisors. It was a 4-hour presentation. Got to meet that's a different, I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. We had an event at the Station 59. We had a firefighter, John Rowlands, a fireman, who actually saved a life, brought someone back to life at our pickleball court. I'm going to put that on for the agenda for next week, where we will recognize his effort and talk a little bit more about what happened there. Back to what I'm talking about. We had the meeting at the Hall of Fame. All 5 members of the Board of Supervisors were there. Unfortunately, it was a 4-hour presentation, so we got a chance to talk to a lot of people, including members of the Irvine family that talked about how they founded or what they did as pioneers here in Irvine and the rest of the community. The Cameron family, who was the director of the Titanic, Avatar, and the whole other list of people that who's who in Orange County were all present. Got to meet them, discuss what their contribution is to Orange County. Had a meeting with the San Clemente Men's Golf Association. We have that on the agenda later on. Had the Songs Nuclear Engagement Panel year-end meeting where we set the 2026 agenda. Participated in Light of the World Giving Machine, a nonprofit entity, opening up a celebration at the outlets who generously contributed their space for another community engagement effort to raise money for the poor here in San Clemente. We had a Lincoln Club dinner with 20-plus elected officials from Orange County. Good chance at Christmas to interact with them, talk about issues going on in San Clemente. Had a meeting of the Manufactured House Educational Trust, meeting with the Disney guy there and all others, meeting with Assemblywoman Lori Davis regarding issues in California coming up this next year, meeting with Tony Strickland regarding his agenda for next year, meeting with the Association of California Cities, discussing the 2026 agenda and issues for cities, meeting at Chapman University Christmas for performance, participated in the Chamber of Commerce Military Family Holiday Barbecue. I think almost all of us participated for the 2-4. had an participated in OCYR Christmas celebration with a number of elected officials. Received a plaque from Assemblyman Chen for my work here in San Clemente. It's a great little plaque. I'll bring it one of these days. Participated in the Save Our Beaches public forum where we discuss what's happening this next year with our beaches. Participates in the Hanukkah menorah lighting ceremony on the pier. I was elected to the Orange County Cal Cities Board to represent the 5th district in Orange County. We had our first strategic planning meeting last week. Participated yesterday, went out and observed the Cars and Coffee just to check out some of the issues that are out there, alleged issues. We had this reception, which I showed with Station 59 for John Rowlands, who I'm going to bring that up for the agenda next week. Finally, participated in a 4-day conference in Charleston, South Carolina, with about 700 CEOs, elected officials, university presidents, business leaders, philanthropists. That I'd like to talk to you about one of these days, but I know we have a busy agenda, so I'm not going to talk about it tonight. Thank you.
Oh, I'm exhausted. Councilmember Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I go to my mundane stuff, I'd like to have a special recognition of our Mayor Pro Tem, Stephen O'Block. On behalf of, take this mic. Sure. On behalf of Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control Board, I'd like to recognize your excellent public service for the district in the last 4 years.
Thank you very much. And I'm pleased to report San Clemente is pretty much, again, G-free of mosquito disease, so we're in great shape. Thank you.
So I run my activities quickly. December 21st, attended a Hanukkah tree lighting ceremony at the pier. December 10th, attended a San Clemente Retired Senior Volunteer Program holiday party. Also on 10th, attended an Orange County Regional Holiday Mixer. On December 12th, attended a city employee party. Also on December 12th, attended the opening night of the Light of the World giving machine at the Outlet Mall. January 15th, attended the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District Board meeting in the headquarters in Garden Grove. On the same day, attended a ACCOC, Association of California Cities, Orange County, board installation ceremony. Then on January 16th, attended local business Coastal Lux detailing ribbon cutting at the pier. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Enmeyer.
Great, thank you. I believe I have a PowerPoint to go, just quick 2 slides on this.
Megan's pulling it up.
All right. I can go back 1 slide, please.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, there we are. All right, there we are.
Delay, sorry.
Great, yeah, so those are the main events I attended, many of the similar ones. I didn't put in every single event that I went to, but the ones I thought were more pertinent to our city. It was a wonderful event for the 2nd Battalion, 4th Marine Regiment Holiday Barbecue. Thank you to our, not our city, but our, who put it on? The Chamber. Thank you to our chamber for putting that on, and it was great to see all the families there and our community coming together in that. Also had 2 meetings with the Cal Cities Coastal Cities Group Leadership Committee. I am now the chair of the committee, and I'm working with coastal cities all throughout California to work on our work plan for the year. A lot of that is going to be focusing on making sure that we do not have new oil refineries or oil drilling off of our coast. Had a CASA JPA special meeting. CASA is the Coastal Animal Shelter. and also had a Save Our Beaches meeting. And then the OC Free Tax Prep meeting, had a meeting with them, which will go to the next slide. A great opportunity for anyone in San Clemente. If I believe the level is if you are making 60,000 or under, you can use this free and easy tax filing. They have, over the last 20 years, been able to bring $20 million back to Orange County through tax returns. So if you find yourself in that area of 60,000 or less, please reach out to them and they will help you file your tax returns. All right, that is all.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noblock?
Yes, I'll be quick because this is the first meeting of this year. We've been dark since Christmas, so a lot of the Christmas activities, there were many of them. The menorah lighting at the end of the pier, the Christmas tree lighting at the end of the pier, the chamber event that Mark mentioned was a great event for our community. I met with a new pastor. Mariners Church is opening a facility in town. I met with Pastor Gavin Lemming and welcomed him to town and talk about their plans. I also attended, as several of my colleagues have, the Manufactured Housing Trust Foundation annual event. I've met with our Assembly Member Lori Davies, our Senator Tony Strickland, Assemblyman Trey Ta, and Assemblyman Phil Chen to discuss issues affecting our town, including sand and public safety. And it's a new year. It's an active year. Again, as the mayor said, thank you all for being here, and that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is Carly Hunter here? The crowd is, Carly, come on up. You can put up my slide also. Oh. Yeah, I kept busy like all the council members, but I wanted to take a couple of minutes here to give of my time to present. Those of you who don't know her, Carly Hunter is our homeless outreach person in our city. She's been doing a fantastic job for like 3 years, 4 years. It's been a while. Coming up on 5. Wow. Okay. So we had I was made aware of a really great encounter that they had the first time coming back in January from vacation. I'd just like Carly maybe to kind of brief you on what happened.
Okay. Thank you for having me, Mayor, council members, Andy, Elizabeth, Brian, what's up? Okay. I'm going to keep this short and sweet because I know there's a lot of people behind me. I just had some good news that I thought the council would like to hear earlier in the month. We received a call from our HLO, our new one, about a family of 6 living out of their makeshift camper shell on their truck. When Troy and I approached the family, we first talked and gained rapport. I continued to get to know the family of 6. The family is local and was just unable to make ends meet, and they were evicted. Both parents work full-time, and their 4 children, whom are all under the age of 10, go to Las Palmas Elementary School. Meanwhile, while I'm getting to know the family, Troy is reaching out to some of our connections. He reached out to our social worker with the Providence Mission Viejo Hospital and asked how we could get this family inside as quick as possible. She recommended that we send them to the FRC, which is the Family Resource Center in San Juan. It's kind of a one-stop shop. And she also sent in a referral for shelter for them. At that point, the social worker is letting Troy know that if they make it to this place in San Juan, we will put them in a hotel tonight. Just don't tell them that, but try to get them there. So we urged the family, please get there. We can't guarantee anything, but you should go. They did go. They did an intake, and by the end of the night, they were in a hotel. And if everything works out as planned, they plan to move to Oxnard to live with their family.
Oh, thank you, Carly. That's a great story. Thank you. You can get rid of my slide now, Megan.
Okay, moving on to oral communications. I will call the first several speakers. If you could please line up.
And how many cards do we have?
We have 8 speaker cards for
8,
oral
okay.
communications. Tiffany Gregeth and Tandy LaFranc, Wayne Eggleston, Greg Holsizer, Sarah Phillips, and Warren Vidrine, excuse me.
Yeah, we can kind of go old school and just kind of line up if we can. That's how we used to do it when we had so many
Tiffany
people.
and Tandy, please come on up and start your comments.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So glad to see so many people here. You can hear all the great work that we're going to talk about. We're here to talk to you all about the work of the Orange County United Way and the impact being made right here in our city and across the county. My name is Tiffany Greggett. This is Tandy LaFranc. We are both residents of San Clemente. Orange County United Way's mission is to improve lives and strengthen our community by focusing on education, financial stability, health, and housing. 211 OC, Carla was just mentioning some of the work they're doing around homelessness. 211 OC, operated by Orange County United Way, is our county's 24/7 resource and referral line, serving as the front door for community support across the county. Last year alone, 1,516 San Clemente residents reached out to 211 seeking help with essentials like housing, food assistance, and family support. And according to United Way's Real Cost Measure report, 24% of households in the San Clemente, Laguna Niguel, and San Juan Cap areas, more than 16,000 families, are struggling to make ends meet. Through programs like United to End Homelessness, we're working to change that reality. Since 2019, this initiative has helped more than 1,200 individuals move into stable housing.
As Councilman Entermeyer mentioned, another critical United Way program addressing financial stability is the OC Free Tax Prep. This initiative provides free IRS-certified tax preparation services for thousands of hardworking Orange County residents each year, ensuring they maximize their refunds and access valuable tax credits. By putting more money back into the hands of families, this program strengthens financial stability and fuels economic growth in our local communities. Here in San Clemente alone, 273 households received free tax preparation services last year, resulting in more than $250,000 in total refunds, credits, and savings, money that helped them pay rent, groceries, and childcare. As we prepare for the upcoming tax season, we are recruiting volunteers to support this entire program. Volunteers can serve as tax preparers, greeters, or translators. All training is provided and no prior experience is required. It's a rewarding and impactful way to directly help the local families in San Clemente achieve financial stability. To learn more about how to get involved with local volunteer opportunities in our community, like food drives, back-to-school donation drives, and in-kind donations, please visit theunitedwayoc.org. Together, we can continue building a stronger, more resilient Orange County, one family, one success story, and one act of service at a time. We'd like to leave a couple of brochures for those that might be interested in signing up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Wayne Eggleston?
Good evening. I'd like to give an update on our Marine Corps adopted Marine Corps unit, 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines. If we could have some slides just on the loop there, that'd be great. This year, 2026, we celebrate our 30th anniversary of adopting 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines.
Oh, Lord.
That should be a record in itself, quite frankly. I wanted to give an update on the barbecue and thank the City of San Clemente, the Chamber of Commerce, San Clemente Women's Club, Left Coast Brewing, Rod's Tree Service, Cal Edison, with their gift baskets from Sons. These gift baskets were incredible that they made from SoCal Edison. The Fishermen's, Park Semper Fi, for the children's gifts, and thank all the residents who contributed the many, many children's gifts in San Clemente. It's just terrific. We had over 400 gifts to give the children of 2-4. And also wanted to thank our city council members, Rick Loeffler, Victor Cabral, and Mark Enmeyer for attending and helping to serve the food. I'd like to give a very big shout out to Arlene Forrest from the Chamber of Commerce. She's done this for 30 years. And it's just incredible how she has organized this event. The other photos that you may see up there are from Park Semper Fi. Spontaneously, we have re-enlistment ceremonies and promotions up there. We really don't know about that until we just go up there and see it. That's one slide right there. That was from Mission Viejo Recruiting. They had a gunny sarge that was promoted. And also, I wanted to tell you all on April the 2nd, 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines will have a dining in at Bella Collina, which of course you are all invited to, for 250 Marines and their dates, Marine officers and their dates. And of course, we are always looking for sponsors. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your hard work, Wayne. You're a treasure.
Greg Holsizer?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Greg Holsizer with the San Clemente Lifeguard and Junior Guard Foundation, and I'd like to give you an update on where we are with our sculpture project called The Rescue. You might recall that a little over a year ago, you approved us moving forward with it. We've been working diligently with city staff since that time to make this what will be an iconic feature in our community become a reality. Special thanks to Samantha Wiley, who's working so diligently with us, as well as our city manager, Andy, and our city attorney. The reason I'm smiling is that I'm pleased to report tonight that if you go look at our GoFundMe page, that with a total project cost anticipated to be $300,000, it currently shows that we've raised $160,000 in pledges and donations. So we're over halfway there, and we're really, really excited. We can see the finish line now, and we're just super excited about making this become a reality. And you can see the picture here, the depiction of what it's going to look like. So I'm really excited about that. Then I wanted to also talk about an event that we're having this Saturday at Los Molinos Beer Company down in the Surf Ghetto that we'd like to invite all of you and the community to. And that is an event to celebrate the city's 95th anniversary of our lifeguard department. It was 95 years ago in 1931 that the city formed its life-saving service. And since that time, there's been probably close to 110,000 rescues, and our men and women of our lifesaving department, lifeguard department, just do an incredible job. And so we thought it was fitting to host an open house down at Los Molinos Beer Company, and working with Roman there, shout out to him. And so this coming Saturday from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., I see I forgot to put the time here on, we'll be hosting a no-host event and inviting everyone from the public to come. We'll be talking twice during that time at 4 p.m. and 5:30. We will be making a presentation on the history of our lifeguard department, as well as doing a preview of the rescue sculpture project. And there'll be lots of time to meet with some of our former and current lifeguards and celebrate together this 95th anniversary. So I hope that you can all make that. And since I have a few minutes left here, let me just do a shout out to two of our major contributors so far for the sculpture. Sparky, of course, at Rainbow Sandals. He's always amazing. And then Sonance. Thanks, Sonance, so much for making major contributions and getting us halfway there. So we're very, very excited. Thank you for your support. We look forward to this bringing this wonderful community amenity to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And for those who don't know it, Greg is a longtime former lifeguard at San Clemente also.
Thank you.
Sarah Phillips, followed by Warren Vadreen, followed by Louise Herbert, followed by Donna Vadreen.
Good evening. I've been a San Clemente resident on and off for nearly 50 years, but this is my first time at a council meeting. I usually go to school board meetings. I'm requesting that item 11M be pulled from the consent calendar for discussion earlier in the evening. I'm sure many of us have work tomorrow, and staying up until the very end is hard, but I'll be here if that's the way it goes. I think it's unethical to put such a hot button issue at the very end of an agenda. Thank you.
Warren Vadreen, followed by Louise Herbert, followed by Donna Vadreen, followed by Lois McNichol. Warren?
Okay, this is basically geography as a topic. Over the years, especially 20 years ago, when I was actually hiking the several ridges northeast of the 5, I grew to appreciate the sweeping vistas. Clear days southwards all the way to the La Jolla Bluffs, sometimes seeing the Corona Islands off of Mexico. Northward, Palos Verdes, the islands and the stream, the rest of the islands, and then the Santa Barbara coast. From the ridges, most San Clemente residences are exposed, but the views of the beaches are mostly obstructed by our coastal bluffs. With heavy surf, the coastal line is indirectly marked by the clouds of spray kicked up by the surf. The actual beaches and the impact zones are hidden, except at a few gaps in the bluffs. Any 3D computer map shows this. The CBP already knows this and knows that only coastal bluff top cameras can effectively visualize what the CBP claims they need. So what's the game here? CBP ICE is now the largest law enforcement organization in the United States, and they are actively asserting that they are untouchable, refusing to share evidence with local law enforcement or even investigate fatal shootings of unarmed citizens. It's troubling. Contrast that with our current situation, where our local sheriff's department is quickly and effectively detaining panga boats arrivals and handing them over to the CBP. One and done. What unaccountable permanent masked force will replace our sheriff? We don't know. How will they utilize cameras best situated to surveil our citizenry, and how will we throw them out when they misbehave? The proposed action seems foolhardy and dangerous, and irretrievably hands away local control. That's not the kind of control we can get back. We have no exit.
Okay, thank you, Warren.
Please stop. Please think.
Just a heads up here, this item about the border protection camera is actually on the agenda. It's a consent item, but you can still comment on it at that proper time. So any future comments on this will have to go back to the consent calendar.
Well,
Thank you, Warren. Next speaker?
Louise Herbert, followed by Donna Vadrine, followed by Lois McNichol. Louise?
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. I'm here to make it short and sweet. I would like to see agenda item 11M moved forward in the program this evening. I think it is very obvious that it was buried in the back, hoping that
Okay,
very few
Louise,
communities
Thank you
would
for
be
your
here.
comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Why are you cutting me? I didn't mention the name of it. I just
Well,
asked for the agenda.
you're speaking on that item, Louise, so thank you
you.
for your comment. Appreciate it.
That's her time. Just so you know, that's how the city works.
Donna Vadrine?
Good evening, Council. Love to Serve San Clemente is proud to partner with our local public schools for Love to Serve San Clemente, a community-wide campus beautification day supporting school gardens and outdoor learning spaces. Volunteers are invited to sign up for the school where they would like to serve at. LoveToServeSanClemente.org. Event details are the time is from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., but you can have a flexible commitment. Even 1 to 2 hours makes a meaningful difference. This promises to be a fun, hands-on day working alongside school principals, staff, parents, and students. The schools have thoughtfully planned their projects with many hands helping. The work will be shared and achievable. There is truly a role for everyone based on interest and abilities. Let's show up and support school gardening, campus beautification, in our San Clemente community. Love to Serve San Clemente. Donna Vadrine, San Clemente resident, San Clemente Garden Club board member, Kiwanis Club San Clemente board member, and Christ Lutheran Church council president. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Donna.
Lois McNichol?
Okay, well, it's a new year, but not much has changed. Dredging is still a practice that and that practice, by the way, has been banned in several countries, but it's still running strong here in San Clemente, and it's really a not very economical or environmentally safe practice for the beach. But this city council is content to leave San Clemente in the death grips of the state. 2026 must be a year filled with independent thinking, common sense, and strengthening our unique beach community. This is the year for we the people to be heard, not committees, staff, and council members. Demand an independent audit of the budget in order to determine why we need a sales tax increase for the fire prevention suddenly. Was never mentioned last year. So let's talk about sand replenishment versus sand restoration. Sand replenishment will cost millions annually. You will pass it on to your grandchildren. It's a temporary fix. We have to use sand from other locations. The cost, it only covers a small portion of the beach, and it's environmentally unfriendly. Sand restoration, one price, you're done. It's a permanent fix. We use San Clemente's own sand. It covers the entire 4.6 miles of the beach. There are no environmental issues, and we can see results in 30 days. We won't need a sand czar. Transporting sand from other locations, paying for sand, or policing sand. Sand savers will generate revenue by renting this technology to other beaches. Obviates the need for a sales tax increase. The company has already offered a free demonstration to San Clemente, which we have yet to take them up on. I don't have a PhD, nor am I a former elected official, but I do my own research and I love this beach community. I am making the most of my life on this blue dot.
Thank you, Lois.
That is all for public comments or for oral communication, so we can move on. Motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Second?
All in favor?
I didn't hear the first. Was that Councilmember Meyer?
Yep.
Thank you. Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
All I would like to do is ask to pull item 11M from consent, and perhaps we can add it to the end of section of our,
Sorry. Sorry about that.
I'm out. Perhaps we can add it after 8D.
Let's see what.
So at the end of public hearings, then put in item 11M.
I'm just reading here.
This is the item about the cameras.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else. I don't see.
No second on the motion.
Well, I'm just looking, because we do have another one that might be also the same on consent that might be pulled, but how many cards have we gotten on 11M so far, Madam Clerk?
We have 10 cards on 11M.
Okay. Well, I have no problem with that, trying to move the items that we have the most speakers on farther towards the front.
Yep.
Do you have your, okay, well, I mean, I'll second the motion if it's a motion.
Great.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noblock is the only dissenting vote. And so we move on to
Closed session report, City Attorney.
Council met in closed session on item A. There was direction given, no reportable action. Council met in closed session on item B. There was no reportable action. Thank you.
Staff communications.
There's one item from our Public Works Director. It'll be real quick.
We should have a couple of slides here.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Rubens, our Public Works Director. Like City Manager said, I have a brief presentation. OCTA released this rendering and another one you'll see here in a minute. This is for the Mariposa Beach Trail. The Verdura wall you can see between the railroad tracks and the pedestrian path. There's a stainless steel fence. It'll be similar to the existing. It'll be about another foot taller. And the wires will be a little bit closer together. And then if you notice, the wall varies anywhere in height. The catchment wall between 6 and 28 feet in height, and it will be covered in vegetation. Next slide, please. Now, I know there's been some concerns from citizens about the trail potentially being below the railroad tracks, and from this rendering, you can see here, the majority of the trail is either at grade or up to 6 feet above the railroad tracks. And construction is moving along in good pace, even though we've had a fair amount of rain, and construction is anticipated to be complete in early summer of this year. And just a quick shout out to the maintenance department for getting the trail opened on the south end of town. They did a great job to get that open last week. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
I just have a quick question.
Sure.
This rendering shows planks. It was my understanding it's, there's no planks involved in
Yeah, that's a shadow from the wires it's a DG trail.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to public hearings. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. The first public hearing that we have this evening is item 8A, public hearing to consider a change or revocation of an approved weekly Cars and Coffee event under conditional use permit 22-328 pursuant to San Clemente Municipal Code Section 17.12.175, and to consider whether the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act.
But before I open the public hearing, City Attorney, would this be the time to address possible time restraints on the, okay. How many cards do we have on this item?
We have 51 cards right now.
So we did have a hearing not that long ago with about the same number of people. I recognize the overwhelming support, and I'm definitely touched by it. Also, the number of emails and phone calls I have gotten have been equal, and again, I'm equally impressed. But for that reason, I would like to propose that we maybe limit the conversation of each participant to 1 minute. I know that we're going to hear the same thing over and over. Well, my experience has been in the past that it's the same comment, and I think if you have something new to say, 1 minute would be enough. Personally, I think I've been moved enough to just hear 1 minute, and I'll move that we limit the oral communications on this item to 1 minute each participant. Have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Noblock. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay. And Councilmember Cabral is opposed.
I just think people should, I don't mind shortening the time, but we should let people know, before they prepare their 3 minutes, instead of.
Well, in all fairness, until we know how many people are going to be here, it's pretty difficult to.
Yeah, no, I understand. There's just a policy difference.
Well, let's call the, okay.
Mayor,
before we-
I have a question for the city attorney. Is this the right time to make disclosures?
We need to open the public hearing.
Okay.
Mayor should open the public hearing.
The public hearing is open, and now I'm going to ask each council member if they have any ex parte communications.
Yes, I'd like to make disclosure that I received a dozen of emails, replied a few emails to recognize the recipients of them, including one with the permit holder, Mr. Simon Ware. All the communications are public record. And also on January 14th, I spoke with Mr. Hal Cope, a volunteer organizer of the event. I listened to his comments, which is by and large consistent with his email a day before. But I made no commitment. Thank you.
I have nothing to declare except for the emails that we have all received.
Councilmember Cabral?
I've spoken to many people on this. I don't have a complete list of people, but including the permit holders, so it's, you can put it down as a number of people. I didn't respond to every email because I don't have the time, but.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I've also received quite a few emails and had a number of conversations, including one brief conversation with Mr. Craig and on a number of items, and we briefly, very briefly, mentioned that this was going to be on the agenda, and he indicated he would probably be here to speak.
And I, again, received numerous emails and phone calls. I returned the phone calls that I got and answered as many emails as I could, and have had an in-person meeting with the organizer of the event also.
What's your decision? Save us the time, tell us yes or no.
Well, that's a great thought, but we have to give the community an opportunity to speak.
Summarize it.
Mayor and council, Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. Staff has a presentation that will be led by Jonathan Lightfoot, our city planner.
Good evening. I'll run through the history quickly and then through additional information that staff has received since the last time this item was discussed by the council, and ultimately wrap up with some thoughts on a recommendation. So at this property, the event history began in 2017 with an approval for special activities permits, individual approvals of individual events that then morphed into a menu of outdoor events that was approved in 2018. There were some complaints about some aspects of those events, and the Planning Commission revisited the outdoor use permit in 2022 and issued an amended approval that included a weekly cars and coffee event. And most recently, in September of 2025, the City Council reviewed information about the event, including some enforcement actions, and directed staff to return with a consideration for this item, the potential for a modification or revocation. The project site is shown in this screen here. Obviously, a large property at the outlets zoned as a commercial, regional commercial. And the weekly car show, again, in that 2022 amendment, added some conditions that set expectations for signage, security, volunteers, and routing, indicating that vehicles for this event should exit near the Chick-fil-A. There's some other elements there, but staff have been to the site numerous times since the 2022 amended approval, and generally have identified compliance with all of those conditions. However, there have been some off-site issues that have been raised. This is a table that is reflective of what the council looked at in September of last year that indicated a number of citations issued during saturated enforcement events by California Highway Patrol in March and Orange County Sheriff's Department in May. The council was interested in some clarifications on that data, so that's included in the staff report. For instance, identifying that out of the 159 CHP citations, 102 of those really fall within the time frame that would have been attributable or correlated to the event. Of those, 49 were for speeding violations, and the remainder were for other types of violations, such as improperly displayed plates, use of phones, or other things. Both the CHP and OCSD confirmed that the event is is well managed on-site. But there are some concerns remaining about off-site. In particular, a theme that staff heard was related to motorcycles, and that is a common culprit for folks who have not been responsive to directives from law enforcement. I mentioned saturated enforcement units. This is when additional units are brought to an area to focus on a specific topic. So in this case, motor vehicle violations. So both CHP and OCSD have done some saturated enforcement. And OCSD conducted 3 in the near term after the September discussions on this item, and issued 22 citations on November 22nd, 37 on December 6th, and 83 on December 13th. They, on occasion, can use state grant funds to support those, but for the most part, those are costs that would be borne locally. So another consideration that the council was interested in was the financial considerations and to conduct additional enforcement, which is typically 2 deputies that arrive before, stay during, and remain after the event. It's about $1,350 per day for that enforcement to occur, which is representative of what we saw on the prior slides. And there was also questions about citation fines and revenues. From staff's research, it appears that there's not a difference between the citation rates between the local law enforcement and CHP. In both cases, the base fine amount is paid by whoever receives that citation, goes through the Superior Court, back to the county assessor, and then ultimately distributed to the local governments, receive 85%. That is just the base fee, though, so the amount that someone pays, it's not 85% of that total amount. So in summary, the area that we're discussing does have a high priority within our specific planning documents for encouraging and promoting a tax base. Staff has also seen that this event does bring additional traffic and support for the commerce at the center. And the on-site operations do remain compliant with the use permit conditions. However, as mentioned, there are some off-site correlated vehicle violations. So staff's initial thoughts on what some potential options for council could be would be to table the item, modify the permit, or revoke the permit. Within the modify option, there's a number of angles that could be considered, such as requiring the event operator to bear the costs of that additional enforcement activity, to prohibit motorcycle participation in the event area to try to curb the issue that they've had related to that vehicle type, to modify the ingress and egress for the event, require installation of license plate readers on site or immediately off site but near the property to reduce the event frequency, require participant registration, or require installation of signage such as pedestrians must remain on sidewalks. So from that menu, staff thinks that the 3 highlighted here would be the most appropriate. So those have been factored into the preliminary staff recommendation here, which is reflected on the final slide that I have. And that is to maintain the CUP, but to implement these 3 items to look at establishing a private contract with OCSD for additional enforcement services, to limit the motorcycle participation in the event area, and to require the installation of license plate readers. And that concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions?
I have questions. Yeah. I'm trying to get a better understanding of what issue you're trying to address in the report. Is it sound or speed?
Speed primarily.
Speed primarily. And out of the number of tickets that were given, how many of those came from the car show? Do you know?
Yeah, so from what we were seeing is about 50% of the citations issued were speed related.
Okay,
And-
no, that wasn't the question.
Yeah.
How many came from the car show?
So there's not.
I mean, they're going down Pico, so
Yeah.
how do you ferret out who came from the car show and who's just driving down Pico?
That's a fair question, and I don't have a precise answer as to were all of those license plates identified as having been participants at the event. It is law enforcement's opinion that the majority of those citations were related to participants.
The majority?
The majority,
50% plus.
correct.
And do you know what that's based on?
Observation.
That they came out of the car show? They're on Pico and they,
Yeah, so not always on Pico. So you'll see.
or on Vista Del Mar?
Yep. So the enforcement occurs in a broader South County area. Obviously, this event, as we discussed in the September review of this item draws participants from all over Orange County. And so the saturated enforcement events typically, I'll talk to the California Highway Patrol first. You'll see that those tickets occur really from the 73 toll road area in Aliso down to the county border. That's the area that they have identified as being the locations where the speeding primarily occurs.
Say that again, because
Yeah.
where are these citations?
Yeah, so the 73 near
Okay.
Greenfield, like that area, the on-ramp onto the 5 south,
Okay.
down to the county border area
Okay.
is the area of primary concern where they identified the need for the saturated enforcement.
And you say you're trying to address speed. We've done other speed efforts to control speed, Pico, other areas. Can you tell me what the findings are, though? Because I think they're very similar. If you put 3 officers on Pico or Vista Del Mar, you'll end up with that same number of tickets, probably more, I would think.
Yeah, so I'll repeat. Those numbers are not tied to, there's not currently a registration requirement for folks at the events where then they're cross-analyzing who did we issue the citations for. So it is a observation-based assumption.
Yeah, but my point is that if you put 3 or 4 officers anywhere in San Clemente, you'll end up with those number of tickets for speeding.
Understood.
Okay. I don't have any other questions right now.
Questions for staff?
Yes, I do. City planner, on the CUP, are there a number for the number of cars that is allowed?
From the CUP that was approved in 2018, the site plan for the CARS event included a total of approximately 300 parking spaces used within the event area.
Okay.
And also identified a number of expected or anticipated participants.
Okay, so 300 parking spaces used, but the attendance routinely exceeds that.
In the times when city staff has gone and reviewed this event, it's, the anticipated attendance was of 1,000 spectators, essentially, over a 3 to 4 hour period. That's a hard number to completely count. So we do estimations based on a given time period and how many individuals are on the site that can be counted at one time. The event appears to be within that 1,000 people. And then the number of vehicles has been consistent, not only with the area identified, because there's only so many parking spaces within the event area, but it looks like generally 300 or fewer actual vehicles.
Okay, okay. I have another question for the city attorney. I've read some comments questioning the city's ability to regulate it because those behavior happens outside of the immediate premise of the event. What is the city's legal ability to regulate them?
So the item before you is a modification of a conditional use permit. You can add conditions as long as there's a nexus and it's rationally related and proportional to the impact on the community.
A nexus, meaning,
It's related.
if there's a causal relationship or foreseeable causal relationship,
The legal term is nexus.
nexus. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
I have,
Well, let's
Yes.
no, Councilmember Emmeyer go.
I just want to make clear that the staff's recommendation is that cars and coffee continue.
Yes, that's correct.
Staff recommendation is that cars and coffee continue, just to put a few boundaries around this for some of our residents outside of this area who are impacted, but that the cars and coffee event continue on. That sounds like a great staff recommendation to me. Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Victor, you had another question?
yeah, unless, no, okay, yeah. you're a business development, you still have that responsibility. I didn't see any information on the impact of this on business in our community in your reports. Could you tell me more about, is this going to help business in San Clemente?
Yeah. This is something that we did take a look at in the past related to what is the impact not just of the event but on the businesses there. So we had previously looked at the inflow of so I'll simplify it this way. During the Cars and Coffee event, that's about 5% of the traffic at the outlets during that 2-hour span for the entire week. So if you look at any other 2-hour span, the typical traffic is going to be at about 1% or lower because that's spread evenly. So there is a very noticeable uptick during that 2-hour window of the business at the outlets.
So it has do you have any idea how that impacts the outlets or the businesses there, the bakery, the coffee shop, all the businesses that make money and pay taxes to San Clemente?
Especially the food and beverage businesses all see about a 2 times increase.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, that was a great staff report. I really appreciate that. So now we have the applicant has an opportunity to make a presentation. And you're Simon's son?
I am, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and your first name?
James.
James, thank you, James.
Yeah, cool.
You have 10 minutes for.
Oh, that's nice. Good evening, Mayor and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to begin by acknowledging the concerns raised by some of the neighbors. It's completely understandable that people view this issue personally. We all care deeply about our homes and our community. The truth is, the majority of San Clemente residents value and participate in this event. It's become part of our city's core identity and something that brings people together week after week. This is the largest weekly free community event in the county, possibly in the country, and it doesn't cost the city a dime. It attracts automakers showcasing new and prototype vehicles, movie cars, and even Formula One cars. We get to see them right here in San Clemente. Visitors meet celebrities, see rare cars, and enjoy a positive community atmosphere that spans generations and creates quality time with parents, grandparents, and children. The event also provides volunteer opportunities for Camp Pendleton Marines, allowing them to earn their volunteer hours with LOAs to help progress in their professional careers while helping foster a positive and respectful relationship with the city, as well as the youth, which is something that we're incredibly proud of. 20% of our social media followers are right here in San Clemente. That's over 300,000 views out of our 1.5 million annually. And 75% of those are working, voting adults over the age of 35, active members of our community. When it comes to charity work, we've supported the annual Toys for Marines Drive, Chalk, the Boys and Girls Club, and charity shows for people like Chip Foose with Amy's Depot, as well as Cruising for a Cure for men's prostate cancer awareness. Giving back has always been at the heart of what we do. Our event drives significant foot traffic, creates local jobs, and adds millions to the local economy, not just the outlets, but across the city. It brings visitors from across the state, across the country, and even from around the world. We've been featured in the San Clemente Journal for putting San Clemente on the map. Our social media reaches more than 5 million views every month, the highest in the city. We've been featured on shows like The World According to Jeff Goldblum, Hot Rod Garage, Wheeler Dealers, and The Ride That Got Away. Even influencers, celebrities, and people like Dallas Raines have shown their support, all of which bring positive global attention to San Clemente. The reality is that the majority of San Clemente residents value and participate in this event. It's become part of the city's identity, and as one speaker noted at a recent council meeting, Laguna Beach is known for the Sawdust Festival and Pageant of the Masters. Huntington Beach is known for the Air Show and the Surf Festival. San Clemente is known for cars and coffee. The city should be proud of it, embrace it, and support it. Since posting details of the upcoming city hearing on social media, the community support has been nothing short of overwhelming. The posts have had over 600,000 views, over 2,000 interactions of support, dozens of shares onto personal, business, and community Facebook pages. We've had over 5,000 signatures on our petition supporting the event. Even ABC7, Dallas Raines, and Jay Lona's Garage have thrown in their hats in the ring with support. When it comes to noise and emissions, compared to the nearby I-5 freeway, which carries about 260,000 vehicles every day, it's 1.8 million cars a week, the impact of our event is minimal. Event traffic makes up less than 0.04% of that volume. The noise and emissions are negligible by comparison. We tend to think that the many, many positives of this event outweigh the few negatives, but sometimes as a city, we make small sacrifices for the greater good, for something that benefits not just a few of us, but all of us. Let's discuss some of the proposed options by the City Council. Reducing the event to once a month. This would cause confusion, result in unmanaged weekly attendance, and lead to significantly larger and more disruptive events on crowd days. Requiring the event to pay for sheriff services. This would establish a precedent that extends beyond this event, as a responsibility for public roadways does not fall on private businesses once patrons leave the property. Let's say that, for instance, someone goes to Nick's and leaves in a disrespectful manner. Would Nick's be responsible for paying for the sheriffs to handle these situations? Absolutely not. This is the responsibility of the city. In the last meeting, we were told on record that there was additional budgeting for 2 additional officers to be stationed. In addition to this, charging admission would drastically reduce the event attendance by an estimated 75%, harming local businesses, eliminating the event's viability. It would also create severe traffic congestion due to the administrative process of checking and/or charging admission based on entry. This goes for registering for the event as well. Banning motorcycles would just cause them to congregate in the parking lots outside of the event, which they're allowed to do if they're going to Starbucks, for example, leaving them without anyone monitoring them or controlling their behavior. We want the same thing. We want drivers to leave quietly and respectfully. We want kids not to congregate on the bridge, encouraging antisocial behavior. But currently, we are exceeding the requirements of the CUP on the property. We should, not only should we not have to control crowds once we leave, but we also have no authority to do so. The city gets 85% of the revenue from the citations, correct? This means that the city has more than enough money to pay for this. And as the person, one of the people that own this, we don't have the money to pay for the cops. As much as I wish we did, we don't. Paying for the sheriff is a small price to pay for the city, considering what the event does for the city, for the community, the economy, and considering the event, as it stands currently, costs the city nothing. Here's the bottom line. If this event goes away, people will still show up. But without us, there won't be anyone to organize it, guide it, or control it. The success of the outlets is closely tied to the viability of this event. If it fails, the community and the local economy would feel that loss deeply. So while I absolutely respect the concerns of a few neighbors, I ask you to see the bigger picture, the benefit that this brings to our city, our businesses, and our people. When we started South OC Cars and Coffee, for my dad, it was just a way for him to share his passion with cars with his friends. And for me, little father and son time. We got my mom, Sarah, involved, and she started organizing volunteers. Our family grew, and all of you became part of our South OC Cars and Coffee family. Never in a million years could we have imagined what it could become today. Not just the size or the reach, but the friendships, the memories, and the sense of community that it's created right here in San Clemente. When we moved here from the other side of the world, San Clemente welcomed us. This event and everything that we've built together is our way of giving back to the city that welcomed us with open arms. South OC Cars and Coffee is more than a meet. It's a celebration of creativity, connection, and the vibrant and historic car culture that started right here in Southern California. It brings people together, supports our local economy, and showcases our city to the world. We're proud of that legacy and remain committed to keeping the event safe, respectful, and beneficial for everyone. Thank you so much for your time, for your consideration, your continued support of this incredible community tradition, and thank you so much for everyone that showed up today.
Okay, thank you, James. And just a reminder, I know people have yelled out, why don't you vote? We can't vote until we have public comments. That's just part of the system here. It's 1 minute, not very much time. If you hear that somebody else has said what you've said and you want to get to the vote quicker, then that's how it's going to go. So anyway, how about calling the first 10 speakers?
I will call the first 10 speakers. Addison Anderson, followed by Don Yegan, followed by Ira Hurwitz, followed by Larry Braun, Victor Munoz, Doug Anderson, Bill Burke with Ruby's Diner, John Anderson, Richard Adams, and Dennis Asbury. So Addison Anderson, you are up with 1 minute to speak.
Good evening. I'm Addison Anderson. I'm 19 years old and a lifelong San Clemente resident and a vintage truck owner. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I rebuilt my 1971 Ford Ranger through the San Clemente Auto Academy. The truck represents years of hard work, learning, and pride, and I'm standing here today because of communities like South Cars and Coffee. Because of this community, I've been able to network with professionals, gain internship opportunities, and ultimately decide on my college path in engineering. These conversations happening early on the weekend mornings and around classic cars have shaped my future in real, tangible ways. I've participated in many car shows throughout high school, but Cars and Coffee is different. It's accessible, welcoming, and rooted in respect of craftsmanship in the automotive history. So this has really changed my life, and I just wanted to say that I'm really grateful for the opportunities it's given me. And I'm not a speeder. Thank you.
Don Yeagan? Don Yeagan?
Council. My name's Don Yeagan, and I lead 85 classic car owners under the banner Just Having Fun. All year long, we put on community service events from Tustin to Camp Pendleton. Each December, SoCal Woodies coordinates the Mickey Christensen Toy Drive at South OC Cars and Coffee. The drive, now in its 15th year, benefits the Marine families at the 1st Combat Engineering Battalion. This past year, I was asked to lead the drive and coordinate the collection efforts for the car clubs and hundreds of attendees. Saturday, December 6th, with the help of James and Simon Ware, we collected more than 1,500 toys, bikes, and wagons, and arranged for shipment of the toys down to the base in a 5-ton military truck. 2 weeks later, the real fun happened as we joined in with the San Clemente Presbyterian Church, who provides holiday meals for over 800 Marines and their families.
Thank you, Don.
Okay, thank you.
Ira Horwitz?
I've been involved in the car culture for over 45 years. Never been involved in anything like this, never seen anything like this. I met a man there, sat a couple years ago, came set, parked next to me. We shared a cup of coffee. He said to me, "I'll see you next week." 3 weeks came by, I never saw him again. I gave him a call. He said to me, "I've been very depressed. I've been diagnosed with cancer." I talked to him for over an hour about cars, family. His wife called me 2 weeks later and said, thank you so much for saving my husband's life. You talked him down. I just want to know, gentlemen, how many lives have you saved? And better yet, how many lives will be destroyed if you let this event go? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Larry Braun?
I'm going to make my speech very, very short. I'm the person that this Cars and Coffee saved, and that gentleman is the person that helped me through what I've had. And I'm fighting cancer, and I'm going to win. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Victor Munoz?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Victor Munoz, representing the Specialty Equipment Market Association. And I'll just be short and sweet. We represent 39 member businesses in the San Clemente and surrounding areas and generate more than $462 million in economic output here. And I'm here tonight in support of South OC Cars and Coffee and the organizers, and respectfully urge that the council maintain the existing conditions of the CUP. I'll start by just saying that, I'm not just an advocate, I'm also an attendee of the event. I attended it with my dad during COVID, and it made us feel normal. And events like these connect community, families, and local commerce, and they do it without city funding. So I respectfully request that you keep it as is.
Thank you, Victor.
Doug Anderson?
Good evening. I read the agenda report for this item, and it found it to be well-written with a good background and summary of the many benefits and the few negatives associated with the Cars and Coffee events. I did have a few comments similar to the councilman. It seemed like the fiscal impact section could have added more detail into the economic benefits of this, and hopefully some of the merchants may be able to expound on that. The other comment is regarding the motorcycles. Recommendation by staff is to prohibit motorcycle participation in the event area. I think that's an extreme reaction penalizes all motorcycle enthusiasts for the actions of a few bad actors. I think a hybrid option, if there has to be a change, is to keep the weekly automobile exhibit, but allow the motorcycles once a month, and that way you could focus the law enforcement activities once a month for that purpose. Thank you.
Bill Burke, representing Ruby's Diner.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bill. I do represent restaurants, but it's all restaurants. I'm a hospitality person. We're kind of unique people. Where a lot of us are here. What I wanted to give is a different point of view, which is when I look at the people that come to the car show, I see families, I see children, fathers and sons, old people like me. And really what's happening there is we're making connections. We're finding ways to communicate. We're learning how to teach our kids, and we're making memories. And it's similar in hospitality industry, and I really think there's a tie between cars and coffee and hospitality, which would be a shame to get rid of. And that's really all I wanted to say.
Thank you, sir.
Ron Anderson.
Good evening. Getting cut down to 1 minute really struggles with things here. And it also affects the rights of the parties to appeal. If you read the administrative code, when you cut that time back, you're essentially cutting our feet off because only issues that are brought up at this hearing can be appealed later. So I just wanted to address that. And then on the money issue, there's $230,000 in revenue generated from citations. And it's pointed out that that money can't be used to pay for the officers that are patrolling, but it can be used for several other things that are in the city's budget. So all you do is you take that money that you've allocated from the budget and you use that for the officers, and then you take your revenue from the citations and use that for those designated purposes. It's quite simple, and like was already said, we have no control off-site, so.
Richard Adams. Richard Adams.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to speak. I am a 40-year resident of the city of San Clemente. I'm a car guy, and I want to speak to just a small portion of, since we have just this 1 minute. I'm chairman of the board of the National Ferrari Owners Club. I'm speaking for thousands of Ferrari owners. The National Club is actually headquartered right here in San Clemente, as I'm chairman, as is the president of the club. One of the things I find most important is the impact we have on the guests that come to the event, especially the children. One of the things I get to do is offer the opportunity for small children, teenagers, to sit in a Ferrari for the first time.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Dennis Asbury. Yes. Dennis Asbury.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, fellow council members. My name is Dennis Asbury. I'm a resident of San Clemente. And yes, I'm a car buff. And at the same time, I support the Cars and Coffee, but equally as important and relative to Cars and Coffee are the retailers that are in the South Clemente outlets. Being a commercial real estate broker for 52 years, I'm cognizant of what it takes to be a retailer. With the advent of shopping online and the vanishing big box tenants, the people in the outlets, the retailers, have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and committed to hundreds of thousands by signing leases, completing TIs, hiring people, filling their inventory. So the Cars and Coffee had a tremendous impact, a positive impact on the economics and the fiscal part of the economy in South County. Thank you.
I will call the next 10 speakers. I'll call the next 10 speakers. John Covert, followed by Jace Mullen, followed by Ralph Gramajo, Matthew Zakari, Matt Neal, Hal Coop, Steve Bash, Chris Wheeler, Gabe, and Ted Quinn. So John Covert, you're up next.
Seventh grade speech class all over again. I want to thank the city council for having this forum so we can talk about what Cars and Coffee means to us. First of all, I think we all should be thanking Simon and James and their team, lifting them up and coming to them with solutions on how to make this event work for San Clemente. 2 hours on a Saturday morning, pure joy. We could all use a little more joy in our lives right now, I think. I'd like everyone to think about their first car that you could call your own. I can guarantee that it's probably been displayed at Cars and Coffee. I wore this shirt last weekend when I went. It's a Volkswagen thing, a little quirky. A woman approached me as I was walking down the second row, and she pointed to my shirt. Wow, already? Serious?
Thank you, John.
All right. Well,
I love the thing.
Jace Mullen,
How's everybody doing? So it's been interesting. I've been here every time. We all wrote these, and it's fine. We don't get the opportunity. But what I will take the opportunity to do, because it won't influence your decision, is Rick, you're a bully. You're not a nice guy. I see how condescending you are to people. You cut people's time. You're rude. You do that with your face. And I don't think anybody's going to take the opportunity to say it to you. But as a sitting mayor, you should, just like you're rolling your eyes now, you should learn how to be a little bit more political, a little bit more respectful, and a little bit more kind. That's all. Have a great night.
Ralph Gramajo.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to keep this short. My name is Ralph Gramajo. I'm the security manager at the outlets of San Clemente. I'm going to talk about the LPRs that we installed in early December. We are in talks about sharing our LPR information with the OC County Sheriffs. As a direct liaison for, with the Orange County Sheriffs, I can tell you that officers respond quickly whenever we call them, and we have a great rapport. As far as Cars and Coffee goes, the gates open at 8:30, and people start leaving about 10:30. And with a large number of attendees in a small lot, week in and week out, I believe that with no incidents, I believe that's a win. You can't even go to Disneyland or Knott's Berry Farm without having fights, and we have none. My team, Cars and Coffee team, and the OC Sheriffs, we do a phenomenal job of keeping everybody safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph.
Matthew Zakari.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew Zockrell. I am actually a resident of the neighboring city, Rancho Santa Margarita. So, my family and I recently moved here a little over a year and a half ago, and in doing so, that is how we heard about the Cars and Coffee through a family friend. And my son and I have been attending the show almost every Saturday. Growing up, I was always a car and motorcycle nut, working on them with my dad, my grandfather. It was just amazing. Now, as a father, attending that show with my son and seeing that same passion in his eyes and hearing him tell me all these amazing details about, oh, that's a sweet Camaro, that's a cool Ferrari, all these cool things here, it really brings a happiness that is just awesome. It's also become a great way for us to bond and have fun together every weekend. It's great because it gets them away from screens. As we know, little kids are constantly on that, so getting them to work on real world things such as communication with others and getting them outside and doing those kind of things is huge.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
Matt Neal.
Hi, I'm Matt Neal. I'm an attorney. I attended the last meeting here, and I addressed how well I thought Simon ran the show and the Cars and Coffee. One thing I didn't address, and I wanted to bring up, and I think it's important, is you had a complainant that resided up here in Marblehead. And when I moved down here in 1976, I lived in Presidential Heights. I could hear the freeway. I then moved to San Juan Capistrano, right above the freeway. I heard that. And then I moved back down here again. But I think there's an estoppel. And you can't move to a situation that you know is going to be troublesome and then complain about it. You have 380,000 cars a day, is what I'm told by Caltrans, on that freeway. And I fail to see how 300 to 500 cars can create more noise.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
Hal Culp. Hal?
Hi, my name's Hal Culp. I live in Shorecliffs and a very long volunteer for the South OC Cars and Coffee. Now that I'm being shortened, I want to talk, there are 5 words that I think are associated with the car show: family, friendship, community, happiness, and ambassadors. As a volunteer, I am an ambassador, and all of the other volunteers are ambassadors to the city and to the car show itself. Friendship. I'm just going to give an example. I've been there a long time. How many people in this room know me by name? All right? I've met I know 100 people by name that I've met at the car show. It is a fantastic event. The last thing I want to say is I like bringing my little car, my little Fiat. And I like it because it weighs 1,550 pounds. It has 3 rows of seats. It's 22 horsepower, and people have fun with it.
Thank you, Hal.
Bash? Steve Bash?
I had a lot more to say, but I'm going to condense. I'd like to share a personal story that happened 2 weeks ago, January 10th. A young boy, gets me, somewhere around 10 or 12 years of age, was enamored by my car. As I occasionally do, I invited him to get in and sit behind the wheel. He was in his glory, just beaming, and it was beautiful. His mom whispered to me while Tommy was sitting in the car that his 51-year-old father had just passed away. And this is the first time they had him out. That was a magic moment for Tommy and for his family and for me and my son. We always talk about paying it forward. I want to be able to keep making a small difference in people's lives. And Cars and Coffee offers us this opportunity. The good it generates far outweighs any of the negatives you share.
Chris Wheeler? Chris Wheeler?
Hello, my name is Chris Wheeler. First, I want to thank James and his dad for running an awesome show and having a place for the community to go. Yeah, there's been a lot of touching stories that got me teared up, especially the guy from before that saved that guy's life. But for me, the positive impact on business is huge. I'm born and raised in Orange County. I don't come to San Clemente a lot. Now I do. I shop at the outlets when I come. I come every weekend. And being at the event, my first time was about a year ago. It was safe. There was no fights that was mentioned. Nothing happened on the premise. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you have like 50 volunteers, but everybody's happy when I show up. It's very organized. It's put on very, very well. And it was just sad talking to some of the employees in the complex. Like, am I going to lose my job? I don't know. I want the show to stay. And it was cool to talk to them and see how it impacted everybody. And I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Abe?
All right, we'll just give you the condensed version. Thank you. I just wanted to echo something that Councilmember Cabral mentioned, in that when you have grant-funded traffic enforcement details where there are 4 to 6 additional police units are deployed, when that level of enforcement is added anywhere in the city, the citations are going to go up. Doesn't really matter. Also, I just asked the city to look at after those enforcement details if if there was a decline in citations afterwards. And to the comment that was made about 5 or 6 complaints a week, whether those are coming from unique households. I spend, money at the retail establishments. I'm not a resident of San Clemente, but I do come to the city to enjoy the show, and I do buy food and coffee. And I just wanted to add, what he said about the 51-year-old father that passed away. I just wanted to add that really touched me personally, and that I'm a little late to the dad party. I'm 51, and I have a 5 and 3-year-old, and I bring my children to the show. And when I get home and my son wants to play Cars and Coffee
Thank you,
with
sir.
Hot Wheels, it's very meaningful. Thank you.
Ed Quinn? Ed Quinn?
Hi, my name's Ted Quinn, and I'm a resident of Dana Point, but I go many times to the Cars and Coffee and represent our club, South Orange County Rods and Customs. And I'm also on, we all contribute, all of us, to the city of San Clemente in many ways. I'm on the advisory board for San Onofre, as is City Council Member Cabral. I can tell you how many times we've had young people sit in my car because they come to visit, they want to understand what the old cars are. And I want to thank James and Simon and the whole crew for everything that you've done, because I think it's a credit to San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted.
Call the next 10 speakers: Henry Flores, followed by Rob Johnston, followed by Linda Ford, Amanda Quintanilla, Allison Lusk Mavazin, Sarah Ware, Jake Burtz, Gina Barbie, Frank Orlando, and Tara Bruce. Henry Flores. Henry Flores? Okay, I'll call the next speaker. Rob Johnston?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Rob Johnston. I've been a resident of the city of San Clemente for many decades, and I can say from a unique perspective, I've probably been to every single Cars and Coffee. The reason is because my home is in Marblehead, and we overlook Cars and Coffee in the Outlet Mall, and I can say ever since that show has started, it's been a complete joy to experience the show, both visiting it and having it going on Saturday mornings. Just to, even being, up on the hill, you can feel the energy and the friendship and the camaraderie and the love and the community. And so that's my unique perspective tonight from what I haven't heard. And I would encourage the City Council to keep Cars and Coffee forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Linda Ford? Linda Ford? No? Okay. Amanda Quintanilla?
It's wonderful. Good evening. It's wonderful to see support from our community to come together to support Cars and Coffee. It's wonderful. It reminds me of the days when many of us fought against the toll roads and we all came together as a community. As the city staff and staff report stated that the event operator has complied with specified conditions, the problem is our off-site, and our deputies and CHP have been monitoring this well. Having private contracts for 2 deputies should not be done at the expense of Cars and Coffee or the outlets. Also, they should not be taken away, those 2 deputies should not be taken away from other places where they are needed, like such as emergencies. Cars and Coffees brings in a lot of revenue and taxes, such as for the exotic car sales, and the preventative measures such as putting up signs and having licensed readers should be done at the city's expense. Thank you for your time, and thanks.
Thank you, Amanda.
Allison Lusk Mavazin? Allison?
Good evening. I'm Allison Lusk Mavazin, and my husband Chip and I have been, we purchased our home here in Marblehead Inland Development 40 years ago this year. And I know we all know the benefits of Cars and Coffee. I'm going to talk about the noise problem. As I said, I live in Marblehead Development. Our street sides directly with Vista Hermosa. The noise has subsided dramatically in the past few months. Here and there, we get the show-off noisemakers racing up and down Hermosa, but we already have that nearly every day of the week. The people going 60 miles an hour up and down and weaving in and out every day are just as dangerous. Thank you, Sheriff's Department, for the days you do the slow-down stings on Hermosa. It definitely works. As far as the noise complaints coming from Marblehead Inland residents, there's always been disclosure. I worked in the Highland Light sales office, Highland Light Village, Fair Harbor, New Providence office. There was always disclosure. They knew.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
Sarah Ware? Sarah Ware?
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, staff, guests and friends. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. And thank you to everyone who supports this event, and especially to our military volunteers. I know there's so many of you here today. Thank you. My name is Sarah Ware. I'm James's mum and I'm Simon's wife. And for the past 9 years, South OC Cars and Coffee has brought together community. I'm not going to read this, I'm just going to talk. The big thing about us is that we embrace everybody. We don't value an expensive car over a cheap car. We don't value a young person over an older person. We embrace everybody. Okay, if you take this away, community will not be the same in San Clemente. I firmly believe that. I would just like to say thank you very much to everybody who's shown up in support of us tonight. It means the world. You guys are it. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Jake Burtz? Jake?
Hi, Councilman, and hi, everyone else here supporting South OC Cars and Coffee. I am a current student enrolled at San Clemente High School, and I am also in the auto program. Along with the auto program, hearing about everyone going to the car show every single weekend and them being able to see this car or that car, or go more into either if they like trucks or cars or whatever, and being able to see what they like there is just such a awesome feeling. And I've been volunteering there since 8th grade, which is crazy to say because that's 5 years ago. But in doing that, I have missed about, I think, 10 shows. I'm there every weekend, and taking the show away would be a huge detriment to not only the students at the school, but everyone else. I have met one of my best friends, Jackson, who was too scared to speak tonight, in the back, and I just think keeping the show would mean a lot to the community.
Thanks, Jake.
Gina Barbie?
Hi, my name is Gina. Well, I had a long-ass speech here. Now that it's only 1 minute, I really can't say the whole thing. Well, I've been coming to the car show practically since it's been opened. I always bring my 65, sometimes 66 Mustang. Well, first, if you guys actually shut the show down, people would still come every week, and if people come every week, then it's going to be chaotic because, I mean, Simon, Sarah, and James aren't going to be there to keep everything organized. And most people buy a coffee anyway, so I don't think you can kick anyone out. Well, okay, that's all I had to say because I had a whole speech, and I'll just email it to you guys.
Thanks, Gina.
Frank Orlando? Frank? We have...
Hey guys. Okay, yeah, so like her, I had a big speech too, but I'm just gonna wing it here. So I live in Dana Point. I go to the car show every single weekend. It is something I absolutely look forward to. I go to Rockwell's, I get my coffee, I meet my friends. One of my best friends, Riley, who I've met with my Honda S2000 that I have. That is like one of my best friends that I've met. So like if you guys were to take this car show away, I would be so bummed. I work in the restaurant industry, so I know what it's like for all of these people that work there. I know that they're probably getting way better tips just because all of us are showing up. So I do think that by keeping Cars and Coffee there, it's just going to benefit everybody. And I really look forward to this every weekend. It gets everybody to get out of the house and go do something and actually be part of a community that just represents this whole area. So keep it going, and let's keep Cars and Coffee going, guys.
Thanks, Frank.
Tara?
Hi, good evening. My name is Tara Bruce. I was the first Marine Corps volunteer at South OC Cars and Coffee, and I'd like to think that I've helped lead the way for the other military personnel around me. In the local area, we have over 70,000 active duty personnel, and that doesn't even include their families. This event has helped touch not only the lives of me and my other brothers and sisters who are still active duty, but the veterans before me. And that helps us continue that we keep our legacy as the military to help to protect and serve this country. We pass down traditions. We absolutely volunteer our time, and we care about our community. It would be an absolutely horrendous act to get rid of this for the military community around me. Thank you so much to the other veterans in this house. I recently got out. I'm now one of the disabled veterans that walk among you guys today. And I couldn't think where I would ever be in this day and age without this wonderful show. I lost my father 10 years ago. Simon Ware was the first man in that decade that I ever considered to be a father to me. Please don't take this away from us.
Thank you, Tara.
Next 10 speakers, John Shermer, followed by Michael Zervalik, followed by David Friedman, Michael Hereda, Ida Chavez, Tammy Pyatt, Gary Giacomini, Manfred Pattison, Gary Willenborg, Michael Hoy, and Jessica Monroe, I believe. John Shermer?
Hi. Over the last 20 years, I've volunteered at car shows in Irvine and here with my son, now with my grandson. We come all the time. I'm here almost every week that I can. When I was here last a couple years ago when the conditional use permit came up, I remember the sheriff speaking, and he mentioned that they get more calls from Little League games than they do for Cars and Coffee. And I think that says a lot. Otherwise, we should keep this going on as long as possible.
Thank you, John.
Michael Zervalik? Michael? There you go.
Keep this short and sweet because I have to get school in the morning. Personally, I think South OC Cars and Coffee is a wonderful thing because it's more than a destination. It's more than just a car cruise. It's the only community gathering in South County where I feel like anyone could go, whether they're a car enthusiast or not, and be welcomed into a diverse, inclusive, and frankly just awesome group of people. It's the only place where I can see people in this day and age put aside their differences and just enjoy a Saturday morning together. And it's the very essence of community. In this divided day and age, community is something that once it's gone, we're never going to get it back. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
David Friedman?
Hi, I'm David Friedman. I came to San Clemente in 1996. I bought a lot here to build my dream home. I built my dream home. I've been living here ever since. I'm a car guy by heart. Have a lot of friends I've met at Cars and Coffee. My kids, when they're in town, they want to go. My grandkids are in town, they want to go. It's just a fun event for everybody. Everybody gets along. There's no drinking, there's no fights. I've never seen a fight there or people arguing. So it's just a very family-oriented event. Please keep it.
Thank you, David.
Michael Heredia?
Evening, council members. My name is Mike Heredia, and I'm a resident of Rancho Mission Viejo. I've been a long-time Cars and Coffee fan. I've been going for the last 20 years, since it was at Ford Mazda, Aliso Viejo, and now at the San Clemente outlets. Simon and James have done an amazing job with all volunteers. I think we all know the huge impact that it has on the community. It's just magic. It's just the best event, period, and me and my family enjoy coming to it regularly, and I bring my 58 Plymouth and my 68 Plymouth Fury all the time. Amazing show. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Michael.
Ida Chavez and Tammy Pyatt have a card together.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Ida Chavez, this is Tammy Pyatt. Obviously, you can tell we work at Rockwell's. We love our cars and coffee. We sell a lot of coffee. Also, we have a food truck that only gets used on Saturday mornings, and we're allowed to put our pastries out and serve our coffee, and we get so many wonderful customers. I just want to thank all the volunteers. My nephew Noah has been a volunteer for many years, all the Marines. I mean, I think it's well put together. We love it there. Everyone is so nice. The kids are amazing. I'm always giving out free cookies because they're so good, you know. But anyway, please don't take that away from us. I mean, that's our mornings. That makes us so happy to get up at 5 in the morning. At least I do.
Well, we get there at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
so.
but you know.
And I'd miss all my hugs.
I know, right? Please don't take it away from us. God bless you all. God bless you all. Take
Thank
care.
you, Ida and
Thank
Tammy.
Gary Giacomini.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for considering this. I think it should be an easy vote after what you've heard. I kind of ditto everything you've heard, and for the kids and for all the businesses and everything else. One little suggestion that I could throw out there, the light signal when you get on the clover leaf, it was turned on from red to white. You know, when you get on traffic in the morning, it goes red and green. If that was turned on, that might slow to some of the guys from getting a run on things. And I mean, I think it's nothing pretty inexpensive to do. So just a suggestion, and I hope you vote to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Pat Pattison? Pat? No Pat? Okay. Gary Willenberg?
Hello, council members. My name's Gary Willenborg. I'm the general manager and part owner of Capstone Volkswagen and Mazda. This event is an incredible gift to the city of San Clemente. The number of people it brings to the city that not only come to the car show, but stay and enjoy the beauty of the city is fantastic. More importantly, they spend their money and their tax revenues, and I'm sure that's appreciated by the city. The recent addition of the high-end auto dealer in the mall has to be attributed to the fact that the coffee event is here. I believe the benefits of the cars and coffee significantly outweigh the few challenges we face in managing the event. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Gary.
Michael Hoy? Michael Hoy?
Hi, I signed up for 11 a.m.
11M.
Got it? Jessica Monroe?
I guess.
Hi, I'm Jessica Monroe. I was raised by a car dad and married a car guy, so this is now my family. I wanted to speak to you specifically on security and safety because that's what I'm a subject matter expert in. I'm the Executive Director of Security and Emergency Preparedness for Providence Healthcare. I also lead the Women in Security group for Orange County, as well as have my own security consulting business. So I think the concerns are not matching the solutions, and I would love the opportunity to be able to work with the Orange County sheriffs and provide some real solutions that I think would work for all parties, and to keep the event as safe as possible, because that's obviously the goal that all of us want. So,
Well, thank you, Jessica. Thank you for the offer.
thank you.
Okay, I will read the last set of speaker cards, last batch. Gary Hunt, followed by Mike Ray, followed by Kaikea Wilinski, followed by Cody Bird, followed by Denise Zavolich, followed by Charles Hightower, Adam Little, Tracy Moore, this, I believe it's Galen Goldsworthy, Laura Stevens, Dustin Rylick, and we have one more, Alex Badawi. Okay. Go ahead with Gary Hunt.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Council, thank you for letting all of us express what this event means to San Clemente. And you've got a jewel here. Thank you to Simon and James and Sarah. Their organization on site is top notch. They're in constant communication with all of their volunteers for crowd control and whatnot. And I personally have witnessed that. I go 1 to 2 times a month. I'm a 40-year resident of San Clemente. And again, I urge you to find common ground and make this happen, because it is a good thing for San Clemente. It brings people from all over the world, Australia, Japan, not only Orange County, but everywhere. So again, I urge you to find common ground and make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Mike Ray?
Thank you, Council. Boy, my 3-minute ChatGPT speech went down the drain, unfortunately. So I'd like to respectfully ask the Council to reject all of the staff recommendations. They seem like government overreach, and we know how that ends most of the time. This is a free event. There's no money generated by Simon. There's no charges, no fees. So to ask him to pay for sheriffs, license plate readers, I think is ridiculous. I think the city can afford those. It's a fantastic event. It generates a lot of money. So let Simon run the show, and let the city pay for whatever's needed, and let's have a fantastic Cars and Coffee from now on.
Thank you, Mike.
Kaikeya Walensky?
Good evening, Council. My name is Kaikeya Walensky. I am a car enthusiast, car owner, and also a former lifeguard with the city, so I'll be nice. But I just wanted to let you know, we haven't really considered that we have the Olympics coming in less than 2 years, and you will be doing a disservice if we end this show or even try to modify the CUP. So I really do believe that this Cars and Coffee has reinvigorated the outlets and has brought so much revenue stream for the city. And personally, I've talked with a lot of employees that work at the outlets, and they've definitely considered that if you take this show away, we'll lose a lot of business. So just the budget that we have that you're trying to modify with that, we already are going to increase the budget for law enforcement in less than 2 years for the Olympics. So definitely reconsider your modifications, and thank you.
Thank you, Kaikeya.
Bird? Cody?
Good evening, Council. Thank you guys for hearing everyone out. I am a San Clemente resident of 31 out of 31 years. I love Cars and Coffee, and I won't repeat all the points that everyone else has made, but 2 points. Going to Cars and Coffee, growing up, just bounced from car show to car show, and seeing such spectacular engineering gave me a goal to aspire to, which, jokingly would be, hey, Dad, how do I, get the Ferrari? Study, don't do drugs, be a good person. But having a goal to aspire to actually helped me stay on the right path. 2, after volunteering at the San Clemente Senior Center for several years, the car show does bring out the senior population of San Clemente, bringing chairs out and talking to everyone about what they love most. And I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Cody.
Thank you.
Denise Zavolich? Denise?
First, let me say, we've never wanted to shut this thing down altogether. I don't know why that was ever on the agenda. So that should go. I have some slides, if you can put one up. When you take the emotion away, this is what you're left with. And Mr. Lightfoot did an excellent job of going over all this information, and since I have no time, I won't even go over it. But I want the city attorney to look into the fact that, can you rob Peter to pay Paul with citations, since you can't use that to pay for sheriff's salaries for all this extra work. So go ahead and go to page 2. I'd like to revise what the suggestions are. We won't even talk about the first one because that doesn't matter. I think preventing motorcyclists does absolutely no good. There's no reason to do that. The issues are outside the event, not inside the event. Simon is doing an excellent job of controlling things. Okay,
Thank you, Denise.
Golly geez, I have no, no time, and he got 8 minutes, not fair.
Charles Hightower?
Yeah, I'm Charles Hightower. I served on the Public Safety Committee here a few years ago. And I urge Mayor Loeffler and the other council members to delete item B of Resolution 20.01 2B, preventing motorcycles from participating in this event. I mean, this is like holding a surf contest without surfboards. You know, there are more motorcycles down there than there are cars. I'm 81 years old and I ride a Honda Rebel 1100 TDCT, and I love to take my bike down there, show it off, and mix with the motorcycle culture. There's a lot of people there, and I think by doing that, you're really discriminating against a lot of people. Again, I urge you to reevaluate that particular clause in the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Good to see you, Charlie.
Adam Little?
Hello, council members. My name is Adam. I'm 23 years old, and I've been going to Cars and Coffee since before it even moved to the outlets. The show is inspirational to me and many others, with many super and hypercars in attendance each week. It's hard to not want to join in on the fun. There are many amazing builds, both cars and motorcycles there as well, inspiring the next generation of STEM students. As a recent mechanical engineer graduate and current working engineer, I would not be here where I am today if it were not for attending the shows over the years. And I guess to keep it quick, to wrap up my statement, I would like to thank the council members for their continued support of OC Cars and Coffee and ask them to keep the show as is to continue the inspiration.
Thank you, Adam.
Moore? Tracy Moore? No? Okay. Galen Goldsworthy?
Oh, she's heading up.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. I'm Galen Goldsworthy. I have been around the automotive industry for as long as I can remember. My family has owned a body shop in South Africa and also now in America. And we've been going to car shows for as long as I can remember. And I can tell you that South OC Cars and Coffee is the best. It's a place where you can bring your cars, your kids, your pets, and your grandparents. And it's just such a lovely event. And I'm a local realtor, and it's helped me grow my business. The amount of clients I've met at Cars and Coffee are literally countless. Don't take this away from the community. We absolutely love this event. My family and I go as often as our schedules allow. Thank you.
Thank you, Galen.
Laura Stevens? Laura Stevens? No? Okay. Dustin Rylick? Dustin? No? Alex Badawi? Badawi?
Let me be the first to say I might have done something certifiably insane. I drove all the way from Beverly Hills to get here and speak. Peak traffic, 2 to 3 hours. I'm from Whittier, California, born and raised. I'm not local here. However, I would like to say that South OC Cars and Coffee is my escape. Every weekend I like to visit San Clemente and be able to shop around, enjoy the wonderful company of the Word family, as well as all the other volunteers. I've been part of South OC Cars and Coffee for about 5 years. Just joined in as a basic person to show off my car, and then slowly and surely I volunteered, and I've enjoyed it ever since, and taking this away will take away my soul. I'll say that. I really appreciate the organizers, everybody that organized this show, and I really do appreciate everything, every minute of it, every second of it. I will be there this Saturday, FYI.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
The last speaker is Monique Harwood. Monique?
Monique, you are the last speaker.
And that's because I was afraid to, anyways. I just want to say that I live across the street from the outlets, and I heard there was a neighbor that was complaining, but I've lived there for 6 years, and it doesn't bother me. The noise isn't any worse on a weekend, and it's only an hour and a half if you might hear a little of something. And I don't even really notice, I mean, I'm supposed to say this, not the sheriffs, but, I mean, it's working without that extra patrol around. So, and also, it's something very dear to my heart, because my daughter and I go to it, and my late husband and I, he loved cars, and it's something that me and my daughter can walk and share and just talk about great things, and I can invite my dad, and there's something about cars, they bring back all these memories and all this history of family, and then generations to come, and so please, I beg.
Thank you, Monique.
Don't take it away.
Okay, at this time, the applicant can take 5 minutes to rebut what has been said. James, I have a hard time believing you want to rebut much of what's been said. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. And now we're going to do some conversation, and I think Mayor Pro Tem Noblock would like to jump in.
Let me just say, I want to thank everyone everybody for coming out and sharing their views on this event, which is really very popular. You know, this event is probably the most popular, family-friendly. Someone used the word magic earlier tonight, and I share that sentiment. It's a personal event. It's iconic for our community. It's a highly cultural and social event that we need to respect and honor. I'm delighted that the Outlets has allowed this to occur. I want to say in my support of the Cars and Coffee that the noise concerns that have been expressed do affect some people, but that when you get off-site, every citizen's responsible for their own conduct. And if someone gets on a public street and they're exercising, they're speeding, they're exercising demonstrations of speed and acceleration, we have a police department 24/7 in this town that's done a great job of monitoring our streets and citing the people. And I think they're doing a good job and will continue to do a job. I don't support adding additional police officers to this event and having the event pay for them. We pay for them. When we have a high school event or other social event, we send sometimes dozens of deputies to monitor those events, and I think we're doing that here pretty effectively. I just want to say, in terms of the magicness of this, you know, several people spoke about the young people that attend this event. As I was hearing that, it made me think, when I was 13 years old, I visited my dad's family, his hometown in Bremen, Indiana, and there was a Ford dealership there. And when I was 13 years old, I got to go to the showroom and sit inside a baby blue Mustang, 64 Mustang. And I got to tell you, the feeling that I experienced just sitting in that vehicle, I can experience today just thinking about it. And I think that's important for our young generation to experience the iconic event that is taking place. I support it. I don't think it needs additional support. And I want to just thank the sponsors and the outlets for making this event possible in our community. Thank you.
Rick? At the appropriate time, I will make a motion to table this item as is. I think the conversation about the community and family and friends and connections that are created by this is probably, to me, the most important aspect of the Cars and Coffee. I know whenever family comes, we always go to Cars and Coffee. I think I mentioned earlier I was there to observe this weekend to see what the problem is. And I've talked to many people about what that problem is. And I want to talk a little bit about that too, because I've seen what the security and safety measures, and we had when I guess the head of security talk about how it's under control. I've seen what has been done to ensure that there's public safety at the event, that there's guidance on signage and movement and hours, and so Simon has done an extraordinary job in controlling all of the security and safety on premises. The importance of community I've mentioned. The thing that we have failed to mention, and we had two people come and talk about, is the impact on our business. and the business community. We have tried repeatedly in this town to create a friendly business environment to bring business into San Clemente. And if we change that, businesses will notice, and they won't come here and do business in San Clemente if we chase them out, if we impose restrictions on them, if we put conditions. That's the problem with government sometimes, is we try and regulate too much activity, put red tape on companies so that they say, well, it's not a good place to do business, and they don't come. So I'd like to control that. I think business is important to our community. We need the tax revenue. We don't have the tax base that we really need, so to me, that's an important consideration. Third, I talked earlier to staff about what the real issue was, and they said to control the sound, all right? And then I asked about what the ticketing was for, and it's an issue of speed. So there's a disconnect between writing those tickets to control sound and enforcing speed limits. They don't connect. And in fact, probably if you listen to a Ferrari or other cars, a lot of the cars are very loud, but they're street legal. They can be on the street and make the kind of noise that they make. We have some old cars too that make a lot of noise, but there's nothing that can be done about that. Finally, I asked the sheriff at the last meeting whether he had the ability, with the resources he had, to control the situation that was the problem that was characterized as being a problem at the outlets. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff, but you did say that you had the ability to control it without any additional staff, without any additional resources, that you could do it. And I think, as evidenced by the report where you did give citations on a number of weekends, you were able to control that staff. We had a meeting this morning, and I think you were able to confirm that that's what really happened. So it's a problem. We had a few people last time talk about the problem. I think the problem can be addressed. I don't think everything needs a government solution, and sometimes it's better to let the people that are running the organization figure out what needs to be fixed, and they can fix it the way they think is appropriate without the government telling them that they got to do A, B, and C. That's it.
Councilmember Wu, would you like to make some comments?
Sure. This is the most enjoyable public testimonies I've seen. Normally, when we see 50 people wanting to speak to us, we were a little worried. But this is thoroughly enjoyable to see such a positive vibe from all walks of life, telling us that how you enjoy this event. I want to say that if every participant of that event are genuinely friendly and law-abiding, like the attendees today, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have that problem. We routinely have about, as I heard, we have about 500 cars, close to 2,000 attendees, and there are bad apples, and that's a fact that we have to recognize. And if we look at the summary, just citing two targeted enforcement in one by CHP. According to the staff report, there were 159 citations. Out of the 159, 102 were considered by our law enforcement officers with the CHP to be related to this event. Out of that 102, 49 are speeding. That means 53 are other citations such as reckless driving, loud muffler, running red light, and so on. And then on another day down by OCSD, our sheriff department, we have this 3 deputies issued 83 citations, with 28 for speeding, 20 for red light or stop sign violations, and 11 for using mobile phones while driving. So 3 deputies working from 7 to 1:30. That's 6.5 hours. They issued 83 citations. That's 4 citations per deputy per hour. They're working nonstop. So there is an issue that there's, aside from the normal the congestion issue, there are public safety issues. Apparently, we cannot deny that there is an issue, and they're causing some negative effect to our neighbors. And they came to the council to make complaints about those noises and the speedings and so on. They are real. I believe that the city do need to address those issues. Out of all the recommendations, let me go to the easy ones. I think install signage prohibiting unsafe climbing around the freeway overpass, such as pedestrians must remain on sidewalks. And that's straightforward and a very simple step. We should do that. I'm not sure that I can support reducing the frequency of events to less than weekly. I think it's a weekly event, and I support to continue it. By the way, I don't believe anyone on the council intend to kill the event. No one wants to shut you down. And that was made very clearly at the very beginning. I like your event. I think event is what makes San Clemente a good place. And I welcome you to come. I want you to continue. So let me put it out there up front. The other suggestions by the staff require a participant spectator registration program. My feeling is this goes too much. I don't want our government to have heavy surveillance or become a police state situation. So I'm not going to support that. Requiring installation of 4 flock scanners. I inquired with the staff about the cost. I was told that each camera would cost about $5,000 to $6,000 per year. So 4 means anywhere between $20,000 to $24,000 per year, which averages to 200. Am I right? Yeah, $200 to $250 per month. That's the cost. We'll come back to it later. Modifying the participants' egress to and from the event area and associated directional signage. I think the organizer is already doing that. But if we have any way to improve it, I would support that. Prohibiting motorcycle participation in the Cars and the Coffees event area. I'm a little conflict on that. On one side, I recognize that law enforcement recognize this is the most problematic issue. When they chase them, they just scatter around. And they don't always have a helicopter to follow them. But in general, I think if we were to add some law enforcement resource to help to mitigate this situation, I'd like to see how it works before I support this. So at this moment, I would say, let the motorcycle to stop. They are a unique part of the car show, and they should continue to be the fun part of it.
That's smart.
So that leads us to the first recommendation. I will support that we add some law enforcement to it, because I believe that the issue needs to be addressed. I do recognize the benefits this event brings to the city. I also want everybody to understand that the nexus means that if the event causes or has a causal relationship with a foreseeable impact, that establishes a negative, and the government does have the police power to regulate it. In recognition of the benefits this event help the city economy. It doesn't help that much for the city coffer, by the way. We receive sales tax, that's minimal. Because if you look at the citation, yes, we do get 85% of that, the base fine. If you're speeding by 15 miles per hour, your base fine is $35. Your total fine is 200 something. We got 85% out of that 35, which is about a 20 something dollars. Not a lot, not enough to cover the extra cost that we need the police officers. So I do recommend that we add 2 police officers, but I'd like to offer that maybe the city can split that cost and by paying for one of them. So that's my position on that. Thank you.
Please.
First of all, I want to commend everyone coming here tonight and having your voices heard. I am a big fan of Cars and Coffee and what it does for our city, the camaraderie, the community. Everything is fantastic, and everyone that is part of the event itself are wonderful, good, amazing people that are here for that community, that are here to celebrate the car culture. And I don't believe anyone on this council wants to do away with Cars and Coffee. So I just want to put that out there. All we're looking at here is how do we, when I ran for office, I wanted San Clemente to be safe and successful. Cars and Coffee brings in that success for the city. But I have to address this other issue of safety as well. And it's not the safety of the event itself. The event, you guys are running wonderfully, absolutely. And you know, my applause goes to you because of how great it's done. But you're almost a victim of your own success because people are coming in and maybe not who are coming from outside the town, other places, and they want to go down some of our streets and some of our residential areas, and it creates an unsafe environment for our kids, for our children, for our e-bikers, and that is my worry. And it's not you are, please, thank you. What you are doing is great. So all this is asking is for a little bit more of an officer presence in order to make sure that our streets are safe, and safe for our kids, safe for our e-bikers, safe for our community. And when doing the math here, looking at the costs, if you have 300 cars coming in, and let's say hypothetically, and you would organize how to raise some of this funds, but we're looking at, in order to cover this cost per week, you're looking at about $5 per car. So that's
Okay. So let the council members speak.
So I would just say again, I love the idea of Cars and Coffee continuing on a weekly basis, but if we want to continue, and it is growing, and you will continue to grow, and I love that it's going to continue to grow. But in this growth, we also have to protect the citizens of the city as well. And so that is where these two things come together, and I believe that having that middle road is a good compromise for how we can work together and both have safety as well as the success of the show itself. So,
okay. Yeah, I'll weigh in, and just be mindful, this show has been in different locations before, and there have been complaints from different sides of what same complaints that we have here. So it wouldn't be just to not address these complaints, and that's why we're kind of here. So that's why we're doing this. So there are concerns, and so I just looked at the concerns one by one. And the first one I want to say, James, I've been in constant contact with your dad. I know he's in Australia dealing with an ill father right now, and we're still emailing back and forth with different ideas. So that's great. He's been great. And I think since our original meeting, that was a while ago, but you've been hitting the social media and reminding people to be respectful. That's great. I see the comments that come, and 99% of them, people comment, say, yeah, we do need to do that. Very few come on there and say, oh, rev the engines higher. I mean, it's been really, really good. I think continuing the relationship with you and your dad is really, really important on this because I think it's going to be more beneficial to be able to block and parry as we go and address issues as they come up instead of having straight restrictions and whatever to start with. I just think it's more of a fluid situation. The sheriff situation, I definitely think we need sheriffs to be monitoring this. With that, I did the numbers, and I've worked a little bit with the sheriff too, and I know a little bit about law enforcement and deployment. And I really think if we do reasonable deployment of our sheriffs, not even every Saturday necessarily, but spot it, which actually ends up to be more effective if they know that there's sheriffs there all the time, but they drive slower, which is what we want. But it's kind of hard to sustain that for a city. But I think we can manage our deputies. The city can pay for that management. We can deploy them out of our regular deployment. We do have an overtime fund that I know that we use, and the deputies like to use that overtime fund come around Christmas and, all that. And if we can bring them some income when we write tickets, that's great. But I did the numbers. I don't think we need to rely on that. I think we just need prudent deployment of our sheriffs. And I'm confident that we can do that. The license plate readers. I'm a big fan of flock cameras. Boy, I wish we had more of them. I mean, because we catch murders, rapists, all kinds of criminals with them. I'm just not sure that they're applicable to this event. I mean, if the sheriffs are patrolling and they see a speeder or whatever and they stop them, they write them a ticket. It's not like, well, somebody got away and we're going to go later and run their registration. I mean, you don't even know who's driving the car. So I like them. I'd love to have more license plate readers. That's on the council to figure that out and not on the cars and coffee.
Sold 2 of them in December. They already have 2 of them.
Oh, great. That's absolutely. I appreciate that, James. We go to the motorcycles. Okay, boy, oh boy. When I came into this meeting, I thought, this is one really, because motorcycles are one of the things that make the most noise when they're coming and going. And I said, yeah, well, let's not have them in the exhibit area. Yeah, they can still come. You can't stop a motorcycle from coming to the outlet, so they're still going to come anyway. And then, yeah, if they're in the exhibit area, at least we can keep on having this conversation, James, with your volunteers. And, there'll be some interaction instead of them being a completely different event, which is what it'll turn into. Also, your dad, one of the first things he did, we talked about, you got a lot of volunteers, but, some volunteers are more proactive than others. And we talked about deploying the ones that are more proactive in the places where you need the interaction. And he was all over that. I know even a week after there was people down on the freeway, you guys went and cleared the freeway. So you've really made a lot of inroads in cooperation and really wanting to police your own event. And so I have to compliment that. So the one thing I do like on the suggestion, but I don't think it's on the cars and coffee. I think it's on our staff, modifying the participants' egress and egress. We can take one of our flashing signs out to where people leave by Chick-fil-A, or put some cones out just to slow them going out. I think that's a great suggestion. I think all your suggestions are really, really good. I think we've mitigated most all of them from just the cooperation with cars and coffee. I like Victor's idea of tabling this with the direction to staff that we want to work on signage or anything that we can do to mitigate the traffic issue. Tabling means it could come back in the future, and I think that's what it should be. But I have all the confidence in the world. Like I say, my relationship with your dad has been phenomenal. I hope my relationship with you grows to be the same thing, James. And when somebody's ready to make a motion,
I'll move the table.
I'll second.
Okay. I'd like to put this up on the screen if we possibly could, Madam Clerk, for voting.
May allow me to make a comment. Even if we don't ask the organizer to contribute to find more police presence, I still believe that is needed to address the issue. So,
and with my comment, I think so far people don't even know it, but they've been deploying there virtually every weekend just on their normal deployment and been able to do a lot. So. Again, another good reason for tabling it. If something comes up different and we think that the sheriff's issue ought to be addressed, we can address it in the future.
I'll call the question.
Okay, the motion to table this matter carries 5-0. Everything stays the same at Cars for Coffee. How about we take a 10-minute break? Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. If everyone can take their seats, please. I hate this one. Well, no, I mean, I just hate the tree.
Just bang it, whack it a few times.
Wait, can I quote you, whack it a few times?
Yeah,
Is that what
say
you do?
next time, come at him and then.
We ready? Okay. Next item is item 8B, continued public hearing regarding the failure of Broadmoor San Clemente Community Association to enforce certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions, CC&Rs. And this is, again, a continued public hearing. We have staff ready to present.
The public hearing is open. Ask any council members if you have anything, if there are any ex parte disclosures on this matter. Councilmember Wu?
Yes, I do. Yesterday afternoon, I walked in the neighborhood to observe the situation of the trees, spoke with a few residents at homes, Riva and Paul Buck at 203 Felicidad, Susan at 319 Felicidad, Marianne and John at 313 Delicata, and Dan at 207 Delicata. Listen to their side of stories and to understand the various perspectives. Each come from a different angle and is involved with the issue at different levels, but nothing I heard is substantially different from the public testimony we already have heard from the last 12 months. I made no commitment on how I would vote. Thank you.
Mark?
Nothing to declare.
I had a very brief conversation earlier today in the elevator with the president of the Broadmoor Association. Excuse me. I had a very brief conversation in the elevator with the president of the Broadmoor Association. It was a friendly greeting and about a 10-second discussion on this item, but nothing significant or that would impact my decision.
Okay, I've been up in the area several times in the last few months. Every time it's come up, I've gone up and taken a look at the progress, and that's the only report I have. City Clerk?
My report's the same way. I've met with people since it's been around for 3 different hearings. Met with a lot of people. It hasn't affected my decision.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Adam Matamian, Community Development Director. The item before you is a continued public hearing regarding the failure of Broadmoor San Clemente Association to enforce certain CC&Rs. The first public hearing of this item was heard on November 19th of 2024. Since then, this item has been heard at a public hearing in March of 2025 and most recently September 16th of 2025. Each time that this item was presented to the City Council, there was a level of engagement by the HOA or enforcement that necessitated a continuation to allow the HOA to continue to work through their enforcement process to demonstrate whether or not they were, in fact, able and willing to enforce this issue, which relates specifically to a 17-foot height limit in the Broadmoor Association on Calle de la Cata. The property owners on Calle Felicidad, one street up, were concerned that the HOA had not been able to or willing to address this 17-foot height limit as it relates to trees on the street below them. At the September 16th, 2025 City Council meeting, the City Council directed that this item be brought back to tonight's meeting. And between then and now, city staff went out on December 15th, 2025 to evaluate the progress of the HOA's enforcement addressing these trees. Attachment 2 provides an assessment of the current state of the properties with images as of that date. Based on the assessment provided in Attachment 2, we have observed that 6 property owners whose properties initially received complaints through the HOA's enforcement process have complied with the Broadmoor Association's enforcement actions, with 1 property owner that has partially complied. The Broadmoor Association has proceeded towards enforcement through their informal dispute resolution or IDR process on 2 other properties. There have been some additional concerns raised by the Calle Felicidad homeowners about some other overheight trees at 4 properties. However, we are only aware that 2 of these properties have received complaints by the HOA. One of them has not, to our knowledge, had a complaint submitted against it to the HOA, and the other property, the tree in question was actually on a separate property that did have one of those complaints. So looking back at this issue over the last year and a few months, there were initially 9 total complaints that were submitted about trees on Calle de la Cata, along with 1 area that was HOA maintained. Of that, 6 of the property owners have been abated, with 1 partial and enforcement continuing against 2 others. However, at this time, the Felicidad homeowners continue requesting city assistance in requiring enforcement of the CC&Rs and have expressed a desire for the city to assume the enforcement of them. However, if the city were to pursue enforcement action against Broadmoor HOA, per the CC&R requirements, the city would first need to make a finding in a public meeting that the HOA has failed to enforce its CC&Rs. While it has taken some time, progress has been made by the Broadmoor Association. And at this point, staff believes there is sufficient evidence that Broadmoor Association is enforcing its CC&Rs and as evidenced by the fact that it has obtained significant compliance of them. So I am more than happy to answer any questions, but I will wrap staff's presentation and recommend that the City Council adopt resolution number 2602 to find and determine that the Broadmoor Association is not failing to enforce their CC&Rs, which would effectively close this matter. Thank you.
Any questions of staff?
Yeah, I do just want to clarify and maybe reemphasize, is that it's your belief that Broadmoor has satisfied their obligation under their CC&Rs?
So Broadmoor is required to enforce their CC&Rs. They have demonstrated that they can and will enforce their CC&Rs. While there may be certain violations that still exist, with trees that are growing, that's a constant and evolving process, and staff is not going to say that they've satisfied their requirement and that they've demonstrated that they are enforcing. If there are still issues that linger, that we would assume that there are, because enforcement is a continuing process that with trees that may never end.
But they're continuing to work on those unresolved issues?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, what can the city do separate apart from what Broadmoor can do, if anything?
The city, if the city were to take enforcement action, the city would have to follow the CC&Rs, which establish the same process that the HOA is going through. So while the city could engage in those activities, some of them are outside of the city's wheelhouse, things like informal dispute resolution. And so the city's process to take over enforcement would effectively slow down the process that the HOA is currently working through.
All right, that's all I have.
Well, I'd like just to make a motion to adopt resolution number 2602.
We have
We're in a
to,
public hearing. We're in a public hearing.
A motion can be made. Oh, well,
we do
okay.
have public comments, Mayor.
So there's an applicant to make any kind of presentation?
Yes, Linda Williams?
Okay, let's have Linda.
Good evening, Council. Linda Williams, HOA President. We have, as you stated in the report, we have been enforcing our CC&Rs. We are going through the process of enforcing our CC&Rs, and we will continue to do the enforcement process. There's not really much more to say than that. We are a small HOA. We are a volunteer board. It does take time to go through all of these things. When you talk about trees, the biggest issue was palm trees. And most of those, if you put them, I think, okay, great. Most of the palm trees have been removed already. So they're not going to grow anymore. They're gone. The other plants, those are very easily trimmed. So as you can see, we started out with multiple complaints. Then we went to the next slide there where we were in the process of abating those, and now we're basically down to 3 properties. And actually, I quite frankly think that it's just, at this point, from where we were started, is just the one property where they have removed several trees in the front yard, and I think it's the property you spoke to, Mr. Wu, and there's some properties in the backyard, but we have noted in our letter to them that there's still violations on those properties, and we're still working through that process. As you are all homeowners, and someone comes and tells you that you need to do something to your yard, it doesn't happen quickly. You're going to push back, and so we've been getting the pushback. You guys get yelled at. I've been getting yelled at for a year. Okay, so it's not fun, and especially when my own members are yelling at me saying you're supposed to be here protecting us. You're supposed to be, here for us. And it's like we are. but I also have a fiduciary duty to 201 other homes, and when the city comes and says that they're going to bankrupt your HOA and put a lien on all the other houses, you know, I can only do what I can do. So I say that not for your benefit, because you know that. I say that for my members' benefit, so they know why we're here and why we're doing this. And as you know, the state of California does not have, neither does the city, a view protection policy, but that's regardless of that. I'm just saying, you know, we are enforcing our CC&Rs, and we will continue to do that. It takes up a lot of time in our meetings. We have plenty of other things to do, like the city has other things to do. We have other things to do, but we're still doing that in all of our meetings. Okay, every single meeting we have addressed this. Either by figuring out what our policies are going to be, or having an IDR, or our attorney talking to our attorneys on how is the best way for us to do this. We are enforcing our CC&Rs. We're happy for the city to go along and do the city business and stay out of our business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Do we have any public comments?
We do. We have 5 speakers. Meliz Kelly, followed by Reva Buck, followed by John Coretti, Paul Leftcourt, followed by Paul Buck. Meliz?
Thank you. Good evening, all city council. I really appreciate the job you do. My name is Meliz Kelly. I've lived at 201 Calle Delicata for 29 years. If you look at the map that Linda just had up, and she said there are 2 or 3 left, I am one. I'm going to be able to take that one out right now. During my 29 years at this home, we have trimmed our trees every November. However, this time we were unable to trim in November because of a scheduling thing with my tree guys. And we were able to have the trimming done in January, just a couple weeks ago. So it's not on the whatever you guys have seen. But I have the receipt. I gave you a letter. You can see the receipt that I sent out to you for $800. I trimmed many trees and took one out. I am not advocating for anyone except myself. That's it, in our house. The reason we had to wait for January after we missed the usual November time was because the 5 homes on the 200 block of Delicata puts on quite a display of Christmas lights. And when we missed the November trimming, we still went full force into the display. So I just hope this keeps me off that naughty list. And that's all I have, unless you guys have any questions. Thanks.
Reva Buck?
Good evening. 14 months have now passed, and compliance is barely 50%. Felicidad homeowners are again asking the council to assume enforcement of the 17-foot tree height limit on Delicata. This limit is not discretionary or administrative. It's a clear, measurable city condition of approval tied directly to Felicidad's concessions, which provided the pad size required to develop Delicata. We recognize that the council would rather not get involved in enforcement. But 50 years ago, the city actively secured the concessions necessary to approve Broadmoor development. Ignoring this condition now would undo the agreement and shift the entire burden back onto Felicidad. Broadmoor has refused to communicate with Felicidad and has no incentive to act without city enforcement, leaving residents with no recourse or assurance of compliance. The city would never allow a building to remain out of compliance for a year and then ask neighbors to enforce it themselves. Conditions of approval only have meaning when the city enforces them. The council's March 18, 2025 directive to abate violations expeditiously on their face and without Broadmoor's subjective assessment have not been met. If the city abandons us now, you are effectively shifting enforcement onto Felicidad, a non-HOA community without legal representation, forcing residents to navigate a process unilaterally designed and controlled by Broadmoor. This outcome is unfair to Delicata homeowners who have complied and to Felicidad homeowners who trusted and relied on the city to uphold its approved conditions. Repeated view assessments and other delay tactics are intrusive, ineffective, and unworkable as trees never stop growing. Experience with Broadmoor shows that only city involvement or the threat of enforcement will compel Broadmoor to comply. Thank you for your time, consideration, and your continued commitment to fairness and accountability. Thank you.
John Creddy?
My name is John Coretti, and I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Kitty, and myself as longtime Felicidad homeowners. I have spoken our concerns twice previously, but we certainly didn't want a lack of presence or interest to convey that we thought this was wholly resolved. It's important to us. It's been our home for more than 30 years. By now, there has been much information provided, and the facts of the matter are clear. The specified height restrictions of Delicata homeowners, as well as all the conditions in the CC&Rs, should always have been adhered to and reflects that agreement reached more than 50 years ago. During the last year or so, there has been some progress made. That is good and provides some hope. Indeed, there's been some movement. I'm sure that for some of those homeowners and/or the Broadmoor Association Board that were either not fully aware of those matters, and for others that had not complied for some time and perhaps thought it not relevant, it was tough to accept this change and reality of the requirements in the CC&Rs. But it should never have been allowed to get that condition in the first place. It's what happens when we start ignoring agreements and the glue that keeps us in good order. I stand by a remark that I made about this when I spoke last, that we'd be better off if everyone simply did what they were supposed to do without prod or compliance. Because when we arrive there, that's when we achieve true quality of life. But while progress has been made, I'm not confident that it is complete, nor that it will persist as time moves along and both interest in the matter and memory fades. To that end, we would ask the council to have an avenue, a method, to be able to continue to monitor and be both willing and responsible to jump in to make sure this stays on track. Our ask is this then, gentlemen, don't abandon this matter until we see full and persistent compliance. Thank you.
Paul Lefcourt?
Good evening. My name is Paul Lefcourt, and I'm a homeowner on Felicidad, and I've spoken many times on this issue. I had some comments here, and I'm going to modify them because I think people before me pretty much hit the nail on the head. And I think the things I want to relay that are most important here is that without your involvement, I don't think any of this would have happened over the last 2 years. And I think that is the crucial part here. For this to keep going in the way it's been going, because there's been very nice progress made, but there's still more to be made. Not to mention, there needs to be a plan going forward. There are numerous palm trees that are 12 feet, 13 feet, that are going to be 17 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, like some of them that are still left are. There needs to be a plan for that, and how are we going to enforce them if you're not involved? Because you seem to be you were the integral part to putting this plan in place back 50 years ago with the developer and with Felicidad. We need you to stay involved to make sure that it keeps going the way it's going, and that we can have this as an ongoing compliance, not just you walk away and 2 years later we're back here saying, hey, we're back to where we started again because you went away. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul.
Paul Buck?
Good evening, gentlemen. First of all, thank you so much for sticking with this issue for 14 months. Your 14 months has essentially been our almost 10 years on this issue. And I'm very, very happy to say that for us personally, our view is back and absolutely wonderful, and it's thanks to you guys' persistence on this issue. I certainly believe that none of this would have happened had it not been for you focusing on this issue and persisting in bringing it up month after month over the last 14 months. Now, with regards to the staff report, I'm a little disappointed in some of the things that are mentioned there. For instance, giving us the enforcement rights on these issues. That's a non-starter for us. That would just lead to more litigation with regards to the Davis-Sterling Act, and we would be spending a lot of money and we'd be back to square one and probably failing. The other issue is I don't understand why we would need another hearing. We've had a lot of hearings on this thing, and you guys have on multiple occasions mentioned that Broadmoor had not instituted the things that are required in their CC&Rs. So I don't know why another hearing should happen after 14 months and multiple hearings here. Lastly, the staff report also relies on city past practice of not enforcing CC&Rs related to view obstruction. That completely misses the point. This is not an ordinary situation. This arose out of an agreement that goes back to 1976, and the buildup of that agreement goes back to 1973. And the other issue on the resolution that you're proposing, there is no whereas clause that actually mentions why we are in this position. So, in closing, you guys have invested a significant of time and effort, and you've read a lot of things. So I hope you can come to some kind of definitive arrangement so that when I'm 80, in 10 years' time, I'm not coming back to see you and complain about some tree that is now blocking my view again. But anyway, I thank you for your support. Please keep it up. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul.
Eric Furman is the last speaker. Eric Furman?
It looks like he's heading up.
Good evening. My name is Eric Furman. I'm also a Felicidad resident. Just to kind of reiterate some of the things that have already been said, thank you for the support and the action and the directions that have been given over the past 14 months. I think based on not necessarily the number of items out of compliance, but the number of houses that have complied, we're probably 75–80% there. Based on the recommendation, I would hope that you guys would not choose to go that route and actually get this thing over the finish line and put this to rest. Much like what Paul said, you guys have been obviously the driving force behind enforcement. We didn't have any ability to demand enforcement from the HOA. It's either the city or the HOA enforcing the CC&Rs. The guidelines and the terms of the agreement that came to fruition and were agreed to back in the day, obviously, was a 17-foot height restriction for Delicata. It was surrendering land and resloping the back slope of Felicidad and surrendering property line in exchange for that. And the city waiving the requirement for a sidewalk on that side of the street. And, my experience has been as a homeowner from 07, it was only probably the last 10, 12 years, two property management companies, the landscaping committee that just failed to even consider a request or a complaint from a resident. It's only been when the city stepped in and done that. And of the three houses that were listed in my initial complaint, one's in compliance, two have done partial. It's not one. Two of them are still out of compliance. And it would just be nice to just get it even, set it back to ground zero, and not have to come back, not have to involve you guys, and just everybody abide by their side of the agreement. So I appreciate, again, the work that's been done. I hope you reconsider what the staff report's recommending and bailing, basically, and to just see this thing through, get it over the finish line, and ensure that we don't have to come back to this. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. So Linda has an opportunity if she wants to rebut anything that's been said.
I think it says here that regarding Broadmoor's failure to enforce our CC&Rs, we are not failing to enforce our CC&Rs. We are enforcing our CC&Rs. I don't believe that we're here for the public hearing to abate every single house and every single tree, every single bush on that street. There's 19 homes on Delicata from one end to the other. Not all of those had trees. When you look through the report, most of those houses don't even have anything on, never did. Okay, so you're not looking to abate all of those houses. It's a process. It takes time, and we have said, and we're right here, that we have a plan and we're doing it. We're working the plan. We are enforcing our CC&Rs. So that's what you're here to decide. Are we enforcing our CC&Rs? Yes, in the last 14 months, we have shown you that we are enforcing our CC&Rs. I don't think you need to take your time to continue to hold our hand while we enforce our CC&Rs. Yes, you did need to give us a push because we're an HOA. We act on the behalf of our members. That's what I understood us to do. So, yeah, we didn't act on somebody who was not a member. Now you've said, okay, you need to act on behalf of the members, of people who are not members. You wanted us to give them rights that our members don't even have. We've done that. We're abating it, boom, 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 and we're doing it. So we are doing what you asked us to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Before I close the public hearing, is there any questions? I have a question to staff, so that's one. I'm just curious, and we've been over so many things in this, I don't remember this component. Is one of the speakers mentioned an abatement order in 2018? Do you know what they were referring to?
I'm not entirely sure, but I do recall that the HOA had sent out letters, either as part of like a plan check to inform a property owner that their existing trees were overheight, that needed to be addressed when they did their construction project, or it may have been a separate abatement order. But I'm not
But it didn't come from the city?
In 2018, no.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of staff? Close the public hearing. We'll have discussion.
Mayor, I go. I think the question in front of the city council is, had the HOA failed to enforce its CC&R? And based on the staff presentation, based on public testimony, my conclusion is no, the HOA has not failed to enforce their CC&R. The ultimate solution, there isn't a static and a finite point where we solve the problem at all. The ultimate solution is for the HOA to establish or reestablish a mechanism or practice to enforce their CC&R, especially on the 17-foot tree height. So I've seen the HOA making good progress, and I think they are doing it diligently. So it looks like they have reestablished this mechanism. The residents of Felicidad do have a valid concern that if we let the pressure off, then there's a possibility that HOA is not going to have the pressure to continue to work diligently. But I doubt so. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, because they not only need to continue what they're doing now, they also need to be fair to other homeowners who took the initiative and make the effort to be compliant. With that, I think maybe the council can ask for a 6-month or 12-month report on the compliance issue of the, because after all, the enforcement of the the CC&R regarding the tree height is a condition of the subdivision map.
I'll just respond to that. I would like to applaud Linda and the HOA in the work that they've been doing. You were given a hard task to do, and I believe the HOA has complied by that. I feel like our staff has worked very hard on this issue and has spent a lot of hours on it as well. And seeing the amount of progress and work that has been done on this, I believe we can call this to an end. I believe that we can wrap this up. If there are future issues that come up down the road, they can bring it up to a council later on. But for now, where we're at, I believe they have sufficiently worked on this issue, and I would make a motion to adopt resolution number 2602.
Any other comments?
No, I just would comment again and commend Broadmoor for doing their job that they perhaps should have been doing for the last 50 years, but they're doing it now. They're doing it diligently, and they're making obvious progress. And it's true that probably no progress would have happened if this council hadn't said we have the right to step in and enforce these rules. And the HOA said, no, you don't need to do that, we'll do it, and they have done it. So I'm glad there's a possibility. In thinking about this, I thought, well, maybe we need another follow-up, but just to make sure it's on track. I think this council has the authority and the ability to bring this issue up at any time, but there's nothing we can do beyond enforcing the CC&Rs, and that's precisely what Broadmoor's doing. So I don't know that we need to schedule this again. If it's problematic and the two remaining properties aren't worked on, we can always come back, and we can do it at any time. So I could support Mark's suggestion that we adopt the resolution.
Victor, you have any comment?
I would concur.
Yeah, I echo all the comments, and the fact that if we adopt this resolution, we're still not bailing out on the Felicidad people. I think Linda's doing the best job she can. It's tough. It's tough being a president of a HOA. So with that, I would also support that if somebody wants to make a second.
I made the motion.
I'll second the motion.
Everybody seconds.
Everybody second.
Roll those dice.
Unanimous second.
Okay, I think we can just take a verbal vote on this. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Next item is 8C, consideration of a resolution to approve public hearing project 25-558 to modify the previously approved Lodge Hotel Rooftop Restaurant to enclose a portion of the rooftop seating area and add operational conditions of approval and make findings under the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay. Public hearing is open. Let's see, any council members have any ex parte disclosures?
Yeah, I guess I do. I've communicated with people on this matter.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I've communicated with people on this matter. Also, I've communicated with a few Marblehead residents, and also spoke to Steve Craig a little bit also to get some information, so.
Yeah, I've also communicated with a number of people, including Mr. Craig, briefly, not in detail, but, and it hasn't impacted my decision on reviewing this in a fair and open fashion.
And
Mr. Mayor, on these disclosures, if we can just have each of the council members who've had ex parte communications generally state what they are so it can inform the applicant of the nature of the discussions.
Did you have one?
I do not have one, but I'd like to hear the ex parte communication disclosure to including the name of the people.
Sure. I've communicated with Bev, who has been in communication with the city over this matter for a while, and Steve Craig.
And what was the general nature of those discussions?
Oh, general nature. Well, actually, trying to find out what the end game was. There seemed to be a lot of miscommunication, well, not miscommunication, but, going back and forth on this issue to try to resolve it. And I just wanted to be clear on what the parties were really looking to accomplish.
And the additional detail on my earlier response, again, I spoke with Mr. Craig on a number of matters, personal matters, social issues, political issues, and briefly about the cars and coffee, and also on this item that it was up and that there'd been discussions to try to resolve the issue. No specific items were discussed in terms of actions that this council would take, other than the fact that it's on our agenda. It'll be considered, and that discussion hasn't impacted me one way or the other on this matter.
Me? No, okay. Yeah, I think, I'm trying to go back a little bit. I think early on, maybe you didn't disclose enough, because I think early on, we had a lot of discussions with the homeowners, had meetings with them. I just...
No, you're right. If you go back far enough, we did have a Marblehead HOA
Yeah.
kind of meeting that Victor and I did attend. I don't remember the names of those.
I don't either,
of those-
but there was meetings.
all those people, but there was probably 10 people
Yeah.
about that but I don't even,
But it's been on both sides of the issue, and also with Mr. Craig and his architect and other staff about this, trying to push this towards
I
a
think
resolution.
The Marblehead meeting was kind of find what the residents were really concerned about. There'd been a lot of talk, but nobody ever really talked specifically about what the concerns were. And it was more of an informative thing to find out, well, okay, it was interesting to see what needed to be addressed as opposed to just throwing something up on the wall, so.
And my meetings were more about how do we find an architectural solution that would make the principals living up there happy. So,
If I don't remember everything, it's an error of omission, not commission.
And as we're discussing this, going back, I do recall that when this issue came up, there was a meeting with the architect. In fact, the city manager offered to hear their concerns, and I set up a meeting that the architect attended. I forgot about that earlier, but again, it was information on what they wanted to do.
So far back.
City manager?
It involved just the city manager listening to what their concerns are, and it was like we'd do for anyone that had a project that was concerned about what was going on.
Mr. Hall.
Yeah, I appreciate you opening that door, Councilman. I want to commend both sides because I've had an opportunity to meet both with the residents and with representatives of the owner actually at meetings where they're together. And I just really want to make sure that the council understands that there has been a real collaboration in really trying to address the issues at hand. The residents have made it clear they're not against the hotel. They just want to mitigate some of the impacts. And on the other side, the applicant has made it very clear that they are very interested in trying to mitigate those impacts. So I think it was a very successful process in being able to bring those two parties together. So I want to make sure that everyone understands that it was a very collaborative process, a lot of good dialogue between the two parties. So I know that's out of school, but he opened the door, so I ran through it.
Oh, thank you, appreciate it. And Madam City Clerk, have there been any communications received after the agenda was published that need to be distributed? With that, no. Okay, with that,
Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me, I'm
yes.
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, no communications, but there are some items that have been placed at the dais and in the back of the room provided by staff, so no public comments.
okay. Thank you so much. Okay, and it's time for our staff presentation.
Good evening again, Mayor, City Council, Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. Jonathan Lightfoot and I will be giving a presentation together. He'll be kicking off in just a second. I wanted to start the conversation giving a little bit of background on where we are right now and how we got here. The Lodge Hotel Rooftop project was approved previously. Subsequent to that, there were some concerns from the residents about the potential impacts from the rooftop operations. Stemming out of those concerns, the item before you is an applicant's proposal to modify that previous approval. This proposal that's before you now, it really comes from, as Andy Hall had mentioned, a collaborative approach with the residents that were concerned and the lodge representatives and property owners to discuss ways of mitigating the residents' concerns. The staff report was written from a perspective that the two parties that were both the lodge hotel and the residents, along with staff, were working together on an outline for some conditions of approval that could be added to the project that were agreeable to everyone. We did not quite meet that perfect middle ground. And so the documents that the city clerk referenced that are in the back of the room are two versions of Exhibit A, which would be additional conditions of approval. I will go over those two documents in greater detail. Jonathan is going to cover the revision to the plans for the design of the hotel. But those two documents are reflective of the applicant's proposed conditions of approval to be added to the project, and then staff has provided an alternate yet rather similar set of conditions that is staff's recommendation that the city council adopt. So with that, I will turn the presentation over to Jonathan.
Thank you, Adam. I'll focus on the location and design elements. Everyone is familiar with the property, but that red spot there is the parcel and pad where this property would be. In brief history, again, in September, the City Council approved an amendment to the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan Standards to allow the hotel the same exception as the theater. The council also approved an amendment to allow the hotel to have a rooftop restaurant and bar. And since then, as has been stated, the applicant has collaborated with city staff and the neighbors on some modified plans. The busy slide here, but this is instructive, I think, to show the progression. So the top is the original approved version, and then end of last year is the approved version in the middle that includes a rooftop deck. And then most recently on the bottom is an elevation that shows an extension of an enclosed area. That's a result of those discussions on architectural changes that could mitigate noise concerns expressed by some community members. Again, this goes back to the prior approval of the council at the end of last year that shows a rooftop restaurant that is uncovered. So the kitchen and restrooms would have a roof and walls, but the dining area would not. This schematic here shows with the close hatch that looks like a cross, the added area of roof covering, as well as some pergolas. And I should go back. The blue and red lines there also indicate acoustic glass. So these elements were all incorporated as a result of and in complement with a sound study performed by RK Engineering. And that study is also referenced in the conditions that Adam will address later that identify the materials, et cetera, to be implemented through these design changes to achieve a better than standard of meeting the city's noise ordinance. There's no proposed increase in the seating count. The bar and at least 50% of seating would be enclosed in the walled and roofed area, and the remaining rooftop area would be surrounded, as mentioned, by acoustic glass. This is an updated perspective shown from the view of the Marblehead neighborhood. Again, not all of the Marblehead neighborhood. There's some portions that are further north than this perspective, but I think it's generally representative. And this blue arrow here shows the angle that perspective is taken from and viewed from across the freeway. The next couple of exhibits show the original enclosure of space with the yellow representing a substantial amount of open space area reduced by the current proposal that extends the covered area. Again, this is showing the seating configuration, identifying that that 50% or more of the seating will be under that covered area to comply with the recommendations of that acoustic study. And this exhibit here demonstrates a sense of scale for what it would look like to have a person in the dimensions of that area. And finally, two final slides, the additional enclosed space in this section diagram and a rendering of what that would look like from the interior experiential point of view from someone going into that restaurant. So I'm going to hand over back to Adam to discuss the differences in the exhibits.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, so the next two slides include all of the applicant's proposed conditions of approval. I will go through these quickly as far as what they're trying to address, and then I'll jump over to the city staff ones and point out the areas where there have been some modifications. The first one, the first condition just memorializes the fact that previous prior conditions of approval still apply to this project. The second is incorporating that the applicant shall construct the rooftop as per the plans, which is what Jonathan just went over and what is attached to the staff report. The third one relates to the primary use, identifying the primary use of the rooftop facility. The applicant is proposing the ancillary background music or intimate live entertainment, but specifying that concerts and loud music are prohibited. Live entertainment typically requires a conditional use permit. However, the conditional use permit that was approved for the outlet center in 1999 identified that a use allowed under that CUP, which applies to this property, is restaurant with entertainment. So live entertainment would be covered under that previous approval. The fourth item is discussing amplified sound. Reiterating it's for low-level background music and intimate live entertainment, and then give some examples of what that intimate live entertainment would be. The fifth condition is discussing the utilization of an operable enclosure system, which is essentially a system of pocket doors that allow for the wall that faces west, that's part of the enclosed area, would be able to be opened. It also discusses a manager with authority to immediately cease non-compliant activities shall be on site at all times that the rooftop facility is operating. The sixth condition discusses the applicant submitting and implementing a lighting plan demonstrating compliance with the applicable city regulations. The seventh condition is about incorporating the recommendations contained in that noise impact study that Jonathan referenced, and then attaching that document to the resolution. The eighth condition is limiting construction activities to not include Sundays. The ninth condition is to have these conditions run with the land as part of this and be binding on future successors and assigns of this project. It also discusses the ability for future applications to be submitted and approved related to any noise permits or operational exceptions. Just noting that those future permits would be consistent with the conditions that are included here. The 10th condition, the 10th condition is about the outdoor rooftop operations time. The applicants are recommending that the outdoor, the uncovered area of the rooftop be allowed to operate from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sundays through Wednesdays, and 8 a.m. until midnight on Fridays, Saturdays, and the holidays that are listed, such as New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve, Thanksgiving, Labor Day, etc. The 11th condition is limiting the the seating to be that no more than 50% of the rooftop seating shall be located outside of the area that can be enclosed. And then the last condition is all operable windows of the facility shall be closed when the outdoor operations are not permitted per the operating hours referenced above. So staff's version generally maintains most of these. It does incorporate a few of the conditions just for ease of implementation. The first condition is the same as listed. The second condition that's shown here, the difference is that the term "and operate" is added to the first line. So it says the applicant shall construct and operate the project, not just shall construct it. The third item is a departure. It's been reworded to say that the use of the rooftop facility shall be used primarily for food and beverage service. It takes away the ancillary background music or intimate live entertainment. One, because live entertainment's already part of a previous condition, and two, background music is discussed in the subsequent condition. However, what this one adds that the applicant's does not is that weddings and concerts or similar activities with loud music are prohibited. That would follow to any future permits that would be issued as referenced later on in the conditions, such as future special activities permits or temporary use permits. While special events could be permitted, the language in this one would prohibit a future special event that includes a wedding or a concert. The fourth condition has been changed to, again, we're limiting amplified sound would be prohibited except for low-level background music. The additional language here is within the enclosed portion of the rooftop area that is not audible beyond the hotel property. So the difference between staff's recommendation and the applicant's in this case is that the area where live entertainment or amplified sound, low-level amplified sound would be provided would be within the enclosed area and limit that sound volume so that it's not audible once you're off of the hotel's property. The fifth condition, this one has been, is a larger, expanded version of the applicant's condition. Fundamentally, the hours of operation that were included as condition number 10 in the applicant's version, that has been moved up into this area. And then the applicant's last condition, number 12, about the operable windows, that has been added to the end of this one. The main difference here, all things considered, is that the staff is recommending that the outdoor area be closed between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, and between 9 p.m. and 8 a.m. Sundays through Thursdays. So the applicant is recommending that the outdoor area be open until 10 p.m. I'll call it on the weekday nights, and midnight on the weekend nights. Staff's recommending 9 p.m. on the weekday nights and 10 p.m. on the weekend nights. Again, there's no discussion of additional hours for holidays, but the staff's conditions as proposed here do not preclude the hotel from applying for special activities permits to extend those hours on special nights. The sixth condition that staff is recommending is the same as the applicant's condition. The seventh condition is the same with the exception of the last sentence. And I apologize, I need to make one clarification and correction on what's written here. So the top of everything but the last sentence of condition 7 shown on the screen is the same as what's in the applicant's proposed conditions. However, this one is the last sentence. Staff is wanting to require construction related noise impacts. So our recommendation is that that last line read, required construction specifications and noise monitoring equipment shall be installed and maintained during construction. There were some complaints from the residents about the volume of sound emanating during the outlet's construction, along with the timing of it, which is why it's in the next condition down, it's being limited to not occur on Sundays. There was some discussion from the residents about having permanent sound monitoring equipment within the restaurant, just really to give the management of the restaurant an understanding or a notice when volumes are getting high, but there wouldn't be, that's really more of an informational thing, and based on the conditions that are being proposed here, staff is pretty confident that there wouldn't be such issues that would necessitate an additional piece of equipment that the management could use. That's still something that they could incorporate, and the council is more than welcome to contemplate adding that to the conditions if they would like to. The ninth condition that's shown here, the only thing that changes from what the applicants recommended is the beginning of the second sentence says approval of any future noise permits. That's just an addition of the words approval of. Doesn't necessarily change the intent of that condition. It just kind of clarifies that the approval of any future permits shall be consistent with these conditions. And then the 10th condition is the same as the 11th condition that the applicant proposed related to limiting the outdoor seating.
So we'll conclude with the recommendation here, which is to adopt Resolution 2603, which would find that no further environmental reviews need to be consistent with CEQA guidelines. 1.5, that should be 162. It's text error missing the 2 at the end, and 15183. And approve this permit to modify the previously approved rooftop restaurant to enclose a portion of that restaurant and bar, as well as incorporate acoustic glass around the remaining outdoor seating area. And with that, staff has concluded our presentation.
Good. Yes, sir.
I did want to make one clarification. As you know, there's been kind of 3 parties involved in this. There's been the applicant, there's been the city, and there's been the residents. The residents, and certainly one of the residents, took great pains to make sure that they provided some recommended conditions as well. I know that the city council members have been briefed on that. There was a question about why aren't those conditions provided to the public. It's not the practice of the city to allow residents to suggest conditions to the council. We briefed you on what those included. But I just wanted to make sure that people understand we're not playing favorites. It's just typically the applicant makes a proposal and the council reviews that proposal and whatnot. But I believe we shared with each of you what the concerns of the neighbors were. So I wanted to make sure that everybody knows that you did hear the concerns of the neighbors.
So, any questions for staff?
I have one question, quick question. Adam, on item 10, I was a little confused on your, the required noise equipment being installed during construction. You mentioned the monitors, you're not recommending that, but what noise equipment or what noise mechanisms were you referring to, if any? I'm not sure if you mentioned it and then withdrew it, or exactly what your intent was on, I mean, item 7 I'm talking about.
So during construction, there are a number of things that are required to be implemented, best management practices to help keep down the noise.
Is it the thickness of glass or the sound attenuation materials in the wall?
I'm sorry, yes. For the required construction specifications, that's information, the recommendations that are included within the sound, the noise impact study that recommends certain thicknesses of the acoustic glass.
RK Engineering described that, right? And do you have any problem with those standards?
No, they're just noise attenuating materials that are.
Thank you, that clarifies. I was
Yes.
not sure that, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Yeah, I want to direct your attention to item 3 of the staff proposal, weddings and concerts, other similar activities, the last sentence of item 3. Aren't we just controlling noise as opposed to types of event?
That is, yes, that is the ultimate goal. Staff's, I'll say this, in the past couple years, there have been a number of noise complaints lodged specifically about wedding events, wedding venues. We've become quite familiar with how those events operate. So staff is simply recommending a blanket prohibition on weddings. That's something that also the concerned residents had expressed interest in limiting. However, staff also feels confident that, if council's direction would be to address such events through future permitting opportunities, that we could establish parameters around that.
Couldn't we really just address the noise issue? Aren't we have provisions in here that address the noise issue without describing the type of events?
For the most part, yes. But it's hard for staff to say that a DJ that is introducing a wedding party would ever be considered anything like low-level background or
Well, yeah,
intimate
but
live
we could have
entertainment.
they could have a DJ there. There's nothing that prohibits a DJ. Apart from a wedding, I mean, you could just
So-
say, hey, we're going to have a DJ.
There would
I know
be.
they're not going to do, this is a hotel that wants to cater to their guests. They're not going to do it, but I'm just saying, when you specify, weddings, I mean, what about a quinceañera? I mean, can you have that?
That, I understand.
You could do that, right? You can have that and have a DJ?
Well, I think that would be covered under, or
It's not
similar
a wedding.
activities with loud music being prohibited.
Well, that's my point, is that
With the noise restriction.
you have a noise
Exists.
restriction already
Exactly.
that covers everything. I mean,
I
anyhow, I'm not going to,
yeah.
I'm also trying to figure out item 7 regarding the noise monitoring equipment. Is this something we've done in the past with other buildings, or?
No, this noise monitoring equipment being used during construction is, that's a new special condition.
Do we have regulations, though, currently in place that would, that would control the noise during the construction?
No, and the reason for that is because the construction noise is exempted from the noise ordinance during the hours, during certain hours, which are pretty much every day of the week except for Sunday, from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, all right. That's my questions, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city manager mentioned resident input on conditions. If you could just ask staff to summarize what that was, because it hasn't been stated yet in the public hearing.
Make it so.
And then be Mia, by the way.
So there were a few things, there were a few items that were discussed by the residents as far as conditions of approval. One of them was a requirement that the conditions of approval be recorded on the property. That is something that is, one, not necessary, but two, binds future council discretionary authority. And so that's not something that could be done. Another one was related to limiting any future sign approvals related to the hotel. The signage has been litigated. There's a master sign program that establishes what signage is permitted, and signage is not part of this application. Other than that, there were a few slight modifications in terms of the language here, but generally speaking, staff feels that the staff proposed conditions incorporate a lot of what the residents were seeking and also what the applicants were. One other clarification, the residents wanted to not permit any future noise-related permits or operational exceptions. So things like special events couldn't occur. The only thing that could occur would be food and beverage service accessory to the hotel. However, low-level background music, not audible off of the property, was acceptable.
Does that fulfill your, okay, Victor, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say it's actually more than that, because the residents are really came up with probably 50% of the stuff that are in this staff report regarding noise and sound and other conditions. It wasn't just these last proposals. They, as I understand it, Bev had a lot of input into this, and this was done to address the community's concerns about noise, and that's why this discussion took place in the first place, is trying to address the noise concerns of the community.
No.
So there's more, there's
You're
more than those.
absolutely right.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, most of these conditions started off from an issue raised by the residents that have been addressed in some fashion here.
Yeah. I just want to make sure they got the credit
Absolutely, yeah.
for taking the initiative on
Yes.
this.
Zen, have you got some questions?
Yeah, really simple question. How much floor areas does it add?
The floor area of the entire roof deck?
No, the interior space.
I'm going to ask Tim Fleming, the architect, to respond to that. I believe it's 6,400 square feet off the top of my mind, but he'll know better than me off the cuff.
Mr. Wu, the proposed plan adds 2,200 square feet.
Okay.
There was 4,600 square feet in the proposed plan. That was the kitchen, the restrooms, you know, the the service component. That was 4,000 square feet. Now I'm sorry, it was 4,600 square feet. Now the proposed building is 6,800 square feet. So that's
Okay.
2,200 square feet.
Do we have different seat numbers?
No, that was one of the things that we agreed to, was to maintain the the number of occupants allowed. So it's 204 occupants allowed.
So parking is not affected? Okay.
Yeah, the
thank you.
parking remained the same, yes.
Thank you.
Could I want to ask you a couple of questions, because I know when this started early on, you actually met with the residents at their home, and can you tell us about what those meetings, I mean, this actually incorporates a lot of what they wanted, and can you tell me more about what that was?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Cabral. Let me just read through real quick what I had, and I'll address that. Hello, Mayor Loeffler, Mayor Pro Tem Knobloch, and esteemed council members.
I don't mean to interrupt. Is this like the applicant's 10 minutes?
No, this is just answering a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it sounded like that was a prepared something.
I was going to go into that, so let me answer the question.
Yeah.
Please.
Well, he gets time later on, right?
He absolutely does. Later on.
Well, as City Manager Hall described, we met at Beverly Weisson's home. Her husband, Jake, made sure that the pool table was ready for us to put out all of our drawings. We met with about 10 people each time. They were all from the neighborhood, but from different parts of Marblehead neighborhood. It wasn't all just right in Beverly's area. There were some people further down the street that had different conditions. And that was actually something that we wanted to make sure we were addressing the whole community and the neighborhood needs, not just the few people we were hearing from. It was a real simple initial discussion. The primary concern was sound. They felt like we could resolve any light leak issues or any of the other things that may come up. So sound was the focus. We decided early on that the best way to reduce the noise impact would be to contain the sound at its source. And Mr. Craig was amenable to that. So we started exploring, enclosing half of the deck, or basically just showing that we were enclosing a portion of the deck. It became important that we brought the bar into the enclosed portion because we felt more noise came from the bar. The other thing we learned from from RK Engineering was the best way to prevent sound was to really just to put a wall in front of you. If I can't see you, I can't hear you, is the way they described it. And so we oriented the form of the building so that it would block sound that may be going towards the residents. Actually, the approved plan did have sound walls all around, but our proposed plan raised a couple of walls that were, in critical conditions that would help. So I think I'm sorry, I think I went a little bit off. The answer to your question is that they were very productive and congenial meetings. I listened, the first meeting I listened for about an hour and we came back with solutions. People seemed like we were going in the right direction. And then Mr. Craig authorized us to prepare the complete design set. So that's what we're seeing today.
Okay, appreciate it. So the residents had a lot of input into this plan. I think that's kind of what
That,
you're
and
saying.
that it addresses the sound, escaping from that area.
Moving on, Zen, are you done with your questions for staff?
I'm done.
Mark, you have any questions for staff?
I have no questions. I would just
Yeah,
move this along a little bit.
just real quick, one of the staff's recommendations was that the owner of the property could build it, but wouldn't operate it. What was that?
No, this was related to the second condition. The applicant's version stated that the applicant shall construct the rooftop facility in substantial conformance with the plans, the revised plans. Staff's recommending that it say the applicant shall construct and operate the project, because the plans show that, the kitchen area is going to be used for, kitchens. So just to build something doesn't,
Sure.
it's a belt and suspenders.
And the last one's about the scope of the project. I know there's, obviously the height changed a little bit, what we approved. But this height that we're using on this project is project-specific, right? This doesn't give carte blanche for any project that wants to come in and go to that height. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? Okay, with that, now, the applicant gets 10 minutes to present.
Well, I think I'll skip some of my introduction. If I could go to the site plan that's in, thank you. Just for orientation, this is the approved plan. So the ocean is on the right-hand side of this page. The interstate is on the left. The roof deck patio is on the right-hand side facing the ocean, of course. Next, please. This is the approved plan. It shows the square footage we discussed, the 4,600 square foot that's in red. That was the service component of the roof, restaurant, and deck. On the right-hand side facing the ocean is in green a covered walkway from the covered building over to a covered bar. In yellow, all of that is open to the sky. So that's what was approved. Next, please. In our discussions, we felt the best way to reduce the sound impact was to both block the direction of the sound and to encompass some of the sound, to enclose it. So this was really our first plan. This was our first plan that we took to our first charrette at the neighbor's home, showing we could the red to the left is really what was the restroom and the kitchen, and then we just extended that red to the right. That's enclosed, that's under the red. So that's where we created the approximately 2,200 square feet of additional square footage in the proposed plan. Next, please. The section, go back one, please. I'm sorry. Thank you. This was the result of our discussions. This is a more finished plan. The green, as was indicated earlier, is the newly established indoor area. Next, please. This section shows that we were trying to be conscientious of the height restriction. This did come up with the neighbors. We are allowed 62 feet. This section shows that we were restrained. We kept it to 57 feet, and we pulled the gable in a bit. Everything in this section is an attempt to be restrained in our height. It also does, next please. This is the long section. As you're on the, on the left is the elevator, walking towards the right is the green. That's the portion we added in the long section. Next, please. This shows this is a roof plan that shows the gable roof that leads from the elevator lobby out to the deck. And then in the green area, you can see where there's a cross. That's a cross gable there that really opens up expansive views to all three directions. The light blue line on the perimeter is the 5-foot acoustic glass, and the red is the 7-foot acoustic glass, 7-foot high. Next, please. This interior view is within that cross gable location. So you can see how in the primary, most meaningful space that's inside, we have a cross gable with axial views out towards the ocean. I do want to just quickly talk about the design intent. Since we're on the roof, we're allowed, it's possible for us to have a very light structure. So we have, this portion of the building does look a little bit more modern. I believe that that's intentional. Because we're on the top of the roof, we don't have all of the loads. We can do a very light structure. And with a very light structure, we get to emphasize our windows, our large operable doors, and we believe that that's consistent with the direction. And Steve would like to speak to a couple of conditions.
Thank you, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, and city manager, and all the rest of the staff that's here tonight. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Steve Craig, the owner of the outlets at San Clemente. I appreciate all the work that Tim has done. He's been a yeoman in working with the neighbors, and I think he's accomplished a great deal. The conditions, I do have a couple comments on that I'd like to be clear on. The first one appears in yours, condition, staff proposed condition, and number 3, and I think Councilman Cabral mentioned it, a restriction on weddings and concerts. We don't have a problem with the concert side of it. That's its own unique animal, but I think, Councilman, you make up a good point. A quinceañera, is that a concert? I don't think it is. It's an important event. It's culturally, it's a big thing for hotels, by the way. So we'd like to have the right to have weddings and quinceañeras, limit the type of sound output that we have with them, but be able to have the type of events without having to go back for a special event permit each and every time.
Wow.
It's not my aunt or my sister, I just want you to know that. The hours of operation on Section 5 of your exhibit, I'd like to stick with the hours that we proposed with a modification to include a later event on Sunday evenings before a major holiday. So if Memorial Weekend, that Sunday night is a very busy night for people. They stay out and they're doing things. So I think we know those dates. I'm not going to ask that Juneteenth be put in, but certainly Labor Day, Memorial Day, 4th of July, those important Monday holidays that people celebrate on. The last issue that I really had was the monitoring. I appreciate the clarification that staff made with respect to it. I'm not sure what we can do with it, with construction. Construction makes noise, and hopefully we can get it done quicker to have less noise, but monitoring a truck that's delivering concrete and telling a Teamster driver to, hey, keep it down over there while you're letting that concrete out of the truck, it's going to be pretty tough. So we will do our best with it. I think we've been good neighbors throughout this process. In terms of operating the center, we've done the best that we can, and I think that compared to what you have heard in the past, if for some of you, and I think there's a few people, I know Wayne Eggleston was here tonight, he was in the original hearing in 1999. I will point out that he did vote against the project. It went 4-1 in favor, but none of the parade of terribles that were brought up at that hearing have come to pass. Devaluation of property. The community will be downgraded. I think if anything, I think the community has been enriched by it. And it's given people an opportunity to do things that they never thought they could in their own city. And by the way, things that we never thought could be done. I mean, we have a car dealer now effectively in the mall, and that guy could do $40 or $50 million in business, which we don't get anything from it, but we sure as hell are happy for the city of San Clemente that they get some real sales tax dollars. I would close by saying this. You know, we've held back on doing this hotel. I'm working on 3 other hotels right now, and capital gets deployed where capital can do its best. And we've hesitated doing the project for many of the reasons I think some of you know. This we recognize as an important project to the city. It can bring in a lot of dollars and make up for a lot of other ills that you have to face as stewards of the money of the city. On the low side number, I'm sure $1.5 million a year from TOT tax revenue and related revenue from it. So we want to be good stewards with it. We hope that you will be with it, but I also respectfully request that you take the points that I've made and incorporate those into the proper conditions. And with that, I'll just say thank you for all your time and efforts to make this project possible.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. We have public comments?
Just one. Amanda Quintanilla?
I didn't think I was going to be the only one to speak. I'm pleased that there was a noise impact study because I think that was the main concern as, for some people. However, weddings and concerts have been a problem at Old Hanson Beach Club, and that's been brought up by the North Beach Community Association and other members of the public there, and that was a big, huge concern regarding the DJs making announcements. And so I'm really concerned that that will basically happen here. And so also I'm concerned about the weddings and, you know, the quinceañeras that would be there. You know, it just causes a lot of noise and all that, a lot of, it's amplified music and amplified PA system for the DJs, and that's just going to be just, you know, problematic, and that noise travels. And I was at one of the meetings for the group of people that lived at Marblehead, and the city manager was present, and it was, someone took a boombox and was at the outlets, and we could hear it so much with I was at a house, and it was incredible how sound travels. And that's really important to note that that can be a problem. And so I'm really concerned about that. The construction noise on a daily basis really becomes very problematic, to the point where it's just really significant. I live by two places that have had construction, and I tell you, during the summer, you close all the windows and it gets really hot. With no air conditioning, you have the fans going because the noise is just so nerve-wracking. And I hope that the installation of the noise, to monitor the noise levels, can be done, because that really is a problem. I am concerned regarding the increase in square footage from 4,600 to 6,800, which is about 47% increase. And I'm wondering why that is. So it just seems like it's going to be a bigger area, bigger venue, to have more noise, to have more people there. So I think that the architect mentioned that the amount of people being able to be there is the same, but I doubt that, because if the square footage is increased by 47%, how are you going to limit the amount of people being there? So I just feel that there has been some progress, but I just feel that hopefully the HOA or the Beverly and the representatives that live in Marblehead can address their concerns in a timely manner with the opposing, or with the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, we did have a few more cards arrive. Beverly Wyson, followed by Bart Jacoro, followed by Kathy Esfahani. Beverly?
Hi, I'm Bev Wiesen, for anyone who doesn't know. Council, good to see you guys. I want to thank Tim, because he's worked tirelessly with us. I want to thank your staff for coming to my house multiple times to work through these plans. I feel like this project is so much better. So much better. Can you hear me now? Mark's telling me, turn that thing up. So much better than it was before. I mean, the enclosed part of it will now allow this to function after hours, when it's cold, when it's raining, when it's windy, when it's foggy, when it's San Clemente, basically, which is the majority of the time. So to address Mr. Craig's comments about the longer operating hours, I actually think by having those nano doors and closing the outside at the times that we've suggested, or that you've suggested as staff, because to be clear, the conditions started with staff. But then you can have the inside open till 2 a.m. if you want to, and nobody will care. So I'm not sure what the push is about having that outside open later, but it does create an environment where potentially there will be a lot more noise that does come through the night air. And any of you who got to watch the demonstration of the noise coming through the still night air from where the medical center is, up through the air and to my house, where you could hear every word that was being said in those songs, you would know that the noise really does travel at night. So you take that sound that was on the ground when we did that, you put it 57 feet in the air, and it's definitely going to come over. So, you know, people want to go to bed at 10 o'clock, that they should be able to, or 9 o'clock, whatever time they want to go. So anyhow, just to address that, I think all of you have talked about this. I think this is going to be a great project. I think all of us are excited that there's going to be a hotel here in Marblehead, the vicinity. I have nowhere for people to stay when they come to see me, so they stay with me. And it would be preferable that they had somewhere else to stay nearby. So ultimately, I think this is really going to be a great thing. And really, the effort that's gone in. Andy's been amazing, and I did just get to talk to Steve tonight for the first time. And I think probably we could have gotten through a lot of this sooner if he and I had met sooner. So I'm appreciative of all of this. Amanda brought up something about weddings and parties and things like that. And, you know, at the end of the day, I don't think it's a ceremony that we're worried about. I think we're worried about a DJ. I think we're worried about somebody wearing a headset and screaming into it. I think we're worried about champagne popping at, you know, all hours. I think that's what we're really talking about. I don't think we're talking about people quietly, you know, exchanging words on a rooftop. So, you know, maybe there's some way to compromise on that. But again, the thing we've said to all of you from the beginning is we don't want to be the enforcement authority. And I never want to be the person shutting down someone's wedding. So please don't put us in that position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bart DeCoro? Bart?
Good evening. I want to also to thank the city staff for what they have been doing. And the city staff Exhibit A proposal would be an acceptable solution to this project. However, I'm very concerned about Mr. Craig's proposal. I am very worried about amplified music and noise, and without doubt, it would destroy the peace of our community. I also agree, I believe, with Beverly to say, once the doors are closed and it's inside, they can go till 2 o'clock in the morning if they want, as long as we don't have the noise, that's fine. Let them celebrate. I'd have no objection to that. So I would then say, please support the city staff recommendations. Thank you. It's a very good compromise. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kathy Esfahani?
Hi, I'm a resident of North Beach, and I feel like someone should speak for the silent majority on this, which is we love the idea of having a restaurant and a bar overlooking the ocean, a fun place to go that will be open later at night. I mean, the idea of it closing at, was it 8 o'clock on weekday nights and 10 o'clock on weekends? Is that the staff proposal? As opposed to being able to stay open till 9 o'clock on, Sunday through Wednesday and weekends up till midnight? Laguna Beach has lots of rooftop hotels and restaurants where you can enjoy the ambiance of a beautiful seaside town. We've got a beautiful seaside town without the similar venues, and this will be one of those venues, and it would be great to have a fun place to hang out for young people and old people like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, now the applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal if he chooses.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You don't want to rebuttal that last speaker, though, probably.
No, that was very good. She referenced Laguna Beach, which it may be a communist city, I'm not sure. But just kidding. Have some humor here. God. I'm using my time to appease you. When I made my comments on the staff proposal for the exhibit for the conditions, I was actually working from the city staff's proposal. I wasn't working from ours. So I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. I'm not sure you guys understood it. Why that's important in the context of this is under number 4, it specifically says no amplified sound permitted within the rooftop facility except for low-level background music provided within the enclosed rooftop area that's not audible beyond the hotel. I think that's pretty clear that there's not going to be a DJ and he's going to be having headsets on and have a little earpiece in and talking to the people in New York about what's going to happen at midnight on New Year's Eve. It's a much quieter approach. What we were asking for, and if you read our conditions, it talks about intimate live music. So someone playing acoustic guitar, a piano player, and most people do have an amplification of their voice. They use a PA system. We're not looking for bands. We're not looking for concert venues. We're not looking for DJs and boomboxes. So hopefully that will allay some of the fears that some of the people expressed. And that really concludes my point. So again, I would respectfully request that those modifications be made and incorporated into that. And we'll do our very best to live up to that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
With that, public hearing is closed. Start our discussion. Does anybody want to lead off?
Well, I'll just lead off with one item. The comments were made that we've had problems with weddings in the past, and the beach club was mentioned. That's comparing apples to oranges. The beach club is a unique situation that's been problematic for us. The DJs there aren't aren't complying with the 55 decibel rules as they are here at the lodge rooftop. And we have a problem in that that's our property. We rented it out, we control it, and we're concerned about litigation telling the people to knock the noise down when we didn't put proper restrictions on in the first place. So apples and oranges. I agree with Victor's comment earlier about the wedding venue. Noise is the issue. We want to make sure this is, the neighbors are happy and that our community is benefited. This is going to be an iconic venue for this city. 10 years from now, people are going to talk about the Rooftop Lounge in San Clemente where it's the place to go. I'm excited about it. It's been a long time coming. I think we shouldn't restrict the types of use that are used on the Rooftop Lounge. We should control the noise, and I think that's been addressed. Thank you for speaking up early and interacting with the staff and with the lodge to make sure this is a good project. And I'm excited about it. That's all I have to say.
Victor?
Oh, yeah. I'd like to, first of all, thank Bev for her comments, because I know she's been working on this as much as anybody, and as the staff of the hotel too, and our city staff. I think everybody, this was what was great about this project, is everybody wanted to come to the right point where we addressed the needs of the community, but yet had a facility that was a landmark facility in our community and that could serve the needs of the community and hopefully the Olympics. And I think we're almost to that point. I would, and not now, but at the appropriate time, I'll make the motion to strike a couple of sentences. One will be the second sentence in paragraph 3 and the last sentence of paragraph 7. And that is because I think if you do read paragraph 4, it is, as stated in the staff city proposal, pretty clear. And we are trying to address the noise level, and we do it in this, and I think that's sufficient to cover most of the activities. And I also think if you're a hotel, you don't really want to disturb your own guests that are paying a lot of money to stay there at night. So I don't think it's going to be till 1 o'clock in the morning, because your guests won't be very happy with that. And the only other change I think was raised, and it's a good point, and and this relates to item 5, when there's a holiday like this week, Martin Luther King holiday, maybe on that Sunday, or other federal or state holidays, we grant that exemption now so that there can be the hours, because including 4th of July, because there's going to be noise everywhere in this city, no matter what, even if you try and regulate it. So those are the changes I'm going to propose, and at the appropriate time, which everybody makes their comments.
I wait for a minute. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just echo a lot of things that are said. It's great to see a community come together, to see two parties come together and find compromise. And even though not every single issue was completely worked out, it's great to see a general consensus given and to see an amicable solution in that. For a couple of the proposals, in terms of the wedding and quinceañeras, I'm still not okay with that. I've been to weddings that have been amplified and not amplified, and even the non-amplified ones still make a lot of noise. And in order to protect our residents around the community, I would just say that's not one I can really get behind. And in terms of quinceañeras, I can't say I've been to a quinceañera, but I do hang out with a lot of 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds in my class, and they are not quiet. And so I just can't foresee that, even without amplified sound. It's not the amplified sound will be mitigated according to the CUP. I'm worried about the non-amplified sound growing up in terms of the excitement and the joyous occasion. And I agree, I'd hate for a resident to have to call to break up this great celebration because of the noise. So I think I'd be okay with doing it as a special activities permit or a temporary use permit. I think that's a good compromise on that. But I'm not there to just blankly say that they're all okay, because they do make a lot of noise, and that noise does carry as their excitement and yelling and happy, which they should be. But I don't want that to come at the cost of people's livelihood and quality of life surrounding that. So, but I am for the extension of hours on nights before federal holidays. I think I could get behind that.
Zen, are you ready?
Oh, yeah. Well, it comes down to 3 items, right? So the 7th item in the last sentence required construction specifications, permanent noise monitoring equipment. I'm okay with this being removed. Wedding, I have a similar concerns. I can support selected dates of the year as exception to extend our operation hours to midnight. For example, based on the applicant proposed condition item 10, it says Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, Thanksgiving Eve, Labor Day, President's Day, Memorial Days, and Martin Luther King's Day. I also heard Mr. Craig add 4th of July. I would support those selected nights to be extended to midnight. But I'm not for routine and weekly frequent loud music activities such as weddings and concerts. I think Mr. Craig also already said he's not for the concerts. Wedding would be similar. Louder parties should not be allowed there. It seemed to be redundant, but redundancy helps to make sure that they don't become a problem.
Can we put up the plan, the final plan of the rooftop deck? I just had a quick question before. Probably Tim could answer this. It was shaded. It had some green and some blue and is this it? Is this the final rendering here, Tim?
Let's go forward about
Forward?
3. No, keep going about 3. I think this is what you mean.
Is this what it's going to look like finally?
This is the roof plan.
Okay.
If you want to, this is above the deck, so if you want to see the deck, we could go back 3.
I'm wondering, okay, the green area is all indoors, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a pergola area out past that?
All of the hatching that's to the right is a pergola area.
Okay, which is
And then there's
covered.
also a pergola on the very bottom
bottom right corner?
Bottom right, yes, sir.
Okay, and that's a pergola, that's a covered area, and the rest is open.
Yes.
Okay,
And it's behind the glass wall.
and there's a glass wall around it?
Yes.
Okay, absolutely. Well, I have concerns about the noise also after dealing with the Ole Hansen issue. It got so bad we're taking it over, so we can control it better. I know this is different. I perceive this hotel as not being, I heard somebody months ago say this is going to be like Laguna Beach, like Mozambique, which is a music venue, basically with chairs and tables. I don't think it's going to be like that. I see this as an operator that's going to want this space because, my gosh, they built this hotel perpendicular to the freeway instead of horizontal or parallel, which would give ocean view rooms. And the operator, the developer said, we're going to build it perpendicular, which has been less invasive on the community, but it takes away virtually every ocean view room. So I just perceive that it's going to be a place where the hotel guests can go up and enjoy the view and have a cocktail. I've been to many Marriotts that have the same kind of function in this area, and people don't want to have loud music out there. They want to go up there and have a drink and look at the view. The guys on the next room down don't want to hear the pounding. So I just don't think that that's the master plan for this, that's the vision. We do still have code enforcement. No matter what we decide, we still have code enforcement on sound. You can ask 24 Carats about that. You know, we've kind of enforced them right on out of business. So, I mean, we still do. I would like, ultimately, if it could be, the hours could be up till 10 outside and include, you know, and then inside after 10 during the week. I think that's optimum to me. Even if you had some tables and chairs out under the pergola serving, that would probably still be okay. But we need to make sure we get the sound confined. And as far as the weddings and the quinceañeras, prohibiting that, I think, is a little strict. I think in this kind of location, if you have a quinceañera that ended at 6 o'clock, what would be the problem, you know, on the weekend?
We need a permit, though, to say, okay, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, and the same thing with weddings. If they went to 8 on the weekends, or so, which most of them do end, I think that would be optimal also. I just really want to work out the fact that we're not going to be doing, you know, midnight weddings on the weekends with sound. You know, that's problematic. I don't know how we work around this. I don't know if one of the applicants wants to respond to that, the concern, and maybe is there a mitigating compromise that we can figure on this?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that opportunity. I think you're on to really how we will operate it. We're going to have 130 rooms plus or minus of people there. Some of them might be part of that wedding party, but a lot of them won't be. So we've got to be respectful for the people that are literally right there. They're not 1,000 feet away up the hill. So that's going to be an important part of what we do. The other piece of it is many of you know, we're building a ballroom. So we could have an actual wedding, the nuptials, as you call them, up top, and then relocate downstairs in the ballroom for the reception and the music, which is all enclosed inside. So
Okay.
I don't think this is that difficult.
What are your thoughts about during the week at 10 o'clock that the service goes inside that's consistent with the entire property there?
10 o'clock's fine during the week, and then on those weekend days, you know, those Friday, Saturday, and weekend holiday Sundays, midnight would be great.
Okay, for the inside, what about even on the weekends on the outside? Moving in at 10 o'clock?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, I appreciate your candor and your cooperation. So I think the only thing to me that to work out is the idea of weddings, or how that's why I wanted to send it to the Planning Commission a month ago, so they could work all this out, so we didn't have to do it from the dais. And I still think it can be worked out. What's that? Oh, yes, sir. Don't go away, Mr. Craig.
If you reopen the public hearing, I can provide maybe some direction.
It's open.
Thank you, sir. I think an easy thing to do would be to replace, using the staff proposed Exhibit A. If the last sentence of Condition 3 was revised so that it said, concerts and loud music are prohibited, because that statement is in the applicant's proposed conditions. If that said, concerts and loud music are prohibited, period, weddings and similar activities shall require a temporary use permit or special activities permit, and in parentheses, or their future equivalents, which may be established in the San Clemente Code, period.
Okay,
That way that they're not prohibited, but it specifies that a permit would be required, as that would be a special event, since the beginning of that condition says that the rooftop facility, its primary use shall be food and beverage service.
I'm going to keep it open in case there's a question for Sal. So the special, you know, it would be so much easier, Mr. Craig, if this was already built and we could see, you know, the footprint and all that. I have no desire to prohibit you from doing whatever up there. What Mr. Atamian stated, I think would satisfy me. And when it is built, if you want to do some events different, then you certainly, we're open to that, I think. I hope you get it built while I'm still on city council. I'd love to hear your ideas and be supportive of them. So does that sound reasonable to you, what we're saying?
It does. I don't know all the aspects of what getting that special use permit, and I just went through this, believe it or not, with somebody who had a wedding on their at their home. And they got a call from the city the day all the trucks came to drop off the tables and chairs, says, hey, you can't have a wedding.
Well,
And you need to apply 30 days in advance, you need to do this, you need a plan to show where chairs are going to be placed and how close they are to the property line. A lot of rigmarole that was a lot of work. So I don't, having not known what you have in mind, but the concept I'm fine with.
I think we could do that before you ever have occupancy in the hotel.
Perfect.
I mean, really, when the thing becomes a footprint and we can look at that and we can think, and you can think about what hours do I really want to do this with guests and all that, and we could put it together.
Yeah, let me ask a question of Adam. A temporary use permit, would that do anything to change the noise standard that restricts noise to 55 decibels at property line?
It would give staff the opportunity to make sure that a special event is consistent with the general conditions.
But every special event would be consistent with what we've allowed the hotel operator to use. So what would be new or different about a temporary permit other than an additional fee, an additional governmental process, an additional process? What would be new or different?
Would allow potentially for some low-level or amplified sound to be provided outside, and it would establish the parameters of that.
It would allow for additional noise outside.
Yes.
So currently, without that condition, there's a stronger noise prohibition in place without the possibility of a temporary use permit.
Yes.
Sounds like it'd be quieter without the temporary use permit, and we'd avoid the government process, the additional fee, and the additional rigmarole.
So,
What am I missing here?
So under the applicants, is that where they can't have amplified music outside? Is that what was said?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, and that's for the entire operation. So if you wanted to do something different, that's when you'd have to, if you wanted music outside, you'd have to come in and apply to do that.
That and other potential impacts. So the other things that we see at weddings are changes to the lighting. So there might be some lighting that a wedding would use that an outdoor patio would not use. But fundamentally, the special activities permit is a requirement when a land use is being operated outside of the parameters of what their primary use allows for. So if you're a restaurant, you get to be a restaurant. If you want to be a wedding venue for an evening, we would typically require a special activity.
Okay, and whatever activity, if we use the 10 o'clock outside, moving inside to whenever, that would cover that also. There couldn't be an event that was, no matter what that event was, even if it was a three-legged race. I mean, they couldn't do it outside if they had to move inside.
Yes, I mean, what we would be looking at is establishing special conditions for special events to occur that do not increase any impacts beyond what these conditions are. That could be allowing changes to the outside lighting that we can condition to not affect the neighbors across the street, changes to the how amplified sound can be provided, but it would provide a mechanism for staff to review that.
So the way it's written now, practically, it doesn't even allow for a good outside event if you can't have music or change the lighting or whatever.
Right.
That's right, yeah. But this
And-
at least provides an avenue for it. A lot of those permits, which they could get up to 24 per year, are in ministerial approval. It wouldn't require a public hearing.
And along those lines, it just seems to me that the applicant's proposed conditions are probably the most restrictive and the quiet. You know, for weddings, I don't know why we're picking on weddings. You could have a quinceañera, you could have a retirement party, you could have a birthday party, you could have a graduation ceremony, you could have a dozen different events that potentially could be allowed. The restrictions that the applicants requested are for the noise to be quiet, to always be quiet. The sound walls guarantee that, the walls guarantee it, the current statute that says they have to keep the sound to a normal 55 decibel, which is the volume of just normal talking. I think we're there, and I think the applicant and the neighbors have done a good job of restricting this. So I don't want to add more layers of burden on
No,
on what could make this a very successful operation.
No, I agree. The sound restrictions are more than trying to make them different and then dial them back. Also, in the wording, I want to see service outside to conclude at 10 o'clock. And then service inside, they can do whatever that they want to do. Does that?
It's fine.
Reasonable with that language and?
Well, the language I was going to propose, instead of,
Make the motion so we can discuss some specifics.
all right, I would,
Oh, wait, we're closed again.
Hold on, I had a
Oh.
question.
We're back open.
Sorry, just a quick question. So the idea of having these temporary use permits, this is consistent through the other restaurants throughout our town. Is that correct?
That's accurate. And both of the conditions the applicant proposed or staff proposed include an understanding that there could be future permits for operational exceptions,
Yeah. So
as long as they're generally consistent with the conditions here.
this is consistent with all the other restaurants throughout our town having these types of permits.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question. I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Item 5 in the city staff proposal, that, as I read it, is a substitute for the applicant's proposed paragraph 10 and 12, essentially.
That's accurate.
But as I'm hearing, to include to reestablish those holidays, I'm thinking I would substitute 10 and 12 as opposed to 5, and that would cover all the items that are listed there?
Yes, if the council approved the applicant's proposed conditions 5, 10, and 12, you would be incorporating everything that's in the city staff proposed
Okay.
condition, with the exception that condition 10 would allow for the outdoor rooftop operations to go until midnight every Friday and Saturday, as well as those holidays. Also, it does not, there was discussion about the Sundays before those holidays.
Yeah.
That's not incorporated in that condition.
It's not incorporated in
It's
the
not.
recommendation?
So the midnight timeframe would be allowed for every Friday and Saturday and those holidays, most of which are on Monday. Sunday would have to close at 10 PM. Right, the Sundays before those holidays, it would close at 10 PM, based on the writing of the applicant's number 10 condition.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
The applicant has indicated he's okay with, on a normal basis, it being closed at 10, but on these special nights, having it be at midnight. That's my understanding of where.
The Sunday before the holiday you mentioned.
And that,
So, sorry, midnight on the outside part or on the inside?
On the outside.
Midnight on the outside, even on
You
the.
can do anything on the inside, anything, anytime you want.
So are we saying Friday and Saturday and the Sunday before weekends, the outside can be open till midnight?
No, that's not what the applicant was asking for at the beginning of this meeting. He was asking for additional dates. I recall that Mr. Craig asked for Labor Day, Memorial Day, and the 4th of July.
Okay, well, no, I'm looking at his original one. It's got Thanksgiving Eve, Labor, all these.
Christmas, New Year.
All these holidays are in here under number 10.
Yeah, I'm fine with supporting those
Okay.
specific dates.
Okay.
5, 6, or 7 holidays of a year.
Yeah.
I think, is a public hearing closed now?
It is closed.
Okay. I think, I'm not
Oh, wait,
intimately,
did I close? I can't remember now.
Close it again, just in case.
It's double closed.
Council, I believe this city proposed condition reflects the best effort and the best judgment of our city staff. I'm not intimately familiar with the recent development because I didn't have a discussion with the applicant, neither did I have much discussion with the residents. I believe we should try to stay with the city staff proposal and we'll make those recommended changes by Mr. Cabral on the item 7 to remove the last sentence. Then on the third one, I would support the staff's latest recommendation that we change the last sentence to read, concerts and loud music are prohibited, and weddings would need a special event permit at a later time. And then item 5, we just add the specific dates to allow them to operate on the open deck until midnight.
I would, friendly amendment?
Well, there's
Instead-
There's no
motion on the
Sorry,
floor.
Not a motion, but
Not your
if-
motion, sorry. I would just, then in discussing that proposition, then my only change would be that instead of having that rooftop open till midnight, have it open till 10 o'clock, as if it were a Friday or a Saturday. I don't think it needs to be open till midnight on those nights. We still have residents who sleep and.
Well, that was my conversation.
Can I make a motion and then we can
Sure.
Discuss the details.
discuss the details? I'm going to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation and approve the applicant's proposal with the following modifications, and then we'll see where we go from that. Striking in paragraph 3, the last sentence. Striking in paragraph 6, the last
There's only one sentence in 3.
There's 2.
Just on the city staff.
In,
Yeah.
and
I'm sorry, just for clarification, are you looking at staff's proposal or the applicant's proposal? Staff's, okay.
the staff proposal.
Staff proposal, okay.
Striking the last sentence of paragraph 7, and then in paragraph 5, adding the provisions of the applicant's proposed, his proposed language to allow Friday, Saturday, and holiday, including without limitation, Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, Thanksgiving Eve, Labor Day, President's Day, Memorial Day, and Martin Luther King's, to be open from, essentially the language in his item 10, to be included in that paragraph 5, incorporated in.
So you want to just substitute 10?
Well,
Five?
we can't do 10 because 10 is, 5 is actually his 5, 10, and 12. I mean, I could do that also.
On your language with the holidays, Victor, did you want to include the Sunday prior to the evening?
Yes.
With the holidays?
Yes.
Could I make,
Let's finish the motion first. If
Well,
that concludes the motion?
that concludes the motion, yeah.
I'll second the motion.
can I make a friendly amendment? That instead of having them open till midnight on those extra nights, the Sundays before the holidays, we have them open till 10 o'clock.
Outdoor.
The outdoor, just the outdoor. And still close the outdoor at 10 o'clock, just like a normal Friday or Saturday night. Instead of having them open till midnight.
I think I've heard support from that from the.
If not, I'll make a substitute
Well, I think I
motion.
heard support from this.
Yeah.
You want
I
to clarify?
Can we clarify that? Yeah. Yeah, because you might be right on that.
Yeah, and I could be wrong, but the conversation, Mr. Craig, I thought that you said you would be okay with closing the outdoor at 10 o'clock. We're good? Okay, then,
Then I would accept the
Okay.
friendly amendment.
all right.
And I'll agree to the second.
Well, let me get clarification. If we were to accept the item 10 from the applicant, then it says, on the second line, it says, Sunday through Wednesdays, at 8 a.m. and 12 a.m. on Fridays, Saturdays, holidays.
That's what we're changing for the outdoor, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. like daily.
Out,
So,
Outside.
the outside part.
Inside, they can go 12, they can go however they.
oh, I don't care what they're doing inside. They can.
It's outside.
They can run 24 hours. It's 8 a.m. and 12 a.m. on Fridays, so we're changing
Changing that.
we're changing 12 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Yes, sir, perfect.
Okay, and then on holidays, including without a limitation, what does without a limitation mean? They can go until,
Well,
there's no closing time?
no, there is.
What is the closing time on this specific holidays?
So on the roof part, on the outside roof part, the closing on the holidays, this is the friendly amendment to still close that at 10 o'clock. Just like you would on a normal Friday or
Oh,
Saturday.
holidays.
Holidays and the Sunday before a Monday holiday, be able to close that at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock.
Then it's 10 o'clock every day.
It's 9 o'clock on the weekdays. Am I correct in that?
Well, we should just make it 10
No, I think
o'clock.
10 I think it's 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
every day.
10 o'clock every
10
day.
o'clock every day.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah, So
I heard the applicant wants to operate until midnight on some days.
we talked about,
clarified that.
we talked about it, and he seems to be okay. With the understanding, he could always put in for later.
Okay.
Later. I mean, when the thing is built and operating.
Okay, okay.
and there can always be a request for a change to the CUP from the applicant later on. If-
Or-
Like any business.
Yeah.
Could do. Are we good now?
Clear as mud.
I think I'll call for the question.
Okay, and this will be we'll do this one on the screen, the vote.
Madam Clerk, are you clear on all the conditions?
I'd like to run through.
Oh, sure.
The
I'm sorry.
motion,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
one more time. So using staff's proposal, we are modifying item 3. So we're removing the second sentence. We are saying concerts and loud music are prohibited. Is that correct?
Weddings, concerts, and similar
The
activities.
entire
You're-
sentence.
You're Xing that
So
out.
we're Xing the entire, so we are Xing out weddings, that's what I wasn't sure about. And then, item 7 is we're removing the last sentence, required construction specifications, that's removed. And then on the applicant's proposal, item 10, we are modifying it to, basically just close at 10 PM every day. Is that correct?
The outdoors,
Outdoors, right,
yes.
okay,
With the inclusion of the Monday prior to the holidays, did you get that
Right.
language?
Yeah.
that's correct.
But
because
are
now-
we simply moving the applicant's item 10 to the city staff proposal? Because your changes are based on the staff
Yes.
version.
Yes.
So we're going to add that paragraph to the end of the 5th item?
To item 5 on staff's proposal,
Yes.
correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Now are we there?
Does our city manager have a
Question?
concern about the
So
details?
I think what Adam was trying to say is that staff condition 5 combines a couple of conditions. So if you were, I think the easiest solution would be to take item 5, and instead of it saying 9 PM to 8 AM, just have it always say 10 PM to 8 AM. It's always closed from 10 PM to 8 AM.
Right.
And then it covers some of the other issues that you're missing if you don't approve item number 5.
Right.
Because they combined 12 in there too, so I think it's certainly the discretion of the council. I just wanted to see if we could make it more simple to follow.
So city manager, you're saying by changing the number 9 to number 10 of the 5th line of item 5, it achieves everything that we just talked about?
That's correct. Changing where it says 9 PM, change that to 10 PM, and then
Across the board.
across the board, you've resolved the issue.
Okay, that sounds cleaner.
I do have one concern about that, is that during the weekdays, that 9 PM is nice during the weekdays.
Yeah, but citywide, the noise thing is like standard 10 PM. I mean, the noise.
Well, let's get back to the motion, make sure the motion is clear and the second is clear. We can discuss before we vote on it, if we want to change it, but do we have any other details, Madam Clerk, on that you
No.
can?
Thank you.
Okay, then you call for the question.
I just make a friendly amendment to replace the change to item 5, just make it simple, to change the number 9 to number 10.
Yes, that was what was proposed.
Is there a second on that?
Wasn't that already in the motion? Just to change 9 PM? Sure,
Well, you made.
We have a motion on the floor that doesn't include it, that's been seconded.
It's been seconded. It's 10
You can make a
it's-
substitute motion, or unless the
10
second
PM.
friendly
10 PM.
amendment is agreed to.
yeah, that's 10 PM.
Call for the question.
Yeah,
Second, yeah.
okay, so now is everybody straight? There is no friendly amendment. It's 10
voting
PM
on the
closing every day.
10 PM, closing every day. Yeah.
Okay, call
all
for
right.
the question, let's vote.
We gotta vote.
Motion passes 4-1 with Councilman Enmeyer dissenting.
Thank you.
How about we take 5?
Yeah.
We do that?
Yep.
Yeah, 5.
And when we return, the last public hearing item is probably not got any public comments on it, so we could move the 11M
Oh.
a little sooner.
Sounds good to me.
Because there's people waiting.
Okay, we're back in session, and Councilmember Enmeyer has asked to pull item 11M, the consent calendar. And Madam Clerk, how many cards do we have?
We have 23 cards on this item, Mayor.
May I just ask, is this acceptable to ask the crowd how many of those 25 are still here, so we can get a sense of?
May I point of order? I think we're going to talk about 8D, then we add 11M after 8D.
We just before we adjourned, we changed it because there's no speakers on that item, so we're now going to 11M before
okay.
8D. So just for practicality. Mr. Enmeyer, do you have something?
Yes, I think because it is so late, I would recommend that we move down to 2 minutes a speaker instead of 3 minutes. I know this is incredibly important, but it is also 10:30 at night, and if we were to go for 3 minutes for each person, we would be here for another hour. So if council is amenable to that, to 2 minutes each.
Okay. Okay, the speakers will be speaking 2 minutes each. You want to call the first several speakers?
Yes, and just, Mayor, just.
The agenda item,
I would
I'm
just like to
sorry.
call out the agenda item first. Consideration of a resolution approving a lease agreement with the Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection Agency for the installation and operation of a maritime surveillance system on city-owned land at Reservoir 5 Communications Site, APN 690-502-16 and 690-502-12, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement and finding the actions exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Would you like to hear a staff presentation first and then?
Oh,
And then
I forgot we have a staff presentation. Absolutely.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I don't have anything prepared, but because it was on consent, but to summarize, the report before you stemmed from council direction back on November 18th from your meeting, and when we brought the preliminary staff draft agreement, and we subsequently negotiated with CBP and took the direction of addressing the issue of paying for electrical costs. And so CBP has agreed to take over an electrical meter up at the location that's being proposed and pay all electrical costs and the related installation. We also tightened up the language in the contract pursuant to council direction and made it a much less open-ended agreement and aligned some terms more with city priorities. We did do our best to address the privacy concerns that were raised at that meeting, and CBP, they're still of the position that they can't commit contractually to not surveilling anything inside the city limits of San Clemente or inside the residential area. The reason being that the system will be configured with an exclusion zone that's configured with the software in the system. And if they gave the example that if they were in pursuit of an active smuggling operation and following it in from the marine area, and then that pursuit led to an area where folks were fleeing through or being pursued through a residential neighborhood, for example, the system would track that pursuit into that residential area. So while they wouldn't be actively monitoring the residential area based on the exclusion zone that would be configured, there still is the potential for the system to track activity in that area. With that, I'm happy to answer any other questions about the modifications.
Why don't we take public comments before
Okay.
we have any questions? City Manager?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that people understand that I was the one who placed this on consent and I've heard some people say trying to hide it or whatever. There's a lot of items on our agendas. They work that we have public hearings, and then we have other items that are old business, new business. But if it's something that the city council has already had public input on and whatnot, and we've addressed those issues, it's not uncommon for us to place those on consent. So it wasn't an intent to hide, it was the common practice that we follow. And I just want to make sure people know that was my decision. It wasn't directed by the council or staff or anyone else. I want to take responsibility for that. So.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Okay, I will call the first several speakers. Robin Seymour, followed by Oleg Krepper, followed by Sarah Phillips, followed by Amanda Quintanilla, Ken Anderson, Donna Vidrine, Ron Ridardi, Lisa H., Chelsea Sanchez, Rosa Mendoza. So starting with Robin Seymour. And I set the timer for 2 minutes.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Robin Seymour. I'm a resident of San Clemente, and I've also had a business in San Clemente for over 35 years. I stand here today representing a coalition of concerned citizens from San Clemente, Dana Point, and San Juan Capistrano to demand that you deny the right to surveillance requested under the Department of Homeland Security, Agenda Item 11M. The revisions presented today do not mitigate the threat this project poses. They highlight its dangers. By explicitly stating there will be no shared system access provided to the city staff or local law enforcement, the federal government is demanding a black box operation on our soil. They are asking for a platform to monitor our coastline with zero local oversight. We're told that because the lessee will now pay their own electric bill, the burden on the city is removed. This is an insult to anyone's intelligence. Our concern was never about the cost of the electricity. It was about the cost of our liberty. Paying the bill does not buy the right to turn the hills of San Clemente into a federal watchtower. This proposal is the definition of a Big Brother system. Once these maritime surveillance systems are installed, we lose all control over how that data is used, who is being tracked, and what facial recognition or AI-driven technologies are being deployed against our residents and visitors. By blocking law enforcement access, the DHS is ensuring that if our citizens' rights are violated or our own local government will be powerless to even investigate. This lease may appear to have a timeline, but it's not only for the immediate future, but as we have already experienced in government always, we're aware of overreach, and by claiming it as a matter of national security, there's nothing to stop the government from demanding that surveillance, once it's in place, is allowed to stay indefinitely. Thank you.
Mr. Krepper, is Mr. Krepper still here? No? Okay. Sarah Phillips?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for moving the agenda item up. I'm against the approval of Resolution 11M. I'm concerned about the intentions of DHS, and I'm concerned about surveillance and privacy of area residents. The facility they're targeting is the best location for surveillance of the city, not the best for the surveillance of the coast. They refuse to include anything about protecting resident privacy in the lease they negotiated. We have Coast Guard and Harbor Patrol nearby. It is ridiculous to expect an inland, unstaffed surveillance facility to make any meaningful impact when we already have staffed military and law enforcement facilities and equipment in the water and on the coast. Its purpose is to surveil us. Council members said some things during the Cars and Coffee hearing. What stood out was not wanting government overreach and not wanting a police state. DHS has become an arm of a terror regime and cannot be trusted to act within the law or in the best interests of our residents and visitors. Please do not approve of police state surveillance in our Spanish village by the sea.
Thank you.
Amanda Quintanilla?
Hello, council members. I I've spoken in support of this a couple of times now. I am in support of this lease agreement with the Department of Homeland Security, Customs Border Protection Agency, due to the concerns regarding public safety for the people that are on the panga boats. Last city council meeting, the city manager mentioned several deaths because of people being on those panga boats. And also, I shared a story as a San Clemente resident of over 55 years. As a child, I had a wonderful playhouse where several adults could fit in. It wasn't really small. And I went out to my backyard, and there was an illegal alien in my playhouse. And I was very calm and collective, but fortunately nothing happened. And I played it very calm and went back into my home and told a sibling and my grandmother, and he stood up and luckily he looked outside, and there was several law enforcement officers coming up our street. And the reason why I brought this up, and I will always bring this up, is because when there's no one there to pick up those people that come off those panga boats, where are they going to run to? Where are they going to go? And so as a Latina, I do support this because if this happens with, this happened to me, it could happen to any kind of person. And fortunately, nothing happened to me. And that's why I stand here today in support of having the surveillance, because it is protection. And fortunately, nothing happened to me, and I would never, ever want anything to happen to anybody else. This is about public safety, about who's on the panga boats, and what can happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken Anderson? No, is Ken Anderson not here? Okay. Donna Vadrine?
Protect local oversight, protect community trust, protect San Clemente. I am in strong opposition to the proposed lease agreement that would allow a federal surveillance camera system to be installed on city-owned property, monitoring our city and coastline without local control, oversight, or shared authority. Let me be clear. We, the people of San Clemente, do not want a federally controlled surveillance system in our city with no oversight. Under the proposed lease, the surveillance system would be owned, operated, maintained, and controlled solely by the federal government. The city of San Clemente would have no authority, no access, and no oversight, even though the equipment would be placed on our public land. There would be no enforceable safeguards to ensure that residential neighborhoods, public spaces, or lawful community activity are not being monitored. That is unacceptable. I urge you tonight to choose council option number 4. Discontinue continuation with the federal government and Homeland Security without city oversight. At a minimum, if this council believes this issue warrants further consideration, then you must pause this process and formally survey the residents of San Clemente, not advance a lease before public consent is obtained. Across our country, communities are raising serious concerns about federal surveillance, lack of transparency, and erosion of local control. San Clemente should not invite that uncertainty or risk into our beach city. It is not necessary, it is not wanted by the majority of residents, and not consistent with the values of local government you were elected to uphold.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Rodarty? Is Ron still here? No? Okay. Lisa H. Lisa? Yes.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm Lisa, and I'm a 40-year San Clemente resident. Each of you took an oath, not to the department, not to a political party, but to the Constitution of the United States. and to the Constitution of the State of California. You swore to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and to faithfully discharge your duties without evasion or reservation. That oath was not ceremonial, it was binding, and the duty to represent is not optional. The proposal before you, a lease agreement allowing the Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Agency to install a maritime surveillance system, is directly tied to your obligation to defend the people of this city, this coastline, and this nation. Denying cooperation with lawful federal border protection would, if in effect, mean the city of San Clemente is obstructing the enforcement of federal law, a conflict with the Supremacy Clause of Article 6, which makes federal law the supreme law of the land. The federal government's constitutional obligation to secure the borders is not up for local nullification. And let's be clear, under Title 18 of the United States Code, Sections 2381 and 3281, treason carries no statute of limitations. I say this just as a legal reminder, and that anyone who, by negligence or ideological bias, gives aid or comfort to enemies of the United States, even through obstruction, does so under the weight of permanent legal accountability. Please pass this resolution. Thank you. Be heroes.
Thank you.
You can do it.
Chelsea Sanchez.
Hi, my name is Chelsea. I'm a longtime resident of San Clemente and proud daughter of immigrant parents. I vehemently oppose to the idea of allowing CBP to set up office here in our city. Furthermore, you can't 100% guarantee that residents of this city will not be surveilled. With the smuggling example proposed, given that racial profiling is a common tactic of these agencies, how can you guarantee that someone who looks like me won't be swept up in something like this? Councilman Wu, during the Cars and Coffee public comment, you explicitly said that you don't want a police state. That's what this is. I personally don't feel safe, and there's irrefutable and overwhelming evidence that DHS does not care about following law, acts with impunity, and has terrorized people of this country. If you all believe that this is something that you should pass, consider that the current House of Representatives is being denied access to oversee federal security installations. So what makes us think that we have this ability to oversee such contract here in San Clemente? I yield my time.
Thank you.
Rosa Mendoza.
Hello, good evening. My name is Rosa Mendoza. I am a longtime resident, 25 years of San Clemente. I've raised my family here, and I've attended Cars and Coffee, and I've seen no enemies there and no domestic, terrorists or anything. So I'm not afraid of that. My biggest concern really is that if you entered into this agreement with DHS that, I guess in the paperwork it says it's like 5 years, you will be able to do nothing. I mean, they'll be able to do whatever they want. And so it's really going to be on you all on what's going to happen to us locally and to our residents. So it's a very bad idea. You've seen on the news everywhere how they've rolled out their procedures or what they've done. They are a mess, and they are reckless, and they are lethal. So do not bring this to our very peaceful, quiet beach town. Okay, so I'm asking that you do not pass this. This is too risky, and you will be out of control. You'll have no control over what they do, okay? So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'll call the next several speakers. Patricia Holloway, followed by William Krutinger, Michael Hoy, Sherman Fowler, Judy Jones, Sherry Johnson, Catherine Hall, Linda Hackworth, Marjorie Sosa, and Lisa Strom. Patricia Holloway.
Yes, Patricia Holloway, San Clemente resident. Dear council members, I remain adamantly opposed to the proposed lease agreement establishing a marine surveillance system in the city. The latest staff report indicates that we'll have the city will have no oversight whatsoever over this surveillance system, an utterly unacceptable situation. Even if we did have access, and even if the electricity to operate the facility is paid for by the Department of Homeland Security, it is against our best interest to agree to this proposal. As citizens, we have a right to privacy and to be free of constant monitoring by our government. This is not a world I want to live in, nor my family to live in. If Department of Homeland Security is so concerned about the safety of San Clemente residents and the people arriving on boats to our beaches, then the DHS can monitor the water from the 20-mile stretch of Camp Pendleton and establish a federal lifeguard force to spot boats on the horizon and rescue these immigrants so they don't end up, in trouble on our beaches or injuring our own residents here. So we need a lifeguard force, the federal lifeguard force, if we've got concern for these people in the boats and we're worried about our residents, but we don't need to set up a camera system in San Clemente and further militarize our beach community. I do not want to live in a police state. And to repeat, the solution to illegal immigration is not to set up cameras along our city coast. The solution is for Congress to enact legislation to manage our border and overhaul
Thank you.
policies. Thank you.
William Krutinger.
Good evening, Mayor Loeffler, council, staff. Between the Coast Guard cutter Narwhal up in Newport Beach, Orange County Sheriff's Department Harbor Patrol in Dana Point, right at the harbor, we have good partners and good resources for the problem that we're trying to address. Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Protection are not partners with us in that regard. They haven't been in the past. It doesn't look like they're going to be in the future. And we're all old enough to remember the Patriot Act, right? It was passed when the nation was kind of worked up, and under the Bush administration. It was continued under the Obama administration, the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, and it remains in place today. Like someone else mentioned, temporary federal overreach is rarely temporary. And there may be a need for maritime surveillance, but it shouldn't be in the heart of our city, and it shouldn't be with the Customs and Border Patrol. If we need something like that, and we very well might, I encourage us to work with the Harbor Patrol, and come up with a solution that makes actual sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Michael Hoy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to be real quick and take a little bit of umbrage with you limiting the time to 3 minutes with such an important matter. My name is Michael Hoy. I've been a resident of this city, proud resident of this city for 42 years. And I believe that, number one, this replicates existing capabilities. You can tell from what we're doing in Venezuela. We know where the boats are. We have satellites 24/7 that can not only locate them, but send in destructive force against them. And these satellites, which are available to us 24/7, can read the license plates on our individual cars. So it's not a matter of locating them. Number two, it cedes local oversight while implementing citizen surveillance. That's a critical point. This, if you're going to move forward with, should be subject to an up and down vote by the citizens. Let's have a public referendum and give the citizens a chance to vote on whether this is a great idea or a bad idea. Number four, the motives, the veracity, the trustworthiness of the CBP and Homeland Security are absolutely unconstitutional, and you know that. I recommend that you consider council option number 4, discontinue coordination with CBP and Homeland Security and reject this matter. Your own staff said this system being proposed will be owned, operated, maintained, and controlled solely by the federal government with no shared access from the city staff or local law enforcement. Really? You've gone to Harvard. You think that's a great idea? You've gone to the University of California. You think that's a great idea? Make no mistake, this is a citizen surveillance initiative put forward by the CBP and Homeland Security.
Thank you.
Lack of transparency, abundance of falsehoods, total disregard for the
Thank you.
citizen guarantees enshrined in the U.S. Constitution.
Next speaker, please.
You know better.
Sherman Fowler?
I'll keep it brief because that's a tough act to follow. Mayor? City
Hey,
Council.
Sherm.
Andy? I just want first thing, last time we was here, the city attorney was asked about SB 54, and I quote, her comment was, "It's not an area of the law that's been decided." Well, SB 54, also known as the California Values Act, has been upheld by the courts, including the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which rejected attempts by the federal government to suspend the law. Therefore, it is considered a settled area of the law. In California, regarding the limitations on local law enforcement's cooperations with federal immigration enforcement. The reason I'm opposed this, because this is something you guys probably don't know. The government funds the NSA. NSA makes surveillance tools. Those surveillance tools go to surveillance companies and local authorities to surveillance us. Then that information, you will never see it. That's why this is a bad idea, because you won't have access to the information. Once they collect that information, the surveillance companies take that information and sends it over to what is called a diffuse center. There are 6 of them in California. Then that information is sent back up to the government so they collect the information on us. That's why last time I was here, I was talking about putting a bullseye on San Clemente. That's what you're going to do. Number 2, that surveillance stuff is a joke. I've worked in technology most of my life. I'm telling you, there's no way in the world you can pinpoint if a car goes through a community, you can block that out. Impossible. That's BS. That's crap. Because you're going to surveillance everybody. A Privacy Act is another reason. I think there is a violation. SB 54, I think you guys will be facing legal lawsuits because of Privacy Acts. And I'm telling you right now, they cannot block out surveillance people. We are surveillance. Vote no on this. Thank you.
Judy Jones?
I'm Judy Jones. I'm a 30-year resident of San Clemente, and I'd like to say Happy New Year and happy successful 2026 to our city council. So good evening to all of you. And I am very concerned with this lease that we want to sign with the, whatever they're, Homeland Security, Customs and Border Protection Act and agency. So this is not something that we really need in San Clemente. First of all, I'm not convinced by the city council that we really need this. I know there's been ponga boats, I know there's been issues, but I don't know that we've really impacted the safety of San Clemente significantly enough to do this. Secondly, I think the big issue is the lack of oversight and control. What in that lease said, we have any way to kick them out? Maybe it's only a 5-year term now, but at 5 years, can we say, no, you didn't do this right? Or what if they're doing something on that property that we don't really want them to do? Can we terminate anything? We don't have any control over what they're doing. We don't have much control over how they install it. How are they going to disrupt the neighbors? Is it going to take them 1 week or 6 months to do this? And okay, they're going to even remove the stuff when they decide they want to leave. Well, there usually is something like there has been at Songs and things like they will return the property to its original status. They won't do that at all. So basically, I should quickly summarize. There's no security either that's mentioned, like for the property. Is there any warning about what's there? Is it land, aerial, is it cyber? Cyber could turn those things around and watch the local neighborhood. Thank you.
Sherry Johnson? Sherry Johnson still here? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Johnson, and I'm a resident, 25-year resident of Dana Point, but I love San Clemente. In fact, I think it was about 10 years ago, I was very involved with the Adopt a Beach program and the Watershed Task Force, and I used to come up here and do a lot of speaking, but I'm kind of rusty now. But this was important enough for me to come out and speak out for this. And I also want to thank everyone who is still here tonight at this late hour or night hours. I'm very concerned about this because a lot of times, as we know, these solutions are sold for safety. But in reality, often it's about control. And the story we're told, and I've heard some of these tonight, is one of fear. And that we are in an environment where there's a high risk of terrorism, and these same agencies are co-opting this same word and changing the definition of what is a terrorist. We've heard this lately. And it could be anyone who disagrees with them. It could be protesters next as domestic terrorists. Without oversight, these powerful technologies can be misused and abused. So I'm asking that we reject these invasive technologies before they take hold in our neighborhoods. And we need to keep San Clemente our Spanish village by the sea and not our surveillance village by the sea. Thank you.
Mayor,
Mr. Mayor, it's now 11 o'clock with the Lois Lindbergh rule. I'd make a motion, we continue the meeting to 11:30.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Catherine Hall.
A short one. Hello, and good evening, and thanks for taking this now and not at midnight. I have a lot of things to say, but only 2 minutes, so I'm going to skip around a little bit. I'm definitely opposed to this. I believe that it is not needed in San Clemente, that it is a very slippery slope. What happens there? Who protects it? Are we going to let them install something and then include armed guards to protect it? Are they going to surveil us? I mean, so many things you've heard from other speakers. It is a slippery slope, and I'd like you to take that into your brain and ponder slippery slope. The question I have is, why do we need this here in San Clemente? There's 20 miles of Camp Pendleton. If these cameras are powerful, can see way out to sea, put it on any damned hillside in Camp Pendleton and let them watch all they want. We have the Coast Guard. We have all kinds of opportunities to grab these boats if that's what we're concerned about. But these boats are what, 5 a year, 10 a year? Even if it's 20 a year, why do we risk our privacy to grab a few people on boats who may be smuggling? I don't know what they're doing on boats. Maybe it's a private boat that they're watching. I don't know. But my privacy is worth more than that. And I cannot emphasize much how much I feel if this is needed, it needs to be at Camp Pendleton. It does not need to be on a hillside where we don't control it. It can surveil us, and we don't even have any access to the information they're collecting. We won't know if they're surveilling us. I expect this council to stand up for my rights to privacy. I expect you to care about local issues. I do not expect you to wade into national politics. I do not expect you to support anything other than local issues. If there is a need for some overreaching federal kind of thing like this, then it should be put to a vote. Thank you.
Linda Hackworth.
Hello, Council. I'm here again. I was here several months ago speaking for a neighbor who is a retired engineer, electrical engineer. And I'm very concerned about it myself, and he's very knowledgeable and concerned. When I was here before, I read a letter from him that he had written, and he has written a new letter to all of you that's very technical, and the main point is that a problem is a lack of oversight and accountability with the surveillance systems, has been mentioned already. What are the limits? What if the limits are violated? What is the recourse? What can we trust that our rights will not be violated? What about the residents in nearby homes? Do they know about the impact that this might have on them, themselves, their property, and their rights and freedoms? There's exposure to city costs and liabilities for the city. There was a phrase in the contract that said quiet enjoyment. What is that? So a professional engineer has issues with this project on many grounds, and I do as well. So please, please deny this agenda item and protect us all. Thank you very much.
Marjorie Sosa?
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I don't have anything new to add to what all of these wonderful speakers who are opposed to this have said. I think it should be in Pendleton if it has to be anywhere. But does any one of us trust the Department of Homeland Security after all that we've been seeing happening? Do we think, I mean, can you imagine walking down Del Mar and seeing somebody's face slammed into the sidewalk? I mean, I'm just horrified with what I'm seeing on the news lately. And I just ask you, please, there's not been enough study done of this yet. And I think it's a rush to judgment. And I think it's a way to get in the back door to get a lot of data on our citizens. And these people run around with masks and everything. You can't even see them. You don't know who they are. And they're not going to allow the Sheriff's Department of Orange County to have any share of information with them. This is a dangerous, dangerous proposition. Please vote against it.
Thank you.
Lisa Strome?
Hi, Councilman. My name is Hi, Councilman. My name is Lisa Strome, and I'm a concerned 25-year resident of San Clemente and the granddaughter of immigrants. The surveillance issue on tonight's agenda is clearly a step to further the Trump administration's egregious terror tactics that are horrifying Americans around the country. Peaceful citizens have a moral duty to resist this brutality and remember that the first rule to fight fascism is do not obey in advance. Why are you 5 men inviting Homeland Security into our lives? There is no sufficient evidence, no evidence to support any reason for the ugliness and cruelty of this plan. There is growing abundance of evidence that Homeland Security ICE agents are lawless thugs. They are the real threat here to our democracy, privacy, and security. Have any of you ever met an asylum seeker or a refugee, a hardworking, law-abiding immigrant seeking freedom? I have. I believe the poet said it best, no one leaves home unless home is the mouth of a shark. Don't obey in advance. Vote against this terrible proposal.
Thank you.
I'll call up the next several speakers. Bianca Isabella DeVerdi, Maritza Rebolar, Sandy Exelby, Mina Cruz, Connor, Kathy Esfahani, and Tony Rubolino. Bianca?
Hi, my name is Bianca.
and as an educated Latina, it still was deceitful to try and sneak this vote to the very end, as this is a decision that will impact our local community and beyond. I think we can all agree, council and residents, that we do not need more government impositions in our city, let alone our homes. The installation of such surveillance that allows no oversight from city council, lifeguards and such could pose a great danger. If this is agreed to, we will ultimately have no input on when, how, and what the surveillance and its data will be used for. This is a massive decision that could have immense impacts and could continue to set precedent that cities will be active participants in enacting a police state with mass surveillance on its community. While it may seem appealing now, it could ultimately backfire and compromise every resident and visitor's First Amendment right to privacy. We ask that this vote be tabled or voted against in order to give residents a right to have their voices heard. Your seat depends on us, and your voice should reflect our voices. And I just wanted to address one thing about the California Border Patrol. I've spoken with California Border Patrol on the quote-unquote smuggling that's taken place and how many people believe that this is some outside invasion or outside folks that are doing this. And I spoke with the CBP and they said that like 99% it's people who are already U.S. citizens, and more than often than not, they're white Americans. So just wanted to correct that narrative. Thank you.
Maritza Bolar? Maritza?
Hello, Mayor and Council. I was a resident and community member of San Clemente for over 10 years, and there are many things I admire about our community. How we support one another. However, I am disappointed by my council members for the way that they failed to consider us in this massive decision of entering a working relationship with the Department of Homeland Security. I am in opposition of the agenda item 11M and requested to be taken out of consent. This item is an invasion of privacy and lacks transparency for those who are trying to put this forward into a hasty vote. Surveillance infrastructure without any safety guards has no place in San Clemente. Please deny this agenda item. Thank you.
Sandy Exelby?
Good evening, council members. I'm a 50-year resident of San Clemente. I agree with the other speakers. I'm against this resolution. Today, I listened to the President of the United States expound on his year's achievements, and I found out that we really don't need this resolution because any immigrants coming in illegally from waters are down 93%. So we don't need it.
Mina Cruz?
Mayor and council members, I am asking you to remove agenda item 11M. This item authorizes the installation of federally controlled surveillance system on city-owned land. And it was added at the last minute with meaningful intent to give notice to the public, without meaningful intent. That's unacceptable. Decisions of this magnitude involving federal agencies, surveillance infrastructure, and the long-term of use of public land should not be rushed or quietly added to an agenda. Doing so violates the spirit of the Brown Act, which exists to ensure openness, transparency, and meaningful public participation, although I know you tried to address that earlier. It still did not allow people to come here and express all that they could say, but we still do have a lot of support to oppose 11M. This proposal would place surveillance infrastructure in San Clemente that's owned, operated, and controlled by a federal agency, not the city. Yet residents have not been told any of the details about the technology or how it could impact them. The lack of clarity is deeply concerning. Declaring this project exempt from CEQA further cuts the public out of a decision that deserves full transparency, environmental review, and community input. This process does not build public trust, it undermines it. If this council values openness, accountability, and good governance, the only appropriate action tonight is to pull this item entirely, fully disclose the details, and allow for real public engagement. I respectfully urge you to remove agenda item 11M. Thanks.
Connor?
Hello, my name is Connor. I am a 10-year resident of South Orange County and a stakeholder in this matter. I'm also a PhD student at Fuller Theological Seminary, a leading evangelical seminary in the United States. And it is my faith that animates my political engagement and my faith that stands me in strong opposition to item 11M on moral grounds. And particularly, my opposition is animated by my commitment to what you all may call liberty, something that this country was apparently founded upon. And I want to engage each of you in an imaginative exercise. I envision that all of you may have once been young boys learning about civics for the first time and wanting to be engaged in politics when you grew up. And you may have heard this quote, so near and dear to our hearts in the United States, that those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. And I think that is the question that each of you are being called to answer tonight. Is that a bargain that you are willing to make, to throw away our God-given right to liberty so that Border Patrol can install their little pet camera on our grounds? And I want you to imagine trying to explain your decision, your vote tonight to that young boy taking his first civics class. Thank you.
All right. Kathy Esfahani?
Hello, I'm Kathy Esfahani, and I'm very concerned about this issue. There have been a lot of good arguments made tonight to oppose the lease agreement, but my concern is a little different. I'm concerned about the message that would be sent by San Clemente entering into this lease agreement with the CBP. Tragically, you initiated this plan. You reached out to CBP to ask them to join in partnership with the city to patrol the beaches for immigration enforcement. And what that says to all of us is that you believe that the Trump administration can be trusted, that you approve of the way they're handling the immigration problem that we have in America. You approve of the raids that we're seeing unfold on our TV screens every evening, the horrifying incidents of people being dragged from their homes, dragged from their cars, children in tears, terrifying families, neighborhoods, and entire communities. None of this is being done for safety. It's being done for politics. It's being done to please Trump's base. He's trying to run up the numbers of people being deported as quickly as possible to please his base. And the horror that the Trump immigration policy is not just this mass deportation, and its accompanying reign of terror, but it's also the canceling of asylum proceedings and everything else. So don't join hands with them.
Tony Rubolino, followed by Louise Herbert.
I think that if anybody is worried about surveillance, they should immediately stop going to the beach because the camera swivels 180 degrees and you will be on camera. So there was an Instagram account that was actually promoting speakers to come here, and it said, and I quote, "Border Patrol wants to point their camera into your home," end quote. And then it said, "We want to make clear that the community is against this agenda item. Now, just because there's a few speakers here, and I think we had somebody from Lake Forest last time that came in, and somebody from, now we have from South Orange County weighing in on San Clemente issues, it doesn't mean that the residents don't support this. The residents do support this, and that's why we've elected you to go ahead and advance this agenda item. All the concerns that you had at the last meeting about this topic have since been alleviated with an ironclad lease agreement. My encouragement is that as soon as the ink is dry, according to the staff report, there is a second camera that is desired by DHS. You should immediately, as soon as the end of the lease or the ink is dry, go ahead and start pursuing that second camera right away. And then, because we have such a close association with DHS, welcome them, invite them, and have them encouraged to coordinate with Orange County Sheriff's Department and make sure that the city is truly safe and that there are illegal immigrants in the community that need to be addressed, criminal illegal immigrants, that should be go ahead and analyzed and assessed and taken care of. You all collectively agreed that this is not a political issue, and as much as you might hear that from people coming up here, it is a safety issue, and that is the bottom line, and that's what we've elected you to take care of. And I appreciate you supporting this moving forward and get that second camera going right away. Thank you very much.
Louise Herbert?
Well, I thought I knew what I was going to say when I came up here, but that just gave me a lot more fuel. So if there are so many people in this town who are for this, I'd like to know where they are. They're not the ones who sat through this extremely excruciating council meeting tonight, but the rest of us did here. So with that in mind, every single one of these people, not every single one, two, excluding two, three, had extremely good points to bring up. And if you don't think this is real, I'll give you an example. My cousin lives in Minnesota. Well, about 15 of my cousins live in Minnesota. But one lives in New London, 21 miles away from Wilmar. She works at the grocery store 2 blocks away from the Mexican restaurant where the ICE agents had lunch and then later that night arrested those people. It was in national news if you missed that. If you don't think that can happen here, wake up. This is insane. Now, one of the things that has not been brought up is if you institute this tower and this becomes our reality, every single one of our property values will plummet. Who would want to live in this town? Think on that. Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
Okay. Discussion or questions for staff?
I don't have any questions for staff, but if you want to go into discussion, I have.
I just have a couple of questions. So, do we already have a camera up on Salvador at that tower? Is there any kind of surveillance camera up there?
There is a fire, there's an observation system that looks out into the hills for wildfires. It's a program that was implemented by Scripps a number of years ago, and that's in the same location.
Okay, and as antennas go, we've got a Border Patrol antenna or something up there, don't we now?
I believe it's a radio repeater.
Radio repeater?
Yes.
Okay.
As part of an existing lease from years ago.
Couple of questions. You've helped me better understand what we mean by maritime surveillance and what the intent is, at least as it's been described by Homeland Security.
As it's been described to me, it's a video system, some sort of powerful video system, maybe other sensing that's not like a traditional camera, but maybe heat sensing or some other sensors. I don't know the detail on that. There is no audio capability, like there's no capability in this system that they're proposing to be able to hear
audio anywhere within its range.
Okay.
And what they've described is that the system would be dedicated to maritime surveillance, meaning over the water, and with their proposition that it would have this privacy area, an area that would be a configurable polygon that doesn't get actively scanned. And as they framed it, that helps them focus the surveillance effort over the marine environment. And
So-
that's how it's been described.
So have they discussed or described the process of surveilling inside the San Clemente? Is there, because my understanding is there's no surveillance inside San Clemente, it's all over the ocean. I could be wrong.
I have had no conversations with them about surveilling inside the city of San Clemente as far as terrestrial area. All of my conversations have been focused on the marine environment.
Would they be able to, or do they have any intent, let me phrase it like, do they have any intention of surveilling within San Clemente?
It was described to me that they would configure what they label as an exclusion zone within the system to configure the system not to actively scan, to focus scanning efforts on the marine area and not, when we say within the San Clemente, not in the terrestrial area.
Okay. That's all. That's all.
Beginning of what he said about, somebody asked, one of you asked if the border patrol had any.
So
We didn't hear that. What was the answer?
Okay, well, just, if we ask you a question, make sure you're talking into the mic. That's all.
Okay. So is that
That's all, yeah.
questions?
In terms of oversight, what was proposed of any type of oversight, coordination, partnership with DHS or with CBP?
So after our last meeting here at with the council in November, we proposed direct oversight by some city official, some mechanism where a city official could visit the location and observe the equipment in use. They subsequently pushed back on that and said that because of the system was proprietary and requires security clearance, they were not willing to put that into the contract. But then they later, in a more recent conversation, indicated that they might be able to provide screenshots that show the excluded area of the system, and that is as far as that went.
Another questions? Okay, discussion?
Yeah, a question about the guarantee on the privacy protection. From last meeting, we asked the language to be incorporated specifically in the contract. So they're not willing to do that?
Well, the contract cites that it's based on federal law, and I believe that federal law provides for privacy of U.S. citizens. So in that regard, the contract does include that. But there are not specifics about sort of violating people's right to privacy beyond that.
Thank you.
Just one more, in terms of the lease, what was the difference between the cost to the city and what they will be paying in terms of rent in comparison to what the contract was before in November?
So previously, they had proposed a flat $10 per month fee for the duration of the agreement. In their effort to cover the cost of electricity and whatever else was required. I think it was focused primarily on, the intent was to cover the electrical bill. When we went back to them, they came around and agreed to take over the electrical bill in its entirety, meaning, and to give more detail on that, there would be their own dedicated meter at the location. So all electricity used would go through that meter. They would pay the bill directly. The city would never have to be a part of it. And then the $10 a month went away and was replaced by a flat $10 fee to initiate the lease.
Question?
More questions?
Any more questions? Okay, now, any discussion?
Comments?
Sure.
Or go for it.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
No, go for it.
No, go right ahead.
Actually,
I
have a-
Position supported, go right ahead.
I have a presentation to go along with this. This presentation, thank you for everyone who stayed this late. I know that it's time out of your night, and it is really important for you on this issue, so thank you for being here. I took a compilation of emails that were sent to me, and by the way, I didn't get a single email that was in support of this. So that says a lot. Next slide, please. Some of the things that we're looking at, the major issues, the major sticking points. Again, these are compilations of what others have sent to me. But A, there's no local access or oversight. There's no data use limits. And there's broad permission for residential tracking. Next slide, please. So the city will lose control. The CBP owns and fully controls the system. There's no shared access for city or local law enforcement. Orange County sheriffs don't have access to this. Our lifeguards don't have access to this. Those who would actually go into, like if a Ponga boat landed on shore, our OC sheriffs wouldn't have access to the system. It also brings up issues of oversight as well. The lease term is up to 20 years, but it's renewed at CBP's sole discretion, not the city's. Remedy limits, city can only allege breach, and federal immunity applies. CBP pays $10 total, assumes control, and yet the city will bear the political risk. So implication, this is not a partnership. It's a federal installation on city land, just to be very clear on that. Next slide, please. The idea in there of avoiding residential areas. This is only a verbal assurance, not contractual. There's no geofencing or audit standards. This broad quote-unquote smuggling exception in the contract says that if a Ponga boat or another entity comes onto shore, then they are allowed to start videoing and using the camera in our neighborhoods and tracking through the neighborhoods. We would have to trust them that that is what they are pursuing, again, without any sort of oversight of this. And so we cannot verify what this system sees or records. Again, we are just supposed to trust them. So, implication, residents are asked to trust a permanent surveillance system without proof or limits. Next slide, please. There's no limits on data use, sharing, or retention. They may share footage with ICE or other federal agencies. And seeing that CBP is underneath the branch of Homeland Security, I can absolutely foresee that happening. And again, no audit rights or transparency. This also conflicts with California SB 54 sanctuary laws and state privacy laws. So we could potentially be putting the city at risk of a lawsuit with the state. I don't know that that is something that is worth us going down. So, next slide, please. Staff reports frames need as illegal vessel landings, but there's no analysis of city or regional monitoring options. There are alternatives that the city could look at, such as working with the Orange County Sheriff's Department or the Orange County Fire Association. Again, partnerships where we would have access to these videos and have oversight, local oversight, joint regional surveillance with local auditability, and approved coordination with Coast Guard and DHS. So locally governed systems could ensure access, oversight, compliance, and public trust. In short, just saying, look, there are alternatives out there, but we haven't pursued them.
Just interrupt, we're past 11:30, so we need a motion to continue
I will make
till
that
midnight.
motion.
And I'll second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Carry on.
All right, next slide, please. Main issue here is that civil liberties and community trust. Our citizens, I personally feel under watch if this camera will be put in place. I don't know, and even if you are for our current administration, great, that is fine. Future administrations, you don't know. And this goes on for 20 years. We don't know what that future will bring and what the federal government will be in any case for an administration that you like or don't like. This can lead to mission creep. We can lead to AI, analytics, facial recognition, other things. As this technology is getting stronger and stronger, again, once that their foot is in the door, we don't know what this may lead to. Legal and political exposure, misuse for immigration enforcement could violate state law. Sovereign immunity limits city recourse. Also, there can be a reputational backlash outside of our city and how we are viewed from around the state, even from around the nation. Next slide, please. So the request, as said by so many here, I think I had 21 speakers here that spoke against this measure, is that we do not approve this measure. So with that, I'll end my comments, but I don't believe that we should continue with this item, given its current state.
Jen, are you prepared to weigh in?
Okay, I'll comment. This is an important issue of public safety that involves our town. A lot of comments tonight about focusing on city issues only and stay out of the federal issues and so forth. This is a local issue. In the last year or so, of the 30 Panga landings, and Pangas are filled with illegal aliens involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, and potentially terrorists. There's no question about that. They're from multiple nations. People that are just trying to be smuggled in pay up to $15,000 a head to get a ride on these Panga boats. It's a safety issue, not only from our community, from a public safety point of view of boats being washed up on our beaches with the resulting oil, gas, and other debris, as well as human life. And in the last month or two, 5 human beings have died on these boats. So it's a serious public safety issue. A lot of comments about police state and invasion of privacy. Our privacy is not being invaded. None of your privacy is being invaded. None of your liberties are being invaded. If you're an illegal alien and you're caught in this town, you're going to be anywhere else in this country, hopefully, you're going to be removed because that's the law. That's the law of the land. It's been that way for decades and decades. It isn't changing. And President Trump seems to be the only one that in the last 5 years that's been willing to enforce the law. Thoughts about how we're already being watched and how this camera is somehow going to be watching us. If any of you have been up on the hilltop to look at this and you look down at the city of San Clemente, what are you looking at? You're not looking at people. You can't even see roads. What you see is rooftops and ocean. So to say that we're going to have our privacy invaded is speculation. It's fear mongering. But the purpose of this is clear.
Okay. Let the council member speak, and we've let you respond. We're speaking now. I know you disagree, and that's fine, but you can't even hear what he's saying. So let him speak. Thank you.
The concept that we're going to be watched, again, if you're on the hilltop and you're looking down for what the view is going to look like, it's a spectacular ocean view and rooftops. There was a lot of comments on local issues, focus on local issues. Public safety in San Clemente is a local issue. There were a lot of comments, probably a dozen or more comments on local oversight. No local oversight. The locals are not allowed to have oversight. We have a two-pronged argument. One is we have no oversight, and everyone else is saying, well, Prop 54, we're not allowed to even be in this arena. So the local governments are not allowed in this arena. It's a federal jurisdiction, federal issue. The federal government's the one that's doing this review of potentially illegal immigration, and they're the ones doing it, not local. So you want local oversight, but 54 prevents local oversight. There was a comment made about 54 that that's the settled law. It's not settled law. There's litigation right now to overturn 54. And the City of Huntington Beach and the Riverside County Sheriff are co-plaintiffs in that lawsuit. It's being heard right now. And that 54 could be overturned rather quickly. So it's not settled law. There's a lot of comments on Customs and Border Patrol terrorizing people. Customs and Border Patrol terrorizes people when they get captured for being here illegally. So if you think citizens are being grabbed and snatched, I disagree. As a representative of this town, I think that's a little extreme. Again, lots of comments on no control. We shouldn't have control. We can't have control. It's illegal to have control. And the federal law currently restricts the visibility of these cameras. Lots of comments again about oversight. One comment that was interesting, a number of you mentioned that you're not in favor, you're not disagreeing with the inspection of the waterfront. You oppose having it here in San Clemente. Put it on Camp Pendleton. Illegal pondas don't land on a marine base. They land in public beaches where they have roads with vans waiting to transport these people. No illegal, even an illegal alien doing stupid stuff isn't going to land on a marine base. So that argument really doesn't hold water. Again, lots of repeated comments about liberty. Our liberties are not being impacted. The liberties of people who don't belong here, who are here illegally, their liberties being impacted because they're not free to continue to roam our country in an illegal status. And that's a fact. There was comments about the political risk. The political risk is real if we don't do anything about it, and we continue to have boats of illegal pongas crashing up on our beaches. There's political risk there. Obeying the law isn't a political risk. Enforcing the law isn't a political risk. The law that's being enforced is federal law. It's been around for decades. It ain't going anywhere, and it probably shouldn't go anywhere. It needs to be enforced. I know there are people perhaps many people in this audience that don't like the idea that the law is being enforced. But it is being enforced, it should be enforced, and it will continue to be enforced. Other comments were about work with the fire department, sheriff's department on access. That, again, half of you have mentioned, we can't do that because that's illegal under SB 54, again, which is being challenged. So there's a dichotomy of opinion, and the bottom line for me is that we've had 18 illegal pongas on our beaches with deaths galore, San Diego and San Diego and Los Angeles County. Half of the pongas that have landed in Los Angeles and Orange County have landed right here on our beaches. So we can ignore the issue and hope that nobody gets hurt or harmed or drugged or stolen or shot or hurt or in any way affected by even laying on the beach with your towel as this boat comes crashing up on the beach. We can just keep our fingers crossed that nothing's going to happen. Or we could be proactive and enforce the law. City of San Clemente is not enforcing the law. The federal government is. That's their job. All they're doing is saying, we'd like to have a visibility from a vantage point that allows us to see from La Jolla north, and that's what this is all about. I know you don't like it. I know that you'd rather we do nothing and march over the overpass to say, get the federal government out of business from doing their job, but they're doing their job. And I say good blessings on them and Godspeed as they do their job. That's all I have to say.
Suzanne, you ready to make a comment? I mean, I'll go ahead and go, if you guys aren't prepared. This is made much more difficult in the last couple of months from when this first came up. From what I've seen some activity, and I won't say law enforcement. I was in law enforcement for 37 years, and I've seen some things that really, really concern me as a police officer, activities. I've never worked immigration, so maybe it's a different deal, but I've been troubled and concerned with what I've seen. Well, you know, I think we're all concerned. This didn't start with me as even an immigration issue. I know that there's illegal immigration all the time. That's unfortunate. I'm happy that the borders are closed. I'm very unhappy that we haven't come to a way to have quick, legal immigration. It's crazy because we need the workforce here. We have people that want to work, can't come here because they can't get in here legally. It's frustrating. I did look at this as a public safety issue, truly, not political. I'm not, well, I mean, I'm not a member of either party, so I try to think of myself as being, you know, a moderate in between and not let politics play into these kind of things, although they always do. But as from a public safety standpoint, I was looking at the fact that I want to deter these pangas from coming in, period. Rounding them up is fine. I just want them to know that it isn't safe for them to come here and come this way. I know for a fact, I know I had one lady she's talked to the Border Patrol. I also have a lot of contacts with law enforcement. And fortunately, the Panga method is backed by the cartel a lot. It's the quickest, easiest way to come into the country, the most expensive also, run by the cartel. They bring in some drugs. I don't think it's predominantly drugs, but they mule some drugs in here also. So I would just love to see this completely not be something that was even considered as a tactic. It's interesting, in the last couple of months, since we actually brought this up, the number of pangas landing in Southern California has dramatically decreased. Now, I don't know if this is because they think that we're watching them, or if they're laying low, hoping that we won't watch them and they'll start coming in. I don't know. No idea. I'm concerned also, I want to ask a question, can't believe it's never come up. I thought it came up, but to clarify. So when they see an incursion, because we talked about that they would advise people if there was a vessel in distress or whatever, or who are they calling? Are they calling local law enforcement? Is that who they're calling to respond, or Harbor Patrol or whoever? Who are they in contact with?
Presumably, yeah, that would be whatever authority would be, you know, authoritative for that type of an emergency. So
Okay,
maybe it's the
so
Harbor Patrol, maybe it's
they-
the Coast Guard. It probably depends on the type of the event.
Okay, but it wouldn't be just federal. I was under the impression that they would contact whoever could respond the quickest to the issue. Because I will tell you that if you're counting on ICE to go down there at Poche Beach and wait for somebody, that's going to be a long wait. You would think that they would contact the sheriffs or somebody who would make contact.
They didn't comment on the legal side of a landing, but they commented on something like a vessel in distress. That was the example they used.
Okay.
In which they could contact lifeguards or Harbor Patrol or whoever handles that type of emergency.
That is my
in our
hope.
area.
Also, there are a couple of comments made about the satellites, and you're absolutely right. They can read a license plate from space. Unfortunately, that's the military, and the military doesn't even cooperate with other federal agencies even. I wish they did. You're right. That's a great resource. And that's another reason it's not on Camp Pendleton, I believe. The military and the federal government, I mean, it's part of the federal government, but they don't always work well together. The military doesn't want anybody else in there. So I can see that it might be impractical. The technology that we use, we're videoing things every day. If we wanted to swing our cameras around and look at your backyard or whatever, we certainly could with our city cameras. We also have flock cameras, a lot of them, and they read every license plate that goes by, and all it takes is an officer who wants to look at that. You can get all your registration information, all that. But that's not accessible to the city also. You know, it's a great tool, and I'm glad we have it. It's not accessible to us also. We don't really have access to the technology that we really wish that we could have. So it comes down, and I circle back to where 2 months ago, this was a lot easier. We've seen things that really make us mistrust the government. I've had my trust shaken also. I have. I'm 100% honest. But I look and see, well, what's the downside beside the possible invasion of privacy, which is certainly a concern. It's right in the lease that they have to obey all state, federal, and local laws. Do you trust them to do that? That trust has certainly been shaken. But on the other hand, I look at the offset between the possible, saving of lives or keeping drugs coming in, or even just keeping these people from trying to come in this way. What's the downside of the surveillance? I live in this city too. I mean, I'm under the same thing. And what are they looking for that's going to help them? I mean, ICE is hitting Home Depots up in Santa Ana. They don't need a camera to find that. I mean, they're going for the low-hanging fruit. I can't believe that they need the technology to do the things that they're doing. So it's a case of, yes, is there mistrust? Absolutely. But I weigh it also. I know that the gentleman who was at Connor, is he still? Yeah, what a great analogy, safety versus, privacy, I think is what you said, to paraphrase. That is a really, really great analogy. And to me, I look at it maybe from my background as safety might better balance off privacy than a lot of you do. And, I'm not saying I'm right and you're wrong or vice versa. It's just, again, my fellow council people have different views on this, both sides. And I can see both sides of this. But I am having a hard time seeing the privacy issue. It hasn't demonstrated it yet. I think we'll know if it demonstrates, if we see it. Well, I think we will if you see. Well, what are they?
We won't know.
But what are they? What are they doing that you don't know? I mean,
Exactly.
well, it's probably been going on for years that they're doing things that we don't know. Then I mean, I don't know.
But not in our town.
I don't know. Well, we don't know.
If I may have a rebuttal here real quick.
Rick, that's like the argument that President Trump might be a tyrant.
Well,
one of those arguments.
Steve, let's keep President Trump out of this, okay? I'm keeping him out of this for my side of it, okay?
I would just say, if I could rebut for a little bit, I agree that security is important. Right? And I agree that we need to protect those on the ponga boats who, I don't want any of them drowning. I don't want any of them I don't want to see any bodies washing up on our shore. I completely agree. I believe there is another path that we can take that still makes us secure, that still protects them, but doesn't necessarily have a camera overlooking all of our citizens. And I believe if we work with our lifeguards, if we work with OCSD, we can put other cameras that might be just on the bluffs looking out to the sea, trying to find, using heat sensor cameras that don't have to look all the way to Catalina, but can look for our immediate coast that doesn't go look and worry. That way our citizens aren't worried about their own privacy. And someone mentioned that, I took a vow to uphold the Constitution. You're absolutely right. And part of that Constitution is also protecting the civil liberties that are inherent in that Constitution. And so I don't want to lose our civil liberties because of the expediency of security. We can find a way that protects our borders, that protects our town, that protects our beaches, that doesn't also take away our civil liberties. And I don't believe that the camera that's being proposed does that. I think we can redirect our staff to find a different way to do that, that doesn't put all of our residents in worry and jeopardy out there, and one that we can also have oversight on, so that we know what our enforcement officers are looking at, and not just hoping that they don't abuse it. So if we're not as a council,
Why somebody can sit here in this audience.
Louise, Louise,
Filming just us.
Louise,
No, that I want to know about this legally standing here filming only us.
okay,
Address that, please.
city attorney, is it illegal to video in a city council meeting?
No, we're in a public place.
Okay, Louise, that's your answer. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
All right. Lost my train of thought, but that's okay.
Sorry. Now someone's blocking him.
Well, I
Can we
think the
take a
sheriff will
break?
take care of that.
I gotta use the restroom.
Okay. We're taking a 5-minute break. Everybody give a chance to take a deep breath.
I would just make a recommendation, if you feel uncomfortable where you are seated, you are always welcome to move to a different seat. I don't know if that will alleviate some of the situation or not, but yes.
Yeah, we've got to take our seats, stay in our seats. And are you still speaking? Okay, I'm sorry.
All I was saying was that if the council still wants to pursue this, I would at least make the recommendation that we pursue a different alternative than the current one proposed of this camera on top of this hill overlooking our residence. If we want it, this might be a compromise that we can work on different cameras on our bluffs or at the end of the pier, and we can push this back to our staff to find an alternative if we can't come, if I'll make the proposal that we end it, but if not, that would be a compromise.
If I can respond, that's an interesting suggestion, Mark. The problem is, that's where this issue started out, when I suggested modifying cameras, and this council unanimously said, we don't want to spend any money doing that. It's their job, let the federal government do it. The federal government is doing it. And also the comment about, I disagree, this isn't a swap for civil liberties versus privacy. Our civil liberties are not being impeded. Our civil liberties do not go away just because the federal government is doing their job in a way that some of us might not like.
Zen?
Sure. Yeah, it's a tough decision. And the main concern I had before was, number one, spending public funds to assist federal immigration operation. That goes away because they're taking care of all the electricity bill. And I think SB 54 says that local law enforcement agencies are not allowed to cooperate with the federal agencies. The city is not a law enforcement agency in itself, although we fund them, but we contracted out our public safety service to Orange County Sheriff Department. They're not a part of that. So I think I'm good with the legal exposure to SB 54 issue. I do still have some reservation on the privacy issue. I understand that we're all subject to laws, but it's not exactly what we asked for from the last meeting. So we are facing a deal that I don't feel that it's exactly where I wanted it, but it was close.
Zen? Again, we're going past midnight now. Motion to go to 12:30.
I'll make a motion to 12:30.
Aye, okay. Well, we'll deal with it.
Okay. So, at the end of the day, I think the city wants to partner with our federal agencies. The process of this negotiation makes me feel that we're not really equal partners here. Is it a good thing for San Clemente community? There are benefits for the public safety. I don't know how CBP operates, but this is my understanding based on what I learned. So the camera will look out toward the ocean. At the height of the Salvador site, it can probably see about 20, 30 miles away. That would cover the entirety of the federal water and beyond. So for those panga boats, they would leave from Tijuana. A lot of time they move southbound a little bit to avoid the heavy enforcement. So they'll leave somewhere 10, 20 miles south of Tijuana, and they go out toward the ocean. Then they will take a beeline going northbound in between our coast and San Clemente Island. And outside of 12 miles federal water, but still within that contiguous water. And make no mistake, our government is monitoring those. We have we have marine and air operation, and we have airplanes watching them. What I do not know for sure is we have all this panga boat landing at San Clemente and other places. Does CBP know them coming, but we don't have enough cutter for interdiction? Or do we don't know they're coming? That I don't know. I think having this facility would help them to monitor the situation better. But if the bottleneck is their resource to send out a boat to intercept them, that still may not solve the problem of landing on our beaches. And also, if they know they're coming, their priority is always to intercept them on the ocean because that's safer. By the time they made the final dash toward our beach and they get into the surf zone, that's the most dangerous portion of the journey. If they capsize, then you may see some dead body there. And we're trying to prevent that from happening. Ideally, if they know they're coming and they somehow refuse to be stopped by the cutters, we should have CBP local officers on our beach waiting for them so they can be detained. At the end of the day, I have to ask myself, is it a good thing for the San Clemente? I feel that giving the public safety benefits I see, it isn't what I initially expected, because I think if we were to have camera on the coast just looking out toward the sea, it will see the nearshore area. Right now, this camera from the top of El Salvador will not see white water. It's not going to see the surf zone. It will see out toward the ocean. So the white water area, the most dangerous area, they are not going to be able to see it since the sight line is cut off by the roof, trees, and a coastal bluff. If we were to have camera at the coast, they would be able to see it. Also, it would alleviate the privacy concern. They've looked at both locations. They've looked at multiple locations, including the locations on the coast. And I heard from the staff saying that that would be the next step. I understand that the recent situation has caused a lot of fear from some of our community members. I think if we can just take a break and have the staff to reach out to CBP to see if they can bring in the camera on the coast and then come back with a package. Also allow this situation to cool down a little bit. I would think that works better for me. So
Motion or?
it's not a motion. I'm just making. Yeah, it's discussion. I'm making my comments. So my feeling is that if we can have the staff to reach out to CBP and see, find out their plan to put camera on the coast and then bring both back as a one package in a few months. So maybe.
Bring both?
Yeah.
Both cameras?
Both options?
Both locations. Let's say we have one camera at the top, then we have one or two camera on the coast looking at a total package solution. It would allow me to see more public safety benefit. That's my idea. Thank you.
All right. When this first came up, I mean, I don't think the city council brought this issue up, but we've had, I think, 2 different hearings on it, so it's not as if we were sliding this through late at night tonight on closed session. I think it's been 2 different hearings that we've had, or 2 different, maybe 3 discussions on this. So it's been a continuing item. This came up, as our city manager said, because we had decided as a consensus what we would require from the federal government in order to gain their approval, and I think they met the condition. And so I think that's why it went on the consent. The concerns I have, and I think they have been addressed, is we're talking not about surveilling San Clemente, but as you've said in the report, it's surveillance of the oceans. And occasionally within San Clemente, if they're following somebody that was on one of those ponga boats into San Clemente, and even though we may not trust the federal government completely on all issues, they have said that they would only surveil under those circumstances, as I understand it. Whether we trust them or not is a different issue. But the big issues for me are, I look at this issue and the pongas, and I know that the pongas are run by the drug cartels. And I know that the pongas make money for the drug cartels by bringing in individuals and charging them an exorbitant amount of money, so much so that they become indentured servants or slaves in some cases to the cartels here in the United States. And let me give you, and this is why it's of concern to me, because I was speaking to a city councilman in Irvine, and when he told me this, I didn't believe it. He says, almost every other week, we go and we close down a prostitution house that's full of undocumented and illegal aliens. And we close them down, and we take these people that have been put in there by the drug cartels, and the next 3 days, they're at another house somewhere. These are people, in my view, that are most vulnerable, that are coming in, often on these kinds of things. And anybody that's concerned about prostitution and these cartels taking control of this issue should have a concern. The federal government has asked us to allow them to put a camera up on top of our hill to surveil and to catch those criminals. And we're not talking about ICE, we're talking about just the surveillance on the ocean of people in those ponga boats that are bringing maybe drugs, but we know illegal aliens, probably going into some illegal activity, and not on their own accord, probably as indentured servitude, with owing a debt to the cartels. So those are the concerns. I'm concerned about those individuals. I'm concerned about, I think Andy last hearing testified about in his previous city where the ponga boats show up, and quite frequently there's people that die. And I think on the day of our last hearing, there was 4 or 5 people that came up on a ponga boat and died in that incident. I'm concerned about those undocumented individuals that are forced into coming on a ponga boat, risking their lives and being imprisoned and risking death. And I think the way you stop that is to protect the maritime and protect the seas. We're renting a piece of property to the federal government up there. We also rent a piece of property to all the cellular companies. Believe me, the cellular companies collect more data on you with your phone than we'll get out of these cameras. They have that information everywhere that you go, when you go, how much you spend. Everything you say is collected, and if there's a real concern about privacy, that's the real privacy issue. So I am interested in the issue. I think I'd like to protect the people that are risking their lives and they're being put into indentured servitude, which are undocumented individuals. And I think we owe them an obligation just as much as anybody else.
Mr. Mayor, I think we've all weighed in. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt Resolution 26-17.
I'll second that.
Yeah, let's do a vote on this screen. Yeah,
Can I make a substitute motion?
of course.
Make a substitute motion that we table this. No second.
Well, there was no second, correct, or was there?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Who
Voting on the
seconded?
original motion?
This is on the original motion?
Yes.
Motion passes 3 with Mr. Enmeyer a no and Mr. Wu a abstention. So the motion passes, and we will hope for the best.
Thank you.
Let's go to the item with the bid process, because there's a speaker here. Can we do that? The bid denial?
Sure, that is item 10B. Give me just one moment to get there.
Sure.
Okay, Mayor, this is item 10B, bid protest hearing for the Calle Frontera Sewer Lift Station Soil Stabilization Project, CIP project number 32201, in consideration of a resolution awarding a construction contract for the project to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, authorizing the city manager to execute the construction contract and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
So this is a public hearing, too? It is not a public hearing. Good, thank goodness. Oh, great, okay.
What's the item?
10B is in boy.
10B, and I'm not sure.
Might have taken Dave a little bit by surprise.
Oh. You're talking about our Public Works Director. Might have taken him by surprise.
He's in the back. He was in the back.
Uh-oh. He went to grab something? Okay.
We'll see if we can do it quickly then.
You want to give the staff report on this, since Dave isn't here?
I'd move the item.
I'm kidding.
We already considered it.
Yeah, it's done. No. Okay, the clerk has already read the item, 10B, so please.
Yeah, I apologize. Would the council like a brief presentation on this item, or what are you looking for? Long presentation. Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Riebensdorf, Public Works Director. Sorry, I'm trying to catch my breath here. The project before the council is stabilization of a slope to protect an existing sewer lift station. The project was advertised on Planet Bids. Wright Construction was the apparent low bidder. Alliance, who is identified as a local contractor with the city's discount for local contractor, became the apparent low bid. Wright Construction submitted a bid protest letter, and there were, I believe, 5 items of concern. There's responses in the staff report to those items. One, the first item that they thought was protesting against included they didn't provide a surveyor subcontracting form, but it was not listed as a requirement within the bid item and is not required. So from staff's review, that's not a bid defect. The second item was the bid was signed by the project manager, and Alliance did not submit documentation to demonstrate signing authority. Section 0200 of the specifications does not require the bidder to provide that information, but the bidder may request that, the city may request that that item be submitted, which they did, and that's also not a bid defect. The third item is the bid bond was missing a notary acknowledgement. What the stamp for the notary was in white, so when that was scanned in, it didn't show up. But within 24 hours, Alliance provided that information. So that was also not a defect in the bid. Item number 4, Alliance did not include the names and contact information of the experience form in its bid. The city requested and obtained that information, and it was provided. But the information provided does not provide a prejudice over other bidders or give an unfair advantage to those bidders. It was just informational, and staff believes the irregularity is inconsequential and recommends that it be waived. The fifth item, Alliance, in Bright's opinion, Alliance should not have been granted the 7% local vendor preference. Their principal place of business is in Escondido. The response, Alliance meets the criteria with the San Clemente's business license and does conduct business and has a physical location within the city of San Clemente. So staff is recommending to waive the bid irregularity and award the contract to Alliance.
Okay, thank you. Public speakers?
Yes, 2 public speakers. Jason Merritt, followed by Brandon Brookway.
Hey, council members, mayor. My name is Jason Merritt. I'm with Wright Construction. I was the one that actually filed the bid protest. And a couple of things that the Public Works Director didn't really mention was, in regards to the first issue for Alliance Diversified not listing a land surveyor, I have documents from the specifications of the project that specifically tell all contractors that it's a requirement that they provide land surveying services for the project. Due to the fact that they didn't list a subcontractor, that's a violation of Public Contracting Code 4100. And by awarding the contract to Alliance Diversified, the city is essentially in a statutory violation. So I encourage that the city award it to the responsive bidder, in this case, Wright Construction. And we were actually the low bidder. So, and then in regards to them being a local vendor, we went to their establishment that they have listed on their bid documents the day after the bid. Nobody at that building knew who they were. But yet the city's asserting because they have a business license that they qualify. So does that mean I can go get a PO box or just say I'm at a certain residence here in San Clemente and qualify as a local vendor? This seems unfair. And I, just want to make sure that the city does the right thing and awards it to the, the most responsive and responsible bidder. So.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Brandon Brookway.
Evening, or morning, whatever it is. I'm just here to stand by the staff's recommendations and answer any questions you guys may have for us.
You're from Alliance?
Alliance Diversified, yeah.
Okay. Anybody got a question of our Public Works Director?
Yeah, I do.
Dave, you want to come back up? Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Yeah, My question would be for Dave or for the city attorney, and that is, I'd like to hear about the statutory irregularities that are outlined, and secondly, regarding the local contractor discount that we grant, credit, I should say, rather than discount. What research is being done to confirm that the Alliance is actually a San Clemente business? Those two items are, I want to know a little bit about.
My understanding is they met the requirements for the business license. At this point, my understanding is no further review is being done, but staff can certainly do that to try and determine. But it meets all the requirements, at least at this point in time, based on obtaining a business license to become a local contractor.
How about the statutory statutory irregularities that the first speaker mentioned?
For the bidding subcontractor, that was reviewed by the city attorney's office and by city staff through the contract, and they didn't feel there was a bid irregularity from that action.
I don't have any other questions.
So the required survey that Alliance didn't get, that there's nothing from the city that says those are required?
Not according to what staff and the city attorney reviewed, no.
Okay. And didn't list this up. And so Alliance, to your best of your knowledge, they have all it takes to get a discount in the city is a business license? You don't have to have a brick and mortar or anything here?
They're supposed to have a place of business and obtain a business license within the city.
Okay. And Wright doesn't have a business license in the city or a brick and mortar here?
Not that I'm aware of. But they would have to get a business license if they were awarded the job. All companies doing business in the city are required to have a business license.
Okay. And take out the local discount or credit, whatever you call it, would Wright still be the lowest bidder?
If you take that out, Wright would be the lowest bidder.
Okay. And Madam City Attorney, you've reviewed all this and you agree with the staff report?
Can you ask a specific question?
Well, the allegations, not that, the
Complaint?
the complaint by the Wright says that the, survey was required, but
So I did not read the specifications. If the engineering department says it was not in the specifications, I'm trusting them. As a factual matter, it's very long specifications, so.
well, it's unusual.
Let me ask the city attorney a question. The qualification to become a San Clemente contractor, we have verbal testimonies, not under oath, it's just comments by a public comment that they went to a building where the address was and they couldn't find anybody. Sounds kind of like a Minnesota healthcare or child care provider, but I won't discuss that. What criteria do we have to verify that? In other words, does it need to be a formal challenge? Has the standard been set that these folks are qualified as a local contractor?
The definition of local vendor under the city's local preference ordinance 3.40.030 states that it means a small business with a physical location in San Clemente as indicated on an approved business license. So under that definition, staff's recommendation is that it meets that definition.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else?
I do. A question for Dave. So local business license, any contractor working in the city needs a local business license.
They need a business license, that's
So
correct.
the business license in itself does not make a business a local business.
That's correct.
Okay. I have a question for the representative from Alliance. Can you come over? Yeah. So the representative from Rights stated that they went to your place of business, but they couldn't find it. What is and they found out that it's actually a business place for a company called WGI.
Yeah, it's an office we share with.
What is
WGI.
your relationship with the WGI?
We share the office with WGI, and they send out, they sign contracts and send out bids on our behalf.
They sign a contract on your behalf.
Yes, we're partners.
Do you have it? So you are business partner. Are you legally
Yes,
business partners? Do you
Yes.
form a partnership?
yes.
Tell me a little bit more details.
So WGI is a geopeer company, and we are the only licensed geopeer company in the state or in San Diego or the state of California. I'm not sure.
Is WGI your subsidiary? When you say partner, I'm not sure. What's the legal relationship between Alliance and the WGI?
They're partners.
We're partners. We do business on behalf of each other.
You do business with each other,
Yes.
but you're not a partner of the same legal entity.
I'm not 100% sure on the legality of the partnership, but some of us work out of that office on a day-to-day basis. So
Do you have a lease you can show us?
I not on me, but I'm sure they have a lease. Yeah.
Can you produce the lease that would have to show your name, not WGI's name?
The Alliance name, I'm sure they can. Yeah. Everything that's been requested, we've provided in a very timely matter. So.
Yeah, I have
Victor?
Yeah, I have some, I think there has been concerns about how we establish a business, not just a business license. And I think what I'm going to do at the end is just sort of have us review that process so we refine it a little bit better. Not in this matter. I think they've already met the requirements, but I think it would be worth looking at. So, because I've heard of cases where someone just says, well, I'm going to run a P.O. box and then become a license and get a license. And that's not what we're looking. We're looking for businesses. But I think in this case, I mean, I know the company. I know the work they've done here in San Clemente. So I'm satisfied. So I would move the, I mean, unless there's some other comments, I'd move the staff recommendation at this time.
I'll second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Councilmember Wu is a no, so it passes 4-1.
Thank you, guys.
Mayor, would you like to go back to public hearing item 8D?
8D. Oh, okay, and it's 12:30, motion to extend till 1?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
We
Okay.
made that motion.
Oh. Okay.
All right, so public hearing item 8D, consideration of a resolution to approve general plan amendment 25-399 to incorporate policy language consistent with Senate Bill 1425, Senate Bill 1035, and Assembly Bill 747, an update to the general plan in compliance with California Government Code Sections 65565.5, 65302, and 65302.15, and finding the action categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Public hearing is open.
Good evening, Council. Adam Matamian, Community Development Director. Staff has provided a report that goes into great depth about what this item is. I can just answer some questions if there are any.
We have no questions. Are there any?
There are no speaker cards, Mayor.
No speaker cards. Anybody have any ex parte to, okay?
I'd move the item.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Public hearing closed.
Okay, move. Moving on to item 9A, consideration of a resolution authorizing the formation of a staff and advisory committee to develop a request for proposals for St. Clemente Municipal Golf Course Pro Shop services, including modification of the revenue sharing model for Pro Shop and starter operations, and finding the action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, are there any comment cards on this?
We have one speaker card, Mandy Hamilton. Oh, Mandy is still here.
Okay, so we'll go to staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me this evening. I'm Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. Staff are returning to council this evening for final direction on the Pro Shop operations. As you're aware, the current contract is set to expire at the end of this year, December 31st, 2026. As a quick reminder, the municipal golf course operates as a self-funded enterprise fund. Everything that the golf course generates in terms of revenue goes straight back into the golf course itself in the enterprise fund. That includes ongoing maintenance, staff compensation, and any major capital improvement projects that need to occur. Currently, as you know, there is a private contractor that runs most of the day-to-day operations, save for the maintenance portion, which is currently city-operated. This means that there, as a revenue portion is shared with our current contractor, sometimes there can be limited revenue that is gained through that contractual obligation. At the council's direction, the golf committee reviewed the subject and recommended a comprehensive RFP be released, except for the maintenance services portion of the golf course operations. The committee also requested that there be committee involvement in the development of the RFP. If you'll recall, there's a couple of categories: starter operations, driving range, carts, etc. That's all in your staff report. Staff analyzed several different paths, and after putting a review of the golf committee recommendation and the final options going forward, council direction tonight from staff, we're seeking direction to confirm issuing an RFP, as well as assembling a Pro Shop operations task force that would consist of the council representative to the golf committee, which is Councilmember Cabral, the golf committee chairman, which is Rick Dival, the city manager, and myself. And together, those individuals would support staff in the development of an RFP for the day-to-day golf course operations as we're considering. This task force would also look to refine the revenue sharing model that exists to ensure that there is sustainable funding for the continuation of golf course operations. So with that, I will conclude my presentation. Happy to take questions if there are any.
Questions for Samantha?
Yeah, the proposed task force responsible with RFP, preparing of the RFP, evaluation, what exactly is it?
Both providing insight and comments on the preparation of it. So some of those factors of whether that's, right now it's 90-10 on lessons, maybe that needs to change, that model needs to shift. And then evaluating as well, that could include participation in any interviewing that goes on.
Okay, thank you.
But ultimately, the decision rests with this council.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions for Samantha? Public comments?
Mandy Hamilton?
Thank you, gentlemen, for staying as long as you're here.
Thank you for staying.
The questions I have are a little bit different from what Samantha said. My understanding was, first of all, I'm the vice chair of the golf course committee. And my understanding was that we unanimously recommended that all Pro Shop services remain as is for the RFP. And my understanding of what's being recommended is a potential split of taking out the lessons from being run by the present organisation, and also the driving range from being run by the present organisation. And the concerns that when we made our decision, we took into account a lot of feedback. We had letters from the men's club, the two women's clubs, so about 1,500 golfers, We used our own business sense, we used our golfing knowledge, and we looked at this presentation that staff have created, and there's a couple of things, these two particular items that we're really concerned about. The projected city revenue on the proposal that you've been given for lessons is $127,000. The present full revenue from lessons is $9,000. The projected city revenue from the driving range is $656,000. The present full revenue, not the split, the full revenue is $234,000. So the concern that a couple of us had on the committee was, where are these figures coming from? These projected figures, because just changing, if the city take over those functions, they want to cut and paste the functions, why would that suddenly make these things more profitable? And, just looking at the driving range, in order to double that revenue in the driving range, you can't leave it the way it is. You have to renovate it, and that's going to cost millions of dollars. You're going to have to lengthen it and widen it. You're going to have to change some of the golf course. There's a lot of money involved in doing that, and there's no guarantee if you make it the state-of-the-art driving range, anyone's going to come. No golfer, no resident, no non-resident has ever said, hey, we want a brand new state-of-the-art driving range. And the residents around, if you start putting lights in, double-deckering it, you'll have a room full of residents again for that. So the concern I have is not that we would look at how can we make more money, because to me, you want to make more money, you can raise your fees, you can...
Thank you. So I'll just start the discussion. So I assume you've taken note of the concerns from our co-chair or from the golf committee. And the other part of it, I assume these are just projections that when this subcommittee is formed, the numbers will actually be produced, and that's the idea, right?
I've seen some of the numbers, yeah. I don't think we're going into this, at least I'm not, with any preconceived ideas about where we're going to end up. I think we're going to continue to listen. I mean, Rick's Dival he represents the golf course committee, has done so forever, as long as I can remember. As I mentioned in my report earlier, I met with the Men's Golf Association. I know I don't have any preconceived notions about where we should end up. We're going to try and come up with a proposal that is good for the business of the golf course, and of course, good for the business means good for the golfers, because all the money goes back into the golf course. We don't make any money off the golf course, but I think we have to have the broad latitude to look at all the possibilities. And ultimately, you're going to hear them and see what the recommendation is, and you'll hear from people whether they're good or bad. We're just going to try and collect the information and try and get it back to you in the best possible form that we can, so that you can make the best decision for the city.
Motion for...
I'll move the item 9A.
You have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. I can't wait for her to announce the next item, because I have no idea what it is.
10A, we are on 10A.
Okay.
Consideration of a resolution approving exemption to the formal solicitation process awarding professional services agreement to Center of Natural Lands Management for the preparation of a conservation easement and habitat management plan for public open space in Forster Ranch intended for preservation, authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement in an amount not to exceed $60,000, approving a related appropriation and finding the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Are there any speakers on this?
We do have 3 speaker cards.
Okay, so I assume we have a brief staff report?
Yes. It's a
Is that
very-
it?
it's a
Okay.
very brief staff
no,
report.
that wasn't it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you is a request to enter into an agreement for professional services to do two things: to establish a conservation easement over city-owned property that is located as shown in the map in the staff report, but it's the area of open space that's located behind the Target along Avenida La Plata. That area was supposed to be put into a conservation easement approximately 25 years ago. It never was. The resource agencies reached out to us and told us that we needed to get on that. The second part of this professional services agreement relates to establishing a habitat management plan. Once those two items are put together, the city would unlock some funds that are have been located in a fund that is being paid into by HOA fees specifically for this purpose. It would create an endowment for the ongoing maintenance of this area, which would reduce the city's costs in addressing the habitat management of this area. It would also help play into the city's wildfire prevention activities. However, in order to get this going, we do request $60,000 for this contract. The resource agencies would identify that the city's contribution to this project would be met by that contribution. And then additionally, there is a request for an exemption from the formal bidding process related to projects that involve procurements funded by grants, donations, or gifts when special conditions attached to those grants, donations, or gifts require the procurement of particular goods and/or services. And in this case, the resource agencies are the ones that are making these endowment funds available, and they are recommending the entity CNLM to be the both establish the conservation easement and develop the habitat management plan and be the eventual habitat managers to carry this out. So with that, I will end staff's presentation and entertain any questions.
Well, let's hear from the public first.
John Dolegowski, followed by Patricia Holloway, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Good evening. Thank you all for being attentive so late in the evening. This has been the longest city council meeting I've been to so far. I'm fully in favor of taking this action, and particularly, I was interested in the habitat management plan. The reason is that I live in Forster Ranch. I've been hiking in this area for about 25 years, and I've seen the area become progressively degraded through this time, through the unchecked growth of one particularly voracious plant, the artichoke thistle, which has taken over large areas of this area. It has nice hiking trails, but this is a plant that anywhere from a few feet tall up to 8 feet tall. It's got thorns all around. If you run into it on a bicycle, they break off beneath your skin and you have to go get them cut out. It's happened to me a few times. And it's really a problem, and there's been no action on behalf of the city to take care of this problem. So I would like to ask that as part of this habitat management plan, they're supposed to include a discussion of dealing with invasive species. And I would like to ask them specifically to include a section on dealing with the artichoke thistle. I've learned just through personal experience that you can cut these plants down and they'll keep on growing back. That once they get established, they have very deep roots. The only way to kill them is to dig them up or to use a foliar herbicide, so it's very time consuming. You have to pack out all of the dead flowers or they regrow, so it's very time consuming. It's going to be expensive to deal with this, but this is a problem that is occurring throughout San Clemente. if any of you are mountain bikers or hikers, you see these plants everywhere. And once they get established, they'll be maybe sprinkled out every 10 feet. And then as they multiply year by year, because of this deep taproot, they never die. They keep on dropping flowers and spreading. And within about 10, 15 years, they're shoulder to shoulder, nothing else is growing. And they crowd out all the native plants, all the animals leave. So it's really a disaster. And if you go to that area in back of Target, you can see what it looks like when there's nothing else growing there but this plant. So I think it'd be great to get some momentum going on this. There's a couple of biking clubs who actually go out twice a year and cut these down adjacent to the trails because they're such a hazard. So I think you could get people on board, and I would be happy to donate some time as well. Thank
Awesome,
you.
thank you.
Patricia Holloway?
Okay. Happy to talk about this subject. So I'm in favor of the city passing this item. Talega residents, and now I'm learning Forester Ranch residents, have been donating to a habitat fund through their homeowners associations for at least 25 years, and I would say with Talega residents longer than that. I learned about this situation in Forester Ranch and other lands in Talega, actually, when I served on the board of the Richard and Donna O'Neill Conservancy. And back then, I was volunteered with them for 20 years. I was trying to get, habitat preservation for this area. So long time coming. And I'm happy to see that this money, that it will no longer sit in this account that's now overseen, it's been overseen by several groups, but now with the Orange County Community Foundation, let's put it to use. Let's use it for habitat management, getting rid of that artichoke thistle, creating the habitat for our gnat catchers and this three-leaved brodia. So please approve staff recommendation. The Center for Natural Lands Management, great group. They manage the headlands. I think they might be involved in the Marblehead coastal area as well. So good group. They'll put together a good plan, and we got to make sure the goats, if they use goats as part of the plan, that they don't gobble up the native habitat that we're trying to create here. So we just, I'll let Natural Lands Management work that out. But thank you for supporting this plan. I hope you do.
Thank you, Patricia.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, Patricia.
Patricia.
Because I just, you said this was going to be managed by the Orange County?
Oh, no, the money that Talega residents and apparently Forester Ranch residents have been donating as part of their homeowners association dues has been going into a fund that is, they're just holding the money, the Orange County Community Foundation. They're just like the fiscal.
Make sure I didn't have a conflict on it.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, they're just the fiscal managers for the money.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Patricia.
Yep.
Amanda Quintanilla?
If
Oops.
my wife's on that board, do I have a conflict? Yeah. No?
She's got to quit. Sorry, Amanda.
No, it's okay. That was an important question.
Oh, there actually is a disclosure.
There is a question.
Yeah, if my wife is on that Orange County Community Foundation that manages this fund, can I even participate in this, or is that?
Is it a paid position?
I have no idea. No, it's a volunteer position.
If it's a volunteer position, no.
Okay.
And it's a nonprofit, if it's a nonprofit organization, okay, then no, you don't have a financial conflict of interest.
Sorry again.
No, that was an important question,
It
though. I
was.
appreciate that. As someone who fought the toll road for years, I understand the importance of protection of wildlife and their resources. I support rare, threatened, and endangered plants and animal species pursuant to the California Endangered Species Act. However, I'm kind of concerned how this wasn't presented years ago when we were fighting the toll road, because this was really important. Because years ago I had contacted Ann Croissant, and who preserved land in the San Gabriel Mountains for the Brodea filophilia, or the three-leafed Brodea, because this would have been a great opportunity back then to protect it and preserve it. So it's a little late coming, but I'm glad that it's being done. However, there is a concern regarding the resolution on the third paragraph, where it says, whereas these permits and authorities required 305 acres of on-site open space reserve be preserved with a conservation easement in addition to other requirements such as implementing a Brodea translocation plan, establishing an endowment for a habitat manager to monitor and improve conditions. My concern is, in addition to other requirements such as implementing a Brodea translocation plan. And does that mean transplanting the Brodea to another location? Because that's what the TSA did with one of their properties, and therefore, by doing so, it may become an issue if they want to re-establish a toll road or whatever through our open spaces, through that area. Then we have nothing there like the Brodea filophilia to protect it. So that's why I'm really concerned of the translocation plan. Does that mean transplanting the plants? And that is a concern. So that's the only concern that I have, but I'm glad that there is a reserve coming, but I would love to have some clarification on what that means, a translocation plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
The short answer on that is that that is referencing the 305 acre project that is the reserve. As part of that project, there were permits that allowed for the development, required a conservation easement, and other requirements such as implementing a Brodea translocation plan at that time, meaning that the development covered some areas where that plant grows. The staff report references approximately 4,300 specific plants. At that time, those plants, there should have been a translocation plan for moving those plants somewhere else. I don't know whether that actually was accomplished or not, but what we're talking about now is protecting that plant in its current locations, not transplanting the existing ones in the area, the subject of this project, somewhere else.
Just real quick, is there a component in there for invasive species, like we talked about the artichoke and all that?
Absolutely. That is
Okay.
one of the main tenets of the habitat management plan.
Thank you.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation on this.
All in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Are we on 10C?
Okay, we are at 10C. Next item on the agenda is item 10C, consideration of a resolution in support of United States of Representatives House Bill HR 2862. Levin is the sponsor, Southern California Coast and Ocean Protection Act.
I have a quick presentation to go along with this. This
Yes.
is the staff report for this. It's just Thank you. I'll try and be quick. So there's the agenda and consideration of resolutions for the United States Representative House Bill HR 2862 by Congressman Levin. Next slide, please. So a little bit of background. In November of 2025, President Trump called for new oil and gas leases off the coast of California, Florida, and Alaska. There has been no new leases off the coast of California since the 1980s. The Senate Committee has made 3 resolutions in the past against offshore drilling. Representative Levin has proposed a federal bill that would stop new leasing of the California coast for drilling and fracking. Next slide, please. So HR 2862, this is to amend the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act to prohibit oil and gas leasing in the Southern California planning area, and here's the key part, for other purposes as well. Thank you. Next slide, please. Why should we endorse this? San Clemente citizens do not want oil and gas platforms off of our coast. It increases chance of oil leaks and can ruin both the environment and our local economy. That is the Huntington Beach oil spill in 2023. We definitely do not want that. This is the Santa Barbara coast of what could happen to our own coastline and our own view. I lived in Santa Barbara for 5 years. One of the other things that happened there because of the oil spill back in the 70s, if you go to the beaches now in Santa Barbara, you have to wipe the tar off the bottom of your feet because of that oil spill. It's definitely something we don't want to have here. Is there another slide? I believe, yes, okay. So just my recommendations, the City Council endorses the House Bill of HR 2862. This also has bipartisan support, both from, oh my goodness, it is late, Davis, Assemblywoman Davis, and Mike Levin both went together in support of this bill.
Which bill?
Oh, sorry, next, there's one more slide, sorry. There's the bill itself, the reading of the bill, and it's HR House Representatives 2862.
You said Representative
Davies, sorry.
Assemblywoman.
Sorry, it is late, I apologize,
Yeah, but
yes.
she's
Yes.
not in.
She's on the federal.
No, but she did endorse this,
Okay.
Okay.
yes. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to,
Excuse me,
oh.
we do have one speaker.
okay, sorry.
So apologize.
Colton with Congressman Levin's office.
Oh, Lord have mercy. This is about the time you usually get up, Cole. What's up?
Well, hello, I guess, good morning. Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Colton Rowan, and I am the lead district representative for Congressman Mike Levin's Orange County office. The Trump administration recently announced it was opening our coastline to new offshore oil drilling. Offshore drilling puts our communities at risk, direct risk of toxic spills that threaten public health, harm marine life, destroy habitats, and jeopardize an economy that generates tens of billions of dollars each year. We know of this firsthand, as mentioned earlier, from the reference spill in Huntington Beach 5 years ago, which released over 25,000 gallons of oil along Orange County's coast. Coastal communities overall don't want this. That's why Congressman Levin introduced the Southern California Coast and Ocean Protection Act to fully ban new drilling off our coastline. Cities throughout our district have stood together and endorsed this legislation because protecting our coast is common sense. San Clemente has already been a champion on these issues with the resolution it provided back in 2019. I strongly encourage the city to join this effort to reaffirm the need to protect our local beaches and economy, including the prime location of Olympic surfing in 2028, with the endorsement of this bill. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Colton. Yeah, as two former city councils at different times have done resolutions about no offshore drilling, just to weigh in on that. So you want to make a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2508, entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, opposing new offshore oil and gas drilling.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, hold on, okay.
I want some clarification from, on section 2
Of the bill itself?
of the resolution.
Would you mind pulling that back up?
I agree with section 2.
I'm a little confused about your wording here. Now, I don't believe that's what you mean, but I don't want to speak for you.
Would you go down to the very last slide, please? Thank you. Okay, nope, that's good. Section 2, okay.
Section 2 of the proposed resolution.
And what's the issue?
It reads that the city council opposes any new offshore oil and gas drilling off the California coast and any legislation that opposes the America First Energy Executive Order. So you're opposing that, any legislation that opposes the American First Offshore Energy Executive Order?
that's what it
You
says.
agree with the American First Offshore Energy Executive Order?
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Where are you seeing, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at.
Page 3, section 2 of the resolution.
Bring this up here. I got it right here. Yep, thank you. On the very last, sorry, which,
The second line.
second line, where is our city of San Clemente and its visitors valley written?
Section 2, section 2.
There. Gotcha.
Of the therefores.
Show here. Okay, that the city council opposes any new offshore oil and gas drilling off the California coast and any legislation that opposes the America First Offshore Energy Executive Order.
So it means you support American First Offshore Energy Executive Order?
Absolutely.
If we want to take that out, we can take that out. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's,
It'd probably be best if you did.
Yeah,
I mean.
yeah. We can just take that out.
let's not get into this politics. Let's just change it. I'm making a proposal to change the wording to that the city council opposes any new offshore oil and gas drilling off Southern California coast.
Just leave it at that.
Great.
Section
That
2
sounds-
doesn't say Southern California coast, but I like the
Or Cal-
clarification.
Or even, well, yeah, does it make, is that what Levin's
Let's keep
bill
it
is?
as California coast. That's the.
California, okay.
Yeah.
Coast.
Well, we have a coastline that's almost 1,000 miles long. Clearly, I think, when we looked at this in 2019, I was on the council then, we specifically were talking about urban areas, tourist areas, vacation areas, highly populated beach areas.
Okay, we can say Southern California coast and Levin can fight for whatever. I mean, we're just
I
supporting
would
his
like, I would
bill.
like to keep it as California coast.
Okay.
I have no problem.
We remove that language about American First.
That would be great. That's
Okay.
fine.
I would make was that a motion second?
So I'll make the motion to.
Well, Rick seconded.
I second.
Okay.
I'll make a substitute motion to eliminate any opposition to the America First energy policy and change the California coast to the Southern California coast.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we take the substitute motion first.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's 3. Okay, it passes 3 to, I'm going to say no, passes 3 to 2. And then we'll go ahead and take the,
No, the second one's.
oh,
there.
second
The
one's first.
one passed.
The first one.
The substitute motion passed, so it ends the
The
issue.
substitute motion
discussion.
Right, okay, so it's Southern California coast now. Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, Mayor Leffler, you were a no, and then there was a second.
I was second no.
Okay,
What-
And-
Can I change mine to an abstain on that?
sure. Okay.
Well, then change mine to an abstain also
You
then.
cannot change your vote. You already voted.
Well, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Is there any,
And
does anybody have a
Care
problem with
that we
abstain-
change it to
changing
an
his vote?
abstain instead of a no?
Is that okay?
Is that?
Yeah, of course.
Is there a legal issue?
Mr. Mayor, I have
Yeah.
a point of order.
Of course.
It's 105.
It's 105, okay. Awesome.
We have to adjourn this music, this.
I'll make a motion that we continue till 1:30.
All right.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Yeah, I don't even care about abstaining. I don't care. We're all good. You know, it passed for Southern California. I think that's lovely.
3 to 1.
So it's fine.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Noblock, I just want to make sure that I heard your motion correctly. You wanted the
Resolution
language.
2608, Section 2 is amended to read, to eliminate the reference to opposing America First Offshore Energy Executive Order,
Yep, okay, and add
and
Southern
to add
California.
Southern California when it
Perfect.
says California coast.
Got it, okay, thank you.
And that was 311.
311.
Yes, 311, we got that. And we are moving on to item 10D.
But before we ask on 10D, I've got a question. Do we have anybody up here that wants to pull another item off of consent? Okay, do we have any comment cards on consent?
We do have a couple of speaker cards on consent. Item 11B6, which is Planning Commission minutes, we have Amanda Quintanilla and Larry Culbertson, and Larry's here. And 11D, which is the scheduling of the November 2026 meeting, we have one speaker card on that.
Okay, on 10D, do we have any?
We do. We have Amanda Quintanilla to speak on 10D.
And Diaz and David?
Diaz and David,
Is there any
correct.
pleasure to hear the consent speakers and then just move the consent and then hear 10D?
10D.
There's a speaker on both items, so.
If needed, I pull 11B6.
Oh, and you pulled, okay, all right, so then let's do 10D.
Okay. And item 10D is discussion and direction to staff in relation to a potential citizens ballot initiative.
So is there a staff report?
Just very quickly, Mayor and Council, at your last meeting, the Councilmember Enmeyer, with the support of Councilmember Cabral and Mayor Loeffler, agendized this item. And I think the issue was that if the city council would like us to engage and either learn more about the initiative or spend any appreciable staff time on the item, we'd like direction from the city council on that to make sure that we are being consistent with what the city council would like us spending our time on.
You say there's a speaker?
Amanda Quintanilla?
Okay, I have a PowerPoint presentation. Okay, next slide, please. So there's a concern regarding this, basically this agenda item, because, gosh, I'm trying to wake up here. There's been a question regarding the appropriate use of city facilities and by the proponents. However, we already have a city policy, number 608819. And so I don't understand why we need to pay for city staff to do so. We already have that. Next slide, please. We already have a city policy that includes city facilities. Political campaigning and related activities are deemed contrary to the designated purposes and functions of city facilities and are therefore prohibited as city facilities. City property shall not be used for composing campaign signs, depositing or distributing campaign literature, or holding campaign events. Next slide, please. Government Code 3207 prohibits any city officers and employees engaging in political activity during working hours, political activities on the premises of a local agency. Next slide, please. Government Code 54964, an officer, employee, or consultant of a local agency may not expend or authorize the expenditure of any of the funds of the local agency to support or oppose the approval or rejection of a ballot measure or the election or defeat of a candidate by the voters. Next slide, please. The staff report could include the staff report states the staff report could include an in-depth analysis about the differences between a city-initiated and a citizens-initiated ballot measure, the actions the city council can take to support or oppose the initiative, and the expenditure of the city funds associated with those actions. However, it's contrary to Government Code 549, whatever that was stated previously. This section does not prohibit the expenditure of local agencies' funds to provide information to the public about possible effects of a ballot measure on the activities, operations, or policies of the local agency if both of the following conditions are met. The information activities are not otherwise prohibited by the Constitution or laws of the state. And 2, the information provided constitutes an accurate, fair, and an impartial presentation of relevant facts to aid the voters in reaching an informed judgment regarding the ballot measure. How is supporting it fair or impartial? So basically, it doesn't meet the criteria, so we can't do that. Next slide, please. Even if you try to say that Election Code 9212, there's from 1 through 8, these are all the reasons why you would basically ask the city to go
Your 3
through.
minutes was up a bit ago.
Oh, you know what?
I know
There
that-
was no time.
I apologize.
Okay.
But
So,
but you went over 3 minutes.
I hope you could table this and just, yeah.
Well,
Thank you.
We'll see what happens.
I think one of the things, if I can, there's been a lot of threats made to staff and to us up here regarding our participation in educating the public about what this measure means. I think it's of critical importance to the community that we allow staff the discretion to educate the public on what this means and to give them to let them know they have the full authority of this city council to work on this measure, to educate the public, to do what is required of normal city council function, normal staff functions, to get information to the public about what this measure does without fear of retaliation by one of the members of this city council. And so the reason I wanted to do this is I wanted to make sure that the staff knew that they had the support of this city council to educate the public on this and to do whatever is necessary to educate this public. And so that would be my motion, that we permit that.
I have a question. City Attorney, I'm sorry, Amanda's PowerPoint was great, but it went kind of fast. They talked about a ballot measure as opposed to this is an initiative that's in process now. Is there a difference between an actual ballot measure and a city initiative?
Yes, right now, there is a petition that's being circulated. We don't have a ballot measure.
Okay. So
The ballot measure, if it gets all the signatures and the city council places it on the ballot, that's when it becomes a ballot measure.
And that's when all those prohibitions
That's correct.
take
That's
place? Okay.
At that date,
All right.
if it occurs.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, of course. And I disagree with Victor Cabral on that. The city put that onto the ballot as a Measure BB 2 years ago. It failed. So the city as a body cannot possibly be viewed as a neutral body because we were in favor of it. There are numerous laws that says the city should, this is what the city allowed to do, this is the city have a choice to do, and that's what the city is not allowed to do. I think this time is a citizen initiative. Some council members don't want to take a no as an answer, and they want to take a second bite on the apple. That's fine. That's their personal effort. But the city should not get involved in it. We should we should stay neutral, let each council member to do whatever they want to promote or be against it. But the city should stay out of it. Let the people to vote on it.
You got any comment?
Just a question, if hypothetically the council were to give direction to say what we can do in support of this, what the city can do in support, what would be within the legal parameters of what the city could do to support this initiative?
What the city can do depends what time we're talking about. So before it qualifies for the ballot, there's a lot more leeway. After it qualifies for the ballot, the city can only spend resources on informational materials to educate the public about what the measure, if it were to pass, what it would do.
So what could we do before it became a ballot measure, while it's still in this phase right now?
You could support it. You could support it becoming a ballot measure, you could oppose it becoming a ballot measure, you could spend city resources, for example, getting people to sign the petition.
And that would all be within the legal framework?
It would be.
Do you have a
I
motion?
don't have a second yet, so.
I'll second.
Under discussion, before we go for motions, I guess I'm trying to understand what, this is a private initiative, a private petition. What exactly are you asking the city staff to do? I'm not sure I understand.
I'm actually not,
The resources would-
I'm actually not asking them to do anything. I'm just saying that they have the authority to educate the public on this matter.
And that level of education would be telling the public
What the
petition-
measure.
What the petition currently says?
Yeah, what it says, how it has an impact on the community, how it has an impact on the city, what the financial costs might be, what the benefits are. So it would be a information that we would otherwise provide to the public that we did in the first measure.
Madam City Attorney, the information that Councilmember Cabral just mentioned, is that consistent with your understanding of our legality to do those things?
I don't have any concerns with how you, no.
Well, and I think most people probably know how I feel about the initiative. I think the initiative committee is doing a really, really good job of putting forth this initiative. I want to know what educating means. Of spending more taxpayer money on this at this particular point, I'm not real thrilled with. I think they can see the light at the end of the tunnel on this. I think it's probably going to get on the ballot. They're doing a really good job of promoting that. If it's legal to do, but I want to know what does it mean to educate the public? What's the cost in educating the public?
Here, I'll give you just simple.
Please.
We don't have information. I mean, the organization doesn't have the information that the city has. City has a lot more information. The city is a holder of all the information on how this might impact it, the city. I think it's worth the effort. The other thing is, staff right now at this point are hesitant to do anything on this because they fear that they're going to get charged with misuse of public funds. So they're not doing anything. And I think that's a real disservice to this community. So I would ask my colleagues to support this and support the initiative to put sand on our beaches. We need it. It's educational effort. It's not campaign. They're going to do the campaign. We're just going to do the education.
Again, so if somebody calls Andy on the phone and says, I want to know something about that, he can.
Right now, he doesn't talk to him, so he
Okay.
could be able to talk to him.
Okay, so, and as council members, of course, we can express our opinions on anything. So we're not talking about mailing out leaflets or
No.
again, spending taxpayers' money on this. I don't mind about education. I just don't want to spend money on it. Yeah,
It's purely educational.
I'll call the question.
Okay.
Do you want, are we doing?
We can just do a verbal vote. So,
Aye.
all in favor?
Aye?
Oh, wait, we have some discussion.
I'm going to discuss the motion.
Sure.
My inclination is to let private people do what private people want to do and not be involved. I think education's important, and I'm surprised at the city attorney's comment about how we have flexibility in this area. That was not my understanding initially. So based on the city attorney's comments about the legality of providing the kind of education that Victor mentioned, yeah, I can support that based on the city attorney's representation. My inclination isn't because of exactly what Mr. Wu said, but based on the legality issue, I can go along with that.
Well, let me just repeat it just in case you have some questions about it. So the city can spend city resources on ballot measures, we don't have one yet, that are informational. So there can't be campaigning, but you can
Yeah, I understand.
provide informational
So
activities.
on that motion, I'll be a yes when you're taking the verbal vote.
Oh, okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, 4-1, it passes.
Was there a second on that motion?
I second.
Okay, thank you.
I second
I
it.
think-
Oh, Mark
It's all
second.
good.
I'm sorry.
It's all
I'm
good.
completely wrong.
Oh, good.
Late.
So Mark is the second of record, okay?
Yes, got it.
Because
All right.
somehow I came out voting for drilling on our coastline somehow with this. I don't know how. Okay, so now we're on to the consent calendar?
Consent calendar.
Okay, and you wanted to pull an item?
Yeah, 11B6.
11B6.
Six. Got it, okay.
Planning Commission regular meeting minutes, is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
Should we move the rest of it?
Well, is anybody else pulling anything?
I'm not.
Okay, so we have
Public
comments on.
We do have
on
public
one.
comments, but no one else is pulling anything?
Nobody else is
Okay.
pulling, so I
So-
believe we can move the consent calendar still.
With the exception of items 11B6, and we have a public comment on 11D.
And 11D. 11B6 and 11D. Does anybody want to make a motion to move the balance?
I'll move the balance. 11M is done.
We did that already. Okay, for the record. Okay. we've got a
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Okay, so 11B6. Would you like to hear from the public first, or Councilman?
Well, yeah, I put it just to allow the public to
okay.
speak.
Okay. Amanda,
Oh, this is Larry's. Okay. Awesome. It's pulled. Larry. You're-
Could you put my slide up? Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Larry Culbertson. I've asked for this item to be pulled because this is the final opportunity to prevent a highly visible patio fence wall at the Miramar Event Center from having two currently open sections filled in. Filling in these two sections would reduce visibility of the restored theater, potentially diminish security by limiting the sight lines to the patio, and would result in a less welcoming and colder appearance for the property. That slide we've got up, that's from the 2017 approved plan, and that's from the corner. Look how open and inviting that is. That's just the way it looks right now. Next slide, please. This is a wall that was, the Wedgwood tried to get permission to do this, but the Planning Commission turned them down. One of the Planning Commissioners referred to that wall as a very prison-like look. Next slide. This is the east elevation. At the top is the way it looks right now. Down below is a simulation of what it's going to look like filled in. Next slide. Same thing, a little bit closer. Above is what it looks like now, down below filled in. Next slide. It's another close-up above, like as it looks now, the bottom filled in. The Miramar project has gone on far too long. We are all very anxious to see it completed, but it's important that we get it right. We should not allow last-minute changes to the plan that will take away from the beauty of the project, and it is beautiful. With respect to the reduced visibility of the theater, it's important to note that when the project went through the planning process in 2016, planning staff recommended less wall and more fence. This is from the Cultural Heritage Report, November 14th, 2016. Quote, "The Historic Resource Report and the Department of Parks and Recreation form identify the east elevation as a character-defining feature of the theater. The proposed 5 to 6 foot wall around the garden courtyard area blocks a portion of the public view of the building. Staff is recommending that a wrought iron fence replace most of the wall to allow views into the site." Unquote. Regarding security, those two wrought iron openings provide natural surveillance. An open, well-lit space with clear sight lines allows residents and passerbys to act as natural guardians, making it difficult for criminals to operate unnoticed. Filling in those openings would create a nuisance. Regarding the aesthetics and the feel of the current fence wall, if you visited the site, and I hope you have, you've seen and felt the welcoming view and the non-exclusive perception of the Miramar entry area, the plaza area.
A solid wall would detract from that feeling. I understand that it's crucial for the success of any project, historical or not, to be able to pay for itself, and I believe the Miramar's tenant, Wedgwood Weddings, can be successful while respecting the needs of San Clemente. One sentence, we need to maintain our view of this historic treasure. Please deny the filling in the wall section or refer it back to Planning Commission.
Thank you, Larry.
Amanda Quintanilla?
I have 2 slides, please. Megan? Oh, yeah, I was just, thank you. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the roundabout means that there's no stop signs or a crosswalk to slow traffic and pedestrians frequently walking through the streets. So basically, I should have backed up here a little bit. Basically, at the Planning Commission, the outside wall, exterior wall was denied because it didn't meet the Secretary of Interior standards. And also, there was a concern regarding blocking the line of sight when you make a right-hand turn to Boca de la Playa. So there was traffic concerns on that. Also, it's important when you're making a right-hand turn to slow down. So having that iron railing is important to see because the roundabout, basically, there's no stop signs. So when people come from one side of the road to the other, there's no stop signs there, so you can't really see people. So you really need to slow down. Next slide, please. So when making a turn on Boca de la Playa, it's important to have a clear line of sight. The Pico El Camino intersection area is a high traffic area at times. Having an open space area promotes public safety as people are entering this residential area. Lastly, actually before that, I wanted to make sure that at the Maxborough Park Plaza, one of the things that a couple of captains said that having a clear line of sight was very important. So to view what's happening, especially at night, it's really well lit and you can see if there's anything going on. So it's really important to have that open space. Lastly, not closing the wall helps law enforcement patrol efficiently. It also preserves the historical integrity of the site. I just wanted to make a comment as far as there are other support letters, or actually opposition of closing off the wall. So they support Larry Culbertson. I think that's really important to note. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So we done with consent is all over? So
We have one other item that a member of the public would like to speak on. Would you like to hear
I
that
have a
now?
quick question on the wall issue that we just talked about. Is it, are those photos that we saw, are those photos of the fence? Is that a created photo, or is that an actual photo of the wrought iron and an actual photo of the walled in?
The top one was what it looks like today.
the top one with the wall is not there yet.
Okay.
With
got
the
it.
wall,
That's
it's
what I-
simulated.
That's what I meant, simulated, yeah.
Since I put it, I'd like to discuss it and have a vote
Okay.
on it. Yeah. So I agree with what the audience, the speaker says. As a part of the historical preservation, the most important thing is that
Mr. Mayor, so the only appropriate discussion would be to whether to pull this item up for the council to review it. You should not be reviewing the merits at the time, because you'll
Is
be,
that your motion to pull this?
yeah, I already put it at the beginning.
Well, you pulled it to discuss now whether we're going to put it on the agenda for consideration of authority to do the solid wall.
Yes, I'd like to pull that.
And
For consideration.
agendize it for future discussion?
Oh, I need to do it for future discussion? We cannot do
I
it
think
tonight?
so.
that's correct.
So if that, is that what you want to do?
If I can get a second.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there you go, you got three, so, okay. Perfect, and then,
So,
It's too late, I forgot about
yeah,
it.
so the way this goes, if I may, is that you're not approving the minutes because you're deciding whether to take the item up and bring it back as an appeal, like to rehear the appeal. So it's not to agendize the item like the 1, 2, 3. It's a motion to bring it up
Okay.
and hear it.
A motion to bring it up. I make a motion to bring it up.
And you got a second and a third.
That would be a second.
Don't need a third.
Second, and then
need
you
a
need to
third.
vote on it.
Okay, a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Passes 5-0.
And then you're going to suspend approval of the planning commission.
So we need a motion to suspend the approval of the minutes?
With suspending B6.
I'll make a motion to move the balance of 11B while suspending item 6.
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Is there anything else we need to do on that one?
Yes. The time.
Oh, time is 1:30. We're going to miss last call.
I'll make a motion
1:30.
to extend it to 2 o'clock.
2:30.
2 o'clock. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And so now what's this item that we missed?
Item 11D, a member of the public would like to speak on it. It is modification to the City Council November 2026 meeting schedule. And the speaker is Amanda Quintanilla.
Okay.
This is really quick.
The reason why I want this I think tonight is a reason why we shouldn't have just one meeting in November. Right, exactly, because we have one meeting in November, and then one meeting in December, one meeting in January, and you have nights like this, so I think it's really important. This November, we had 2 meetings in November, and it worked perfectly, it really did. I looked on the November schedule for 2026, it works out. It doesn't interfere with the Thanksgiving holiday, so I strongly oppose that. Thank you.
I would move the item.
Okay. Second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Sorry, I thought that was you seconding it.
I'm asking for a second.
I'll second.
Any discussion, Zen? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Okay, so now we're on the oral communications.
Oral communications, part 2. And I don't have any speaker cards.
There's no speaker cards?
No, so
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. At this point, we might as well do it. I mean, you got to get home 3 minutes earlier?
I'm going to just really be quick, and I'll fill it out really quick.
Okay.
Can we extend our time to 5 minutes?
I'll second that motion.
Don't press your luck. Just go ahead.
Okay, so basically, this wasn't a laughing matter, what happened tonight, and years ago, I think it was in 2023, Mr. Hall, that I had requested if we could have cameras facing the audience. There was an occasion where it was Mayor, I think he was still mayor at the time, Mayor Gene James, Aaron Washington and I were back there, and one of the people wanted to, basically, were pretty aggressive. And Captain Christian came in and just said, hey, you need to stop that, and just, walk away. And during that city council meeting, I think there was a member of the public that was pulling arms of people. And I had suggested to Andy Hall, and I think he mentioned that he was going to speak to Cade regarding having cameras facing the public in case a scenario just like what happened tonight, for our public safety, that in an event that does happen, that we have a video, and we can, the public can request that. I really would appreciate that, because asking Captain Chevalier for some assistance is something that, shouldn't be happening.
That's been done. She can look straight up. That camera is the one that points back towards the
Oh,
back.
so it does, oh,
Okay, great, fantastic.
suggestion. Sorry it took so long.
No, I just wanted confirmation, and then I could do a public records request on that. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Thanks. Have a good, thanks.
okay.
Future agenda items?
Any future
Yes,
agenda items?
I'd like to agendize the item for the council to review and modify the local preference ordinance, including but not limited to tightening the definition of local businesses or any other things that we want to change.
I didn't hear that. What was that?
was going to make.
Oh, okay, so
What was the motion?
I thought about it before I heard it from you.
tightening up the, what
So we think alike.
constitutes a local business? We need to tighten that up.
I agree.
And so,
I think you stole it.
well, you want to take the second on that?
I'm kidding.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll second it. Do we need we probably need a staff report?
I'll staff it for
Mayor Pro Tem Noblock. Okay, any other future agenda items?
I have one. At our public comment meetings from time to time, we've heard a number of times over a number of months, one of our citizens has suggested that we look seriously at having a harbor in San Clemente. And everyone rolls their eyes and shrugs and says, oh my goodness, what are you talking about? But really, we don't have access for boats, paddleboards, and so forth, whether we have some sort of a breakwater situation or something. I just think it would be interesting to have a task force to just look at whether or not this is an absolute fantasy out of la-la land, or whether or not there's a real possibility of providing on our beach somewhere a facility to access boats, crafts, or other harbor facilities. And I'd like to maybe have our Sanzar, and maybe George Gregory, who keeps bringing this up, and maybe several other experts that the city manager might be able to identify, to just look at that issue.
Like a feasibility study?
Strictly feasibility,
Okay.
absolutely. Just whether it's, and if it's no, all the reasons no, and if it's yes, then what would we need to do to even think about it further?
I would support that.
Okay.
Do-
So I guess we would agenda, I don't know that we need a staff report, because there's nothing at this point. Andy, I don't know if you want to provide something in writing, or do you need a third to do that, or just want to have a oral discussion? We could just have a
Probably just
discussion
oral
generally without a
discussion.
staff
Okay,
report.
that's fine.
I wanted to agendize an item, and maybe it doesn't have to be put on the agenda, but we had, as I mentioned earlier, we had an Orange County firefighter that saved a life at the pickleball courts here. And I wanted to just, and I think our fire chief has already agreed to invite those people and maybe give them some kind of recognition. It was he
You
actually.
want a special presentation?
A special presentation, yeah.
Okay, I would support that.
All right.
I think that's all probably we need. Okay, any other future agenda items? What's our next item? You can't go sleep on me now.
City attorney, I'm awake.
City attorney report?
Nothing to report, except it's a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente.
Yeah, I bet. City manager?
There are two contracts tonight, one with VCA Code providing for building inspection consulting services in an amount not to exceed $60,000. OES Furniture providing for furniture delivery and installation in an amount not to exceed $12,565.31.
And if there's no, if nobody has a problem, I'd like to do the adjournment. I'd like to adjourn in honor of Bill Thomas. He was a founding member of Friends of San Clemente, died on Christmas Eve at ripe old age of 94. A great guy. Also was responsible, and I'm not even old enough to remember this, or wasn't here early, but we used to have a Hershey-sponsored track meet at Bernice Ayers, and he was the big founder and organizer of that. Great guy, great family. So I just want to adjourn this meeting until our next meeting, which will be February 3rd, 2026. Closed session will begin at 4:30 p.m. The regular business meeting will begin at 5:30 p.m. The meeting will take place at the council chambers located at 910 Calle Negocio, second floor, San Clemente.
I'll second that, and on a brief note, my son worked with him 20 years years ago, doing a computer programming instruction for senior citizens that have difficulty with the computer. So he was quite an asset to our community.
Quite a guy. Thank you. And so that was your second?
That's
then?
our
All in
second.
favor?
Aye.
So adjourned.
Is it a